in memory of those we lost in the Pahalgam attack. Crafton, all the BGIS finalists, the entire BGIS staff and crew stand in silence to honor their courage and uniting in peace and harmony. In memory of those we lost in the Pahalgam attack. Crafton, all the BGIS finalists, the entire BGIS staff and crew stand in silence to honor their courage and uniting in peace and harmony.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally here. Realme BGIS 2025 powered by the Realme GT7 Pro. मैं सुपर जॉनी, मेरे साथ मौजूद है जीशान और स्पेरो. And finally guys, हमारा जो जर्नी रहा था वो यहाँ पे आ चुका है. But before we move forward with the show, ladies and gentlemen, recently there was an incident that happened in India that shook the country, and we stand in solidarity with the victims and the families. And of course, जैसा हम बात करते हैं इस इवेंट के बारे में, ये एक टूर्नामेंट नहीं है, ये एक मंच है जो देश के कोने कोने से सारे लोगों को एकजुट करके रखता है. सो इट इज टाइम वी स्टैंड टुगेदर फॉर आवर पैशन, फॉर समथिंग बिगर. एंड नाउ फाइनली ओवर टू यू गाइस, मेरे दो प्यारे दोस्तों, आप लोग यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं. एवरीवन इज हियर, हाउ यू गाइस डूइंग?
I'm feeling amazing, Johnny. Kolkata is legit, so good, and मैं बहुत excited हूँ आज के दिन के लिए.
देखिए, मैं भी बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ, और जो हमारी दर्शक यहाँ पर जुड़ी हुई है और जो वो इंतजार कर रहे हैं, मज़ेदार माहौल बना है.
अब माहौल तो बना है, लेकिन चलिए आज के दिन की शुरुआत करेंगे और एक बारी नज़र डालेंगे कि जो हमारे प्लेयर्स हैं वो भी अपनी जगह बनाएंगे. अपने इस मंच तक जो सफ़र था उनका, उसको तो वो तय कर चुके हैं और कुछ ही देर में दे विल बी टेकिंग देयर सीट्स देयर टू स्टार्ट द कॉम्पिटिशन. अब फाइनल्स की ये जर्नी, ये सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स जो आए हैं हमारे इस अरीना के अंदर, इट वाज नॉट इजी फॉर एनी ऑफ देम.
बिल्कुल आसान नहीं था किसी के लिए भी यहाँ तक पहुँच पाना, लेकिन क्या ये अंत है? नहीं जॉनी, ये एक शुरुआत है. अभी तक का सफर कमाल रहा है प्लेयर्स का, टीम्स का और हर एक फैन का जो इन टीम्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. बट अब बारी है अगले स्टेज पे जाने का. इट्स टाइम टू ग्रो मोर, इट्स टाइम टू बी द चैंपियन. एंड आज का दिन, पहला दिन, अमूमन देखा जाता है लैन इवेंट्स की हिस्ट्री में पहला दिन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है.
देखिए, पहला दिन इंपॉर्टेंट, और मैं कह सकता हूँ कि हमारी जो ऑडियंस है ना, डे 1 के हिसाब से आप कह सकते हैं कि एक्साइटमेंट उनके अंदर कुछ ज्यादा ही हो चुकी है. अभी जो माहौल है पूरा एरिना का, हम देख सकते हैं, ऐसा लगता है कि शायद डे 3 तक हम पहुंच चुके हैं, आखिरी मैदान तक पहुंच चुके हो. पर अभी जस्ट ये शुरुआत है, अभी तो प्लेयर्स भी नहीं आए.
एग्जैक्टली, अभी तो प्लेयर्स भी आने बाकी हैं. उनका भी टाइम है कि वो आए, अपनी स्पॉट्स ले, अपने प्लेइंग पोजीशंस ले, और उसके बाद कंपटीशन की शुरुआत हो. 3 दिन का ये ग्रैंड फाइनल्स हमारा रहेगा, 18 मैचेस. तो कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो नहीं बदलती, पॉइंट स्ट्रक्चर भी सेम रहेगा. लेकिन एक चीज़ है जो, जैसा आपने मेंशन किया ना, कि ऐसा लग रहा है ऑडियंस को देखे कि ऑलरेडी लास्ट डे चल रहा है. वो ऑडियंस का प्रेशर, वो एक्सपेक्टेशंस का प्रेशर, अब यहाँ पे कुछ नई टीमें भी है, वो कैसे मैनेज करेंगी, ये देखने में काफी मजा आएगा.
देखिए, अभी तक तो जिससे हमने बात करी, हर एक टीम ने कहा है कि वो एक्साइटेड हैं एंड वो लैन पे अच्छा खेलने वाले हैं. लेकिन जब आपने बोला ना कि क्राउड का प्रेशर, वो फैंस की एक्सपेक्टेशंस का प्रेशर, जो नए प्लेयर्स पहली बार लैन पे आ रहे हैं, क्या वो सच में प्रदर्शन दिखा पाएंगे? नाउ दैट्स अ वेरी बिग क्वेश्चन. बट इस सवाल का जवाब मुझे लगता है कि आज के दिन के अंत पे मिल जाएगा सबको.
जी हाँ, देखिए, मैं थोड़े बहुत प्लेयर्स को देख भी रहा था, वो थोड़ा सा आ रहे थे, झांक कर जा रहे थे कि यहाँ पर ऑडियंस कितनी मौजूद है, किस तरीके का जो माहौल है वो है. यानी वो अपने आप को प्रिपेयर कर रहे थे कि अगर कुछ भी होता है, ऑडियंस थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा किसी एक सिंगल टीम को चीयर करती है, तो हम तैयार रहें कि वहाँ से भटकना नहीं है. जो हमारा गेम है, जो हम खेलने के लिए आए हैं, जो हमें वो ट्रॉफी चाहिए, उसके प्रति आप बिल्कुल मेहनत से आएँ और कोशिश करें कि आप वो जीत कर जाएं.
ये बात तो आपकी सही है, लेकिन मैंने एक चीज तो नोटिस करी है कि फैन फेवरेट टीम्स हमेशा रहती है, लेकिन जब आप लैन फाइनल्स के अंदर अच्छा परफॉर्म करते हो ना, आप काफी सारी जनता का प्यार तो जीत ही लेते हो. लेकिन चलिए, अभी हम लोग एक बार टीम्स की बात इतनी कर ही रहे हैं, प्लेयर्स की बात कर रहे हैं, तो उनके नामों के ऊपर भी नजर डालेंगे, देख लेंगे हमारे जो 16 फाइनलिस्ट टीम्स हैं वो आखिर कौन कौन से. और हमारा स्केड्यूल से चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं. आज के दिन की जो हमारे 6 मैचेस रहेंगे, 26 तारीख को भी, कल भी 6 मैचेस, परसों भी 6 मैचेस, और जो 16 टीमें हैं, स्पेरो आपसे स्टार्ट करते हैं. आई वांट टू नो योर फेवरेट्स, हु दे आर.
देखिए, अभी तक के प्रदर्शन के हिसाब से देखा जाए तो राइवलरी एक्सएनआरआई सबसे बेहतर प्रदर्शन रहा है. हर मैप में 9 से ज्यादा पॉइंट्स लेने का एवरेज है यार उनका. और आज के दिन में असली अपने आप की वर्थ प्रूव करने की बारी है, वो भी लैन इवेंट के ऊपर. बट फेवरेट की आप बात करें, जिनको लैन का एक्सपीरियंस है, जो इस माहौल में ढल के खेलते हैं, फैंस जिनको सपोर्ट करते हैं, उनके पास चांसेस बहुत ज्यादा कि वो पहले दिन में अच्छा खेले.
देखिए, मेरे तो 2 फेवरेट्स रहने वाले हैं. पहली तो हेडीज H4 के, जिनके लिए हमने पहले भी बात करी थी सेमीफाइनल्स में कि कोई मौका नहीं था उनके पास कि वो अपनी टीम को क्वालिफाई करा पाए, पर जो वो वापसी थी वो लाजवाब थी. और उसके बाद हमने दूसरी टीम को देखा, टीम जेली, उनका भी सेम सिचुएशन था.
जी, एक तो चीज मैं आपके लिए बोलना चाहता था कि अंडर गॉड्स को आप सबसे ज्यादा सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो ये अंडर गॉड्स क्या आज हमारे ओल्ड गार्ड्स को कड़ी टक्कर दे पाएंगे? इट्स टाइम टू फाइंड इट आउट. लेकिन उससे पहले चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं हमारे दिन की बाय कॉलिंग आवर प्लेयर्स टू दिस अमेजिंग स्टेज. और अभी जब शुरुआत होगी हमारी टीम्स के आने की तो जनता की ये गुहार तो आप सुन ही सकते हैं बैकग्राउंड में। इट इज जस्ट अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी दैट इज देयर इन दिस अरीना राइट नाउ। और अब जैसे शुरुआत हो चुकी है टीम्स के आने की, हम भी नजर डालेंगे कि कौन सी वो हमारी टीम्स रहेंगी जो किस तरह से अपनी जगह बनाती हैं इस मंच के ऊपर। एंड किकिंग थिंग्स ऑफ इट इज FS eSports।
टीम में बहुत सारे बदलाव थे, बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स बदले, बट एक बार फिर से वो लान तक का सफर तय करके पहुंचे हैं। टीम्स ने बहुत सपने देखे और मुझे लगता है ये वो समय है कि वो अपने सपने पूरे करके जाएं।
और अब अगली टीम की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं जिन्होंने सबको सरप्राइज किया अपनी जर्नी से, एंड दैट इज गोइंग टू बी सिंसिनेटी किड्स।
ब्रो आप बस क्रेज देखिए इन टीम का, इन प्लेयर्स का, जिस तरीके से लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं। जूसी उनको पता है कि उनको क्या करना होता है। हर बार लैंड फाइनल तक वो खिलाड़ी अपनी टीम को पहुंचाता है। नए खिलाड़ी आते हैं, सपने वही पुराने कि आपको ट्रॉफी जीतनी है।
आई मीन सपने तो वही पुराने रहेंगे, लेकिन जज्बा इस बार नया है। कुछ नया यंग प्रोडिजी का भी एडिशन देखा, लेकिन प्रोडिजीज की बात करें, नए नाम पूरे के पूरे रोस्टर में इन फॉरएवर रेड रॉस।
देखिए नाम नए हैं लेकिन दर्शन बहुत बड़े हैं इस टीम के। इन्होंने बहुत समय पहले भी काफी अच्छा खेला था और अब स्लोली एंड स्टेडीली यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। एक कहानी हमारे मन में है, बट उससे पहले एक कोलकाता का प्लेयर है, इनका IGL होम ग्रोन हीरो, एंड लुक एट द सपोर्ट ही इज गेटिंग। यू नो, अपने घर में अपने दर्शकों के सामने, अपने फैंस के सामने, फैमिली एंड फ्रेंड्स के सामने खेलने का जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो सबसे बड़ा।
देखिए होम ग्राउंड एडवांटेज रहेगी, कितनी ज्यादा रहेगी हम बाद में देखेंगे। फिलहाल कंसिस्टेंसी की आपने बात करी थी, बॉट eSports कंसिस्टेंटली ऑफिशियल्स में नजर आती है, लेकिन फाइनल्स के मंच पे ये इनकी भी पहली बारी है।
देखिए फाइनल्स के मंच पे पहली बारी है तो सही, पर बॉन्टी का वो जो जुनून है ना ट्रॉफी जीतने का, वो एक अलग स्तर पर जा चुका है। उनके साथ कैरी जॉर्ज, किसी से वो प्लेयर डरता नहीं है। अगर सबसे चिल और जॉली नेचर का प्ले लैंड में कोई खिलाड़ी आपको दिखाई देगा, कैरी जॉर्ज वो सबसे ऊपर दिखाई देंगे।
अब अगली टीम की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं। इन्होंने भी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस डिलीवर किया था थ्रू आउट देयर जर्नी हमारे realme BGIS 2025 के अंदर। THWNON
कमाल की ये टीम है जॉनी, आई मीन आई हैव टू से। और इस बार जब मैं बात कर रहा था प्लेयर से, वो कह रहे थे दे आर नॉट हियर टू जस्ट गेट इनटू द पोडियम फिनिश, दे वांट टू विन इट ऑल। सिर्फ चैंपियन बनना उनका मकसद नहीं है, वो लोगों के दिलों में छाना चाहते हैं, और वैसा प्रदर्शन आज करना पड़ेगा इस टीम को भी।
लेकिन अगर अगली टीम की मैं बात करूं, इनका एक स्पेशल इंटरव्यू हमने देखा था हमारे सेमीफाइनल के दौरान। बोला था अगर फाइनल्स पहुंचा तो कॉलेज की छुट्टी लेकर आऊंगा, और आज छुट्टी लेनी पड़ी को जेनेसिस eSports they made it to the final।
देखिए शैडो जी, हर किसी को पता है कि वो खिलाड़ी क्या काबिलियत रखता है। एक लेगेसी लेकर चलते हैं शैडो जी, और उसको कायम करने के लिए ये realme BGIS 2025 बहुत जरूरी है, और उम्मीद करता हूँ इस बार भी वो करके जाएं।
लेकिन चलिए अब एक और अंडरगॉड नाम के ऊपर नजर डालेंगे हम इनके बाद, जो शायद पहली बार एक लैंड फाइनल्स का हिस्सा बन रहे हैं, लेकिन उम्मीद करूंगा ये आखिरी बार ना हो। SOA
सपने हर कोई देखता है कि वो लांस फिनाले तक पहुंच पाए, और ये वही प्लेयर्स हैं जो पहले के लांस में आए थे देखने के लिए, और अब खुद को पहुंचा रहे हैं उस स्टेज तक। नाउ दैट इज अमेजिंग। इन गेम क्वालिफायर से यहाँ तक सफर क्रेजी था, बट आज और बेहतर करना पड़ेगा।
लेकिन बेहतर करने की बात करें, आप सबसे पहला BGIS ट्रॉफी अगर अपने नाम करें, उससे बेहतर क्या ही हो सकता है। लेकिन क्या आज मौका मिलेगा सोमराज को अपनी दूसरी ट्रॉफी की तरफ कदम बढ़ाने का? लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, द नेक्स्ट टीम इज वर्सेटाइल
सोमराज, और एक बफर से वो आ चुके हैं साबित करने के लिए कि एक बार अगर मैं ट्रॉफी उठा सकता हूँ तो क्यों ना दूसरी बार भी वो ट्रॉफी उठाई जाए। और खुशी उनके चेहरे पर है, और उन्हें भी पता है कि वो कर सकते हैं।
लेकिन अगर करने की बात करें, कुछ करने के लिए आपको सब्र से काम लेना होता है, और इस टीम ने अपनी पेशेंस को मैक्स पे अभी पुश कर रखा है। बट द परफॉर्मेंस इट इज अमेजिंग लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, टीम गॉडलाइक।
मुझे लगता नहीं कि इनको ज्यादा इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत है, डोमिनेट करके यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। लुक एट हिम गो, फन द लीडर, द IGL अपनी टीम को जोड़ के यहाँ तक पहुंचाया है। बट अब मजा आएगा देखने में, क्या एडमिनो, क्या जॉनथन, क्या सिम्फ सच में अपने नाम को प्रूव कर पाएंगे। नाउ दैट्स अ बिग क्वेश्चन।
प्रूव करने की बात करें स्पेरो, तो एक टीम है जिन्होंने अपना खिलाड़ी खोया था, एक इंपॉर्टेंट पीस ऑफ पजल खोया था बिफोर दिस टूर्नामेंट, और अब ये पॉइंट प्रूव करने आया है। रेकनिंग eSports की मेजिया बात कर रहा हूं मैं।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, और साथ में शुभ को देखिए चहलकदमी करता हुआ खिलाड़ी सबसे पहले आगे निकल कर गए, और उनके मन में वो खुशी है कि वो भी अपने पहले ऑफिशियल लैंड इवेंट में आ चुके हैं, और जरूर चाहेंगे कि आने वाले समय में अपनी टीम का वो साथ दें।
लेकिन अब एक ऐसी टीम की बात करते हैं जिनके पास जनता का पूरा साथ है, और जनता की आर्मी की सपोर्ट की बात करें, सबको पता है कौन सी टीम की बात हो रही है। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट सोल।
सोल का रॉकेट फाइनली कोलकाता में लैंड अप हो चुका है। हम होम ग्रोन हीरोज की बात करते हैं। जॉनी एंड मान्या का मैजिक अपने होम टाउन में तो चलते नजर आएगा ही आएगा। टीम सोल, they are here in कोलकाता।
लेकिन अब सोल यहाँ पे अपनी जगह बना चुकी है, तो एक और टीम को बुलाते हैं जो हर बार हमको कंसिस्टेंटली नजर आते हैं ऑफिशियल्स के अंदर, और इस बार टारगेट ट्रॉफी रहने वाला है। I'm talking about ओरंगुटान।
एम्स आ चुके हैं और उन्हें भी पता है कि BMPS का सफर छठे पायदान पर भले उन्होंने समाप्त किया हो, पर ये वो सफर है जहां आपको एक बार फिर से शून्य से समाप्त करना है। माफ करिए, शून्य से आपको शुरू करना है और कोशिश करनी है कि उस शून्य को आप विजय रथ तक लेकर जाएं और कोशिश करें कि वो ट्रॉफी इस बार ओरंगुटान के हाथ लगे।
अब अगली टीम की बात करते हैं। ये भी यहाँ पे ट्रॉफी जीतने आए हैं, और इस बार जो परफॉर्मेंस सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर इन्होंने दिखाया था उसने सबको शांत कर दिया था, सारे क्रिटिक्स के मुंह बंद कर दिए थे। I'm talking about मेडल ESPORTS।
Boy oh boy, they are legit so good। पूरे लीग स्टेज में छाई हुई ये टीम ने हर बार बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया है, बट एक नए कप्तान के साथ क्या वही प्रदर्शन लैंड पे दोहरा पाएंगे? इस सवाल के जवाब अगले 3 दिनों में हम सबको मिलने वाले हैं।
देखिए, सवाल आपने एक पूछा, पिछले साल कई सवाल पूछे गए थे जेली से कि भाई चल क्या रहा है आपकी टीम के साथ। इस साल एक नई टीम के साथ उतरे जंग के मैदान में, और मेजी क्या परफॉर्मेंस डिलीवर किया इन्होंने अपनी टू रिपर्स लाइनअप के साथ।
देखिए, मजेदार ये परफॉर्मेंस रहा है, क्योंकि जैसे हमने केवल हवाओं को खेलते हुए देखा है, निंजे जिस लय में मौजूद है, जेली वो जिस लय में अपनी टीम को खींच रहे हैं, और बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से टू रिपर्स को चाहते हैं कि वो भी ट्रॉफी के करीब पहुंचे, जीता जाए उस ट्रॉफी को।
जी, लेकिन चलिए जैसी बात करते हैं ना कि अगर आपको रिकग्निशन चाहिए, यू हैव टू परफॉर्म। कुछ नाम ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने हमारी लीग स्टेजेस में अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस डिलीवर करी, एंड नाउ दे हैव द रिकग्निशन, क्योंकि टीम्स को मिल चुके हैं स्पॉन्सर्स। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, स्टार्टिंग ऑफ विद राइवलरी एनआरआई।
कमाल की ये टीम है। मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि डोमिनेट किया है इन्होंने पूरे समय में, बहुत अमेजिंग प्रदर्शन, और यहाँ पे लैंड पे पहली बार जब आए हैं, अपने आप को प्रूव तो करना पड़ेगा।
और प्रूव करने हमारा लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट स्क्वाड ये भी आया है, हेडीज H4K।
देखिए, मैं कहूंगा कि ये वो टीम है जिनके लिए हमने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बहुत ज्यादा चर्चाएं करी थी। कैसे इस टीम के जो लैंड फाइनल्स में पहुंचने के चांसेस थे वो लगभग 0 के बराबर थे। वहां से इन्होंने अपनी टीम को एकजुट किया, और उसके बाद ये लैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हो रहे हैं। प्लेयर की कोई कमी नहीं है, काबिलियत की कोई कमी नहीं है। ड्रैक्सी वो खुश है। अब तक ड्रैक्सी का परफॉर्मेंस मैं कहूंगा बहुत बढ़िया रहा है। एज अ टीम अगर खेलते हैं ट्रॉफी के बहुत करीब पहुंच सकते हैं।
आई मीन, उम्मीद इनसे काफी ज्यादा है, बिकॉज टूर्नामेंट के अर्ली स्टेजेस में जो इन्होंने परफॉर्मेंस डिलीवर किया था वो शॉकिंग था। फिर बीच में मोमेंटम हल्का सा स्लिप हुआ, सेमीफाइनल्स में हमने रिकवरी देखी, एंड वी वर ऑल वेरी हैप्पी कि हेडीज H4K फाइनल्स तक आ पाए।
ट्रुथ बी टोल्ड जोनी, अपने घर से कंफर्ट एरिया में, अपने रूम से या बूट कैंप से खेलना बहुत अलग बात है, बट लैन पे क्राउड के सामने, अपने फैंस के सामने, जब आपके खिलाफ भी चीयरिंग होगी, आपके साथ भी चीयरिंग होगी, वहां पे खेलना कुछ अलग ही बात है। बट लुक एट द क्राउड देयर जॉनी, इट इज अमेजिंग। दिस इज डे नंबर 1। मैं सोचो डे 3 पे क्या होगा।
एग्जैक्टली, और जैसा स्पेरो बात कर रहे थे, आपको अगर लगता है कि हम थोड़ा कम बोलते हैं कि भाई लैंड पे प्रेशर अलग होता है, आप आइए, इफ यू आर इन कोलकाता, बिस्वा, बांग्ला, मेला, प्रज्ञान, आइए हिस्सा बनिए इस एपिक लैंड फिनाले का। लेकिन चलिए अभी हम हिस्सा बनेंगे हमारी ओपनिंग सेरेमनी का, एंड फॉर दैट वी आर गोना गो टू द स्टेज।
So much casters, and of course thank you so much Kolkata. Kolkata, we are live across the country and the globe, so say hello. The players are ready, you are ready, I am ready. साउंड चेक हो चुका है, एक बार वाइब चेक भी कर लेते हैं। तो आपने जितने खूबसूरत बैनर्स बनाए हैं, जो पोस्टर्स बनाए हैं, एक बार कैमरा को दिखाई दो एंड सबको बता दो कि कोलकाता has got the vibe. Come on Kolkata, lift up your posters, say hello to the world. And before we start with some BGMI action, I would request everyone who is able to please stand up for the national anthem. यदि आप सक्षम हैं तो कृपया करके राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाइए। कोलकाता मजा आशे की ना इस मजे को और ज्यादा बढ़ाते हैं क्योंकि we are live from the city of joy, Kolkata, and we are thrilled to get you to experience live BGMI action at the realme BGIS 2025 Grand Finals, Kolkata. अब अगले 3 दिन में आप यहाँ पर इतिहास बनते हुए देखेंगे, मेहनत रंग लाते हुए देखेंगे, एंड सपने सच होते हुए देखेंगे. एंड ये कोई ऐसा वैसा सपना नहीं है, ये वो सपना है जो शुरू हुआ था एक फोन के स्क्रीन पर. Not just playing on the phone, but believing that they deserve to be here on this stage for the BGIS 2025. So Kolkata, shall we begin with the proceedings? I can't hear you. Do you want to see our warriors forge history? Then let's begin BGIS 2025.
Simply the answer is I. Raising the bar, finna raise it some more. What? No elevator, we up from the way, up from the floor. I've been on fire, can't pass me a torch. Made it from the bottom, now I'm on top and I'm ready for. Oh my God, yeah, this one sound like. Oh my God, yeah, this one feel like. All green lights, I got it. Whoa, in my part of the deal. Trust, don't need a scale. Superman in the steel. Try me and see how I feel. Need everybody to chill. Nintendo, I'm switching it up like. Sacrifice mean risk it all. Spartan baby, all I know is ball. Stand tall, I can never fall. Standing with me or we standing off. Once you get it, gotta get it off. On my level, I'm the final boss. So any minute I can lay you off. Wait, hold on. Yeah, this one sound like. Oh my God, yeah, this one feel like. Oh my God, yeah, this one sound like. Fight to the top of the hill. Now I'm on top and I'm ready for. Superman in the steel. Try me and see how I feel. Need everybody to chill. Nintendo, I'm switching it up like. Oh my God, yeah, this one sound like. Oh my God, yeah, this one feel like. Oh my God, yeah, this one sound like. Fight to the top of the hill. Now I'm on top and I'm ready for. This one sound like. This one feel like. This one sound like.
अभी बस ये देखना है कि जितनी पावर उस ओपनिंग सीक्वेंस के अंदर थी, जिस कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ हमने हमारे सारे प्लेयर्स को देखा, क्या वही कॉन्फिडेंस इस ओपनिंग मैच के गेम प्ले में भी नजर आएगा?
मुझे लगता है ये ओपनिंग सुनने के बाद तो कॉन्फिडेंस भी ज्यादा होगा और एक्साइटमेंट भी पूरी होगी. आपने ट्रॉफी देखी, रिवील देखा, इट वाज गॉर्जियस. और उस ट्रॉफी को पाने के लिए इतने महीनों की एफर्ट आज से रंग लानी पड़ेगी और कोई चारा नहीं है.
जी बिल्कुल, लेकिन मेजी मैच 1 सबके लिए तो उतना ज्यादा आसान नहीं होता है. कई टीम्स होती है, जैसे हमने बात करी, हमारे अंडर गॉड्स हैं जो पहली बार इस मंच में इस एटमॉस्फेयर को एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं. उनके लिए हो सकता है थोड़ी स्लो स्टार्ट हो. आपकी एक्सपेक्टेशन जानना चाहता हूँ गेम 1.
देखिए गेम उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन से पहले बस मैं इतना कहूंगा कि आज के इस क्राउड को देखकर पहली बार ऐसा हुआ, काफी सारे लैन इवेंट्स में ऑलरेडी कास्ट कर चुका हूँ, पहली बार ऐसा है कि जब वो जो गूज बॉम्ब्स मिसिंग थे ना, फाइनली आज वो मेरे अंदर आए। अब आप ये सोच सकते हैं कि जो प्लेयर्स वहां पर बैठे हैं उनके लिए क्या हो रहा होगा।
आई मीन प्लेयर्स के लिए तो अभी बहुत कुछ हो रहा है। एक चीज हो रही थी जो हमने पहले अनाउंस कर दी थी कि प्राइस पूल जो इनिशियली इस realme BGIS 2025 का अनाउंस हुआ था वो बढ़ने वाला है। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, ये रहा वो अपडेटेड प्राइस पूल जो कि बढ़ के हो चुका है 3,21,00,000 का।
बॉय ओ बॉय, लुक एट द अमाउंट। ये किसी भी टीम की जीवन बदलने वाला अमाउंट है। नंबर 1 पे अगर आप आते हो तो आपको मिल देंगे 69,60,000 रुपीज। प्राइजेस तो बढ़ चुके हैं बट वो स्पेशल रिवॉर्ड्स जो हैं जॉनी
जी,
उनको देखने के लिए मैं बहुत बेताब हूँ। realme MVP कौन बनेगा, बेस्ट IGL, सबकी नजर इन इंडिविजुअल प्राइजेस पे भी।
एग्जैक्टली लेकिन ये प्राइस पूल को अपने हित में करने के लिए आपको मैचेस में कंसिस्टेंट रहना है। जैसा हम हमेशा बोलते हैं, पॉइंट स्ट्रक्चर इसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं है। अभी भी अगर आप चिकन डिनर निकालते हैं आपको 10 अंक मिलेंगे, आप दूसरे पायदान पे आएंगे आपको 6 अंक मिलेंगे, तीसरे पायदान पे आने पर 5 अंक, और ऐसे ही जो आपके पॉइंट्स हैं वो डिक्रीज होते रहेंगे। 9 to 16 आप फिनिश करते हैं, नो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स। लेकिन वहीं पे मजा आता है फिनिशेस का, हर फिनिश का 1 पॉइंट रहने वाला है।
यह मजेदार ये मुकाबला होगा। अब देखना ये है कि शुरुआत में कौन कितना ज्यादा फिनिशेस के पीछे जाने वाला है, कौन कितना सर्वाइवल गेम के तरफ जाने वाला है, उसके बारे में थोड़ी बहुत बातचीत रहेगी। पर ऑलरेडी हम ग्रैंड फाइनल्स टीम को देख चुके हैं, उनके बारे में हमने बात करी। H4K के बारे में हमने बात करी है, जेली हो गई, TSWX नॉन-एक्स, उनके लिए भी बहुत जरूरी ये मैच है क्योंकि हमने रोमन की बात करी है। 2 ऑफिशियल लैन इवेंट्स वो पहले खेल चुके हैं, ये उनका तीसरा है।
अब आप लोगों की प्रेडिक्शन, इनफैक्ट हम सबकी प्रेडिक्शन सारी जनता जान चुकी है, इट्स ऑल ओवर सोशल मीडिया। आपके लिए डार्क हॉर्सेस कौन रहेंगे इस फाइनल्स के?
मुझे लगता है कि बॉट आर्मी esports एक ऐसी टीम है जो जरूर यहाँ पे लान में अच्छा करेगी, और मुझे ये भी लगता है टॉप 5 तो वो फिनिश करेंगे जरूर।
जी, लेकिन चलिए अभी स्केड्यूल के ऊपर एक बार फिर से नजर डालते हैं। पहला मैच जो हमारा रहेगा एरांगल के मैप पे खेला जाएगा, दूसरा होगा मिरामार, तीसरा सैनॉक, फिर जो चौथा मैप है वो फिर से एक बार सैनॉक की तरफ हम जाएंगे, मिरामार, एंड देन जैसा मिस्टर शर्मा कहते हैं गोइंग इन अ कंप्लीट सर्कल वी एंड आवर डे ऑन एरांगल। लेकिन मेजी अगेन 2 एरांगल्स, 2 सैनॉक, 2 मिरामार, सब कुछ बैलेंस्ड आउट है। कंसिस्टेंट रहने के लिए व्हाट वुड योर एडवाइस बी टू दी न्यूअर प्लेयर्स?
मैं बस इतना कहूंगा कि वो डर को छोड़िए और जितना आप प्रैक्टिस अभी तक करके आए और जितना आपने अभी तक सोचा है बस उस पर आप ध्यान दीजिए। बाकी ऑडियंस क्या कर रही है, लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, आपके जो साथी बागल में बैठे हुए वो क्या कर रहे हैं, उस पर ध्यान देने की जरूरत नहीं है जी। ट्रॉफी आपके पास अभी भी जा सकती है।
देखिए अभी नए खिलाड़ियों की तो हमने काफी डिस्कशन कर रही है। अब लोग सोच रहे होंगे कि भाई जो वेटरन्स बैठे हैं उनकी बात क्यों नहीं कर रहे। कल आप लोगों को मौका मिला था थोड़ा चिट चैट करने का विद द वेल नोन टीम्स एंड द वेल नोन प्लेयर्स एज वेल। कुछ इनसाइडर इन्फो आपने ढूंढी मिस्टर स्पेरो?
मुझे लगता था जॉनी आप मुझसे ये सवाल पूछेंगे, इसलिए मैं प्रिपेयर करके आया था। मैं बहुत सारी टीम से बात कर रहा था एंड मायावी से मैंने पूछा कि यार जब आप अपने होम टाउन में हो, मान्या का ये घर है, प्रेशर को हैंडल करने का क्या तरीका है? मायावी ने एक ही चीज बोली कि हम जब भी चैंपियन बने हैं पास्ट में तब हमने क्राउड को इग्नोर किया है। जब हम स्टेज पे होते हैं बिल्कुल ब्लैक आउट करते हैं आप क्राउड को, आप गेम पे फोकस करते हैं, एंड दैट्स वेयर यू कैन बी अ चैंपियन।
देखिए मेरा तो अभी जेपेक्स मिले थे मेरे साथ और उन्होंने बस इतना बताया कि भाई हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हम जो ट्रॉफी है उसको जीत कर जाएं। मिल गई तो बहुत बढ़िया, लेकिन हार नहीं मानने वाले हैं, वो उनकी बहुत अच्छी बात है। आज ही वो अपनी टीम से जुड़े हैं तो उम्मीद करता हूं कि जेपेक्स उनके पास कुछ एक्स्ट्रा स्ट्रैटेजीज जरूर होगी, जब भी टीम को जरूरत होगी वो खड़े दिखाई देंगे।
आप ये कोशिश करेंगे कि स्ट्रैटेजी से सैटिस्फाइड नहीं है बिल्कुल भी, और कुछ स्पेशल तो करना पड़ेगा। बिकॉज हमने देखा ड्यूरिंग द लीग स्टेजेस हम बात करें, चाहे हम वाइल्ड कार्ड स्टेजेस की बात करें, चाहे सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 और वीक 2 की बात करें, गेम प्ले में काफी स्विचेस आए थे। आई मीन आप मेडल esports इसका सबसे बड़ा एक एग्जांपल बन जाती है। सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 एंड होते होते उनका परफॉर्मेंस पिकअप हुआ था, लेकिन जब वीक 2 पहुंचे अचानक से टॉप पे नजर आई थी हमें टीम।
देखिए मेडल एक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम है और जैसा आपने बताया सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में परफॉर्मेंस में बहुत डाउनफॉल था, लेजिट आउट ऑफ फॉर्म थे, बट अब जैसे ही हमने वीक 2 देखा ही वाज बैक इन फॉर्म। लेजिट बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, थंडर बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, लेकिन प्रेशर होगा अमित के ऊपर। क्या सच में वो इस प्रेशर को हैंडल कर पाएंगे? क्या स्टेज पे आके एज अ कोच तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा किया पास में, एज अ प्लेयर क्या वो अपनी टीम को चैंपियन बना सकते हैं? दैट्स अ बिग क्वेश्चन।
इस टूर्नामेंट में मेजी ये कोचेस को खिलाने की प्रक्रिया हमने काफी ज्यादा देखी है। पहले अगर बात करें हमारी एक टीम थी लीग स्टेजेस का दौरान, डू और डाई, उनके कोच खेलते थे, उन्होंने काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था वेज ने। आई वाज वेरी हैप्पी फॉर हिम। अमित से आपकी क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन रहेगी?
देखिए मैं मानता हूं कि अमित के अंदर काबिलियत की कमी नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, ये सब इस बात को मानते हैं क्योंकि हाल फिलहाल में जो भी उन्होंने कस्टम मैचेस खेले हैं वहां पर उनके क्लिप्स बहुत ज्यादा वायरल हुए, 1v3 1v4 क्लचेस करते हुए वो प्लेयर दिखाई दिया। तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट ये करता हूं कि अगर आप वहां कर सकते हैं और आप एज अ कोच ऑलरेडी एक जो ट्रॉफी है उसको आप जीत चुके हैं, तो यहाँ भी आप कर सकते हैं।
आई मीन यहाँ पे तो करके दिखाना ही होगा, बिकॉज यहाँ पे देखने के लिए सब मौजूद हैं, ना सिर्फ ऑनलाइन बैठे हमारे दर्शक बल्कि कोलकाता की ये पूरी जनता बिल्कुल तैयार है अभी एक्सपीरियंस करने के लिए इंटेंस बीजीएमआई एक्शन ऑन दैट स्टेज। एंड स्पेरो, आपके काफी फैंस हैं ऑडियंस में, मैंने सुना है, तो वेयर आर योर फैंस स्पेरो?
मैं सच में सोच रहा हूँ क्या कोलकाता की ऑडियंस तैयार है? कोलकाता, आर यू रेडी? नहीं यार, बाहर से कंप्लेंट आ रही है, आवाज नहीं आ रही बाहर, थोड़ा और जोर से। कोलकाता, आर यू रेडी? दे आर रेडी जॉनी, दे आर रेडी।
मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ स्पेरो इतना प्यार से बात करते हैं, एवरीवन जस्ट एग्रीज विद हिम इंस्टेंटली। लेकिन मेजी, अब आप बताइए, आपने स्टार्टिंग में भी मेंशन किया था कि जिस तरह यहाँ पे आज आपको एटमॉस्फेयर फील हुआ है, इट जस्ट फील्स कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट, इंटेंसिटी टू द मैक्स, एक्सपेक्टेशंस खासतौर से फैन फेवरेट टीम्स के लिए, फैंस की एक्सपेक्टेशन वो एक अलग लेवल छू चुकी है, और उन्हीं में से एक फैन फेवरेट टीम इट्स गॉड लाइक, जिन्होंने इस पूरा टूर्नामेंट काफी कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस डिलीवर करी है।
जी हाँ, बहुत ज़्यादा कंसिस्टेंट वो रहे हैं और बहुत बढ़िया वो खेल कर गए हैं। अगर आज आप प्लेइंग 4 की बात करते हैं, पंक बैठे हैं, एडमिन सिम्प और उनके साथ जॉनथन बैठे हैं। बीच में कई सारी बातचीत चल भी रही थी कि शायद वो अपने प्लेइंग 4 में थोड़े बहुत बदलाव करें, पर बिल्कुल पंक ने रिस्क लिया नहीं है, बिल्कुल नकार दिया। उन्होंने कहा जिनके साथ हम खेलते आए हैं उन्हीं के साथ हम दिन की शुरुआत करने वाले हैं। एक और टीम सोल, वो आपके स्क्रीन के सामने, और प्लेइंग 4 में फिलहाल के लिए आप सौम्य को नहीं देख पाएंगे, हंटर्स वहां पर मौजूद है और उनके साथ रॉनी।
सोल के अंदर हमने स्विचेस काफी ज्यादा देखे थे, अगर हम बात करें ग्राइंड की तरफ जाए, वहां पे सबसे पहली बार वो स्विच देखने को मिला था, और इम्पैक्ट इनके पांचों प्लेयर्स बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया खेलते हैं, तो इम्पैक्ट हमेशा रहता है। आपको अगर थोड़ा सा एग्रेशन चाहिए आप वहां पे थोड़ा स्वैप दिखा सकते हैं, बट चलिए आज का ये ओपनिंग मैच सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट मैच साबित हो सकता है इन टीम्स के लिए। अगर आप एक अच्छी शुरुआत करते हैं, एक बड़ी एडवांटेज के साथ स्टार्ट करते हैं, आपके पास एक सेफ्टी क्वेश्चन भी रहता है जस्ट इन केस यू मेक अ फ्यू मिस्टेक्स हियर एंड देयर।
देखिए, लैन की अहमियत उन्हीं को पता है जिन्होंने पास्ट में लैन को जीता है
जी,
और लैन पे अगर आप जीतते हैं, आप सिर्फ एक प्लेयर के रूप में आते हैं और लैन से निकलते हैं लेजेंड के रूप में। इट्स रियली इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर दीज प्लेयर्स टू मेक देयर नेम हियर, फोर्ज द हिस्ट्री। एंड हमने ऑलरेडी बात करी फॉरएवर रेड एक्स रॉस की, इट्स ए टॉप क्लास टीम। हाल ही में हुए लैंड्स में भी उन्होंने काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया, बट क्राउड की आवाज सुन रहे हो तो मतलब यहाँ पे सामने गॉड लाइक तो है। और जॉनथन के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टूर्नामेंट, एडमिनो के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टूर्नामेंट, दे हैव टू प्ले वेल।
एक सेकंड, यूजुअली मैं इस चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट देखता हूँ, आज पूरा गेम फेस जो है वो रेडी हो चुका है। आई थिंक एवरीवन इज जोन्ड इन इस पहले एरांगल के लिए, और बस देखना यही है कि जो इंटेंसिटी चेहरे पे नजर आ रही है वो जब गेम प्ले में तब्दील होती है तो किस तरह का रूप लेती हुई नजर आएगी। और साथ ही साथ मेजी, यू आर लाइक वन ऑफ द टॉप टियर एनालिस्ट, हमारे ड्रॉप क्लैशेस क्या गेम 1 में देखने को मिल सकते हैं कुछ?
देखिए, उसे आप नामुमकिन का दर्जा दे सकते हैं क्योंकि मुझे नहीं लगता कोई भी ड्रॉप क्लैशेस होने वाले हैं। रायरन के मैचेस चल रहे थे, वहां पर भी सबने मना किया कि नहीं, हम अपने अपने ओरिजिनल ड्रॉप लोकेशंस पे नहीं जाने वाले, एक जगह कूदेंगे, वहां पर फाइट करेंगे, खत्म होंगे। ठीक है, जब रियल मैच शुरू होगा तब हम दिखाएंगे कि हम कर क्या सकते हैं। और आप ये सोचिए कि ये पहला मैच है, और हमेशा मैं ये कहता हूं कि कोई एक टीम जो सबसे पहले एलिमिनेट होती है, यानी 16वें पायदान पर, आप दर्द उनका समझ सकते हैं कि पहला ही मैच और वो 16वें पर गए। पर रीति रिवाज है कि कोई तो टीम होगी जो 16वें पर जाएगी।
किसी के जीतने के लिए बहुत लोगों का हारना जरूरी है, खासतौर से इस बैटल रॉयल के अंदर, क्योंकि चिकन डिनर किसी एक को ही मिलता है, 15 टीमें जो हैं वो बाकी पीछे रह जाती हैं। बट जैसा आपने मेंशन किया कि अगर पहले गेम में जीत हासिल ना भी हो, बीइंग ऑफ टू डिसेंट स्टार्ट स्पेरो, वो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी हो जाता है।
देखिए, मैं हमेशा बिलीव करता हूँ मोमेंटम में। अगर आप पहले के 2 मैचेस के अंदर मोमेंटम हासिल कर लो, 15 से 20 पॉइंट हासिल कर लो, उसके बाद आपका पूरा दिन अच्छा जा सकता है। हमारे पास तो बहुत सारी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जो मोमेंटम बेस्ड टीम्स हैं, बट बदलाव की बात हम कर ही रहे हैं। टीम सोल हंटर्स का पहला लान है टीम सोल के साथ, एंड वी ऑल आर एक्साइटेड वो क्या करते हैं यहाँ पे।
मेरे ख्याल से प्रोडक्शन याद दिला रही थी आपको एक बारी कि मोमेंटम इन्होंने बहुत तेजी से पिक किया था एक ही गेम में, अगर आपको याद हो ग्राइंड का वो मीरामार का गेम। लेकिन मैच की बात कर रहे हैं तो चलिए चलते हैं मैच की शुरुआत पे। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इट्स टाइम फॉर गेम नंबर 1, एरांगल।
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the first flight of the Grand Finals BGIS 2025 is live and coming in straight from the heart of Erangel. With me, of course, IC baby on the panel, and IC, it seems like this is going to be a good start, of course. A flight path so vertical, giving an equal opportunity to everyone. But IC, first up, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing right now here. First day in the grand finals looks absolutely amazing, and the flight path now is going to be starting from the north side and then ending into the south side of military base. So that means it is going to be equal footings for the rest of this team to actually compete with the best of the best. Ladies and gentlemen here, 16 of the best teams from all around India is competing for this grand finals, and it is going to be a total of 18 matches. To kick things off, day number 1 here, these are the rosters on screen.
Absolutely, you've got for Emirates Ross, you've got Bot Army, Cincinnati Kids, FS Esports. Of course, you've got some heavy hitters as well. You've got the likes of Genesis, Godlike, Orangutan, Reckoning Soul. These are the fan favorites. But the storyline of this entire competition has been the fact that you've got the majority of the newcomers out here. They are trying to prove themselves in, of course, the land of sports itself, the city of joy, Kolkata. But right now, currently, look at one team right there in towards the north side, SOA on top. I had a brief moment to actually interview these lads, and they basically said that this team, they've actually kind of done it in terms of the rotations and everything. They just want to start their first day on a good note.
I agree. You know, SOA Esports is going to be the team that everybody's going to be watching out for as well. Before I spill a little bit more information about SOA Esports, seems like the circle is going to be shifting onto the east side of this map. So it's a pretty balanced circle. So a lot of these teams, they will have a lot of opportunities to find equal footings in terms of overall rotations, but we do see a little bit of a run-ins with some of these teams here. True Reapers a little bit slow to reach Milta, and Mellow Esports, they're scouting things out. Thunder, he is going to go for a couple of love taps, but unfortunately will not find any kind of connections.
There's a lot of unsettlement inside of the lobby right now. Genesis Esports going head-on into battle. Things haven't yet slowed down. Everyone is unsettled. Fingers, of course, will be trembling, but Genesis Esports right at the get-go, we get to see that aggressive approach from this team. And of course, I see interesting stat, Shadow was the only player in a different Battle Royale game who has still stayed in from 2019 to 2025. He was in Kolkata before. Will he be able to prove himself again?
I agree, and even here as well, Genesis, they've actually brought in additional support from an international OG guy.
Yeah.
But the question here is, it seems like he has a little bit of run-in with his flight path, so he won't be here on day number 1 itself. So I'm a little bit concerned whether or not will this actually affect the overall performance of Genesis here. Their coach, Matt Toy, is going to be coming in play. For those who know, the OG guys definitely would know who he is. But let's talk a little bit more on the current state of the situation here, because it seems to be a little bit passive for some of the teams. Seoul also going to be one of the teams that narrowly, almost barely not qualifying into the grand finals during their run-in the second weeks of semi-finals.
You know what? It is very interesting for Team Seoul, especially the storyline. We'll talk later about them. But for now, of course, Genesis Esports, they are on their attack. And we've got the first finish, ladies and gentlemen, inside of realme BGIS 2025. Knockdown on the other side is Mac as well. But look at Chandan. The nade is being cooked. It's almost precise, but Max gets revived. Rivalry, they need to fall back. This is an opportunity to prove themselves, but Genesis, they're looking to overwhelm him with numbers, I see.
Oh boy, NRI in a little bit of trouble as well. They've lost Saham. They need Sarwar to make this count plays here. Chandan going for a couple of jiggle picks, but seems like he's not going to be able to find those opportunities here. NRI, a team that no one really knew came out of nowhere, now going to be forced to prove their ground in the grand finals itself as a statement here. And look at this, Sarwar, he is on the top of the rooftop, and the rest of Genesis, they are in a little bit of trouble. And Sam999 finds another pick. That's going to be Chandan down. A 2v4.
A huge opportunity for Sarwar. He's at the top of the MVP rankings currently, and he's got himself so many finishes. Currently, the best player inside of this competition, but will he be able to resurrect the rest of his comrades? Chandan being absolutely swarmed with enemies from every single side. It seems like Genesis, they've got this fight under their control, I see.
Well, they definitely do as well. Nades coming true. NRI in a lot of problem here. Mac going to be scouting things out, going for a couple of preemptive setups, but hospital fights are extremely tricky to play. And fortunately for Genesis, they had Sam999 on the outskirts with the flank to make things a little bit easier. But as soon as I say this, guess what? All this fight has taken a long turn, and he is attracted a little bit of commotion, and it's going to be THW X non-X Esports that is poking from afar. Look at this. in the glimmer and the shadows in the forest. Well, THW is looking to third-party this.
I know this, right? And this is Roman at his absolute best. When this guy actually participated in BGIS 2023 through his banner of GlitchX Reborn, he was always known for his third parties, and he's extremely clever, but it seems like he's kind of gotten himself different ideas, falls back, and even Genesis, as a matter of fact, amazing advantage in this fight, but still, they get back.
Oh my goodness, CHW non-X, they vertical motions, they punish Genesis for their aggression. Sam 999 will be picked off. It was a good call for Genesis here to back off. They took too long, but unfortunately to say, they will have to lose a limb in this process.
Whoa!
Here. But as soon as this happens as well, guess what? Another team going on head-to-head as well. It's going to be H4K getting hunted down by Soul.
Mania on the attack, but this man falls. It seems like Team Hades, they were looking to make the comeback, but here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first squad wipe of realme BGIS 2025, and it is none other than Team Soul. What a quick wipeout.
What a wipe coming in from Soul. Mid-rotation instantly takes care of them. But the question here is, can they get the reset? Manya and Hunters is down, and guess what? They're going to be able to get them in those vehicles and rotate to a safe position to resurrect them. And it seems like based on their current surroundings, they should be able to get all 4 men up.
Exactly right. And you heard the chants, you heard the cheers, of course. The crowd is electrified, of course, not just with the presence of Team Soul, but also with Hero Extreme Godlike. They've been brilliant, they've been ecstatic, they've been dominating throughout the competition. And if they come in and win it in Kolkata, I believe life will come to a full circle. Everyone is waiting for them to win.
Now, when we talk about rivalries here, Soul and God, like this is their first time making their appearance after so many years in an actual LAN event. 2 of the top dogs, arguably one of the most famous teams out here in BGMI history, is going head-to-head for the first time ever here in BGIS 2025.
And it also means a lot to both of these sides, because it's been a long time, the official trophy, the cabinet, of course, for both of these lineups being kind of empty for a while. Team Soul, their last major victory was BMPS 2023, when the lineup was being led by Omega and the boys. Ever since then, the official cabinet has sort of been empty for Team Soul and for Godlike. It's been 3 years. 3 years before they return into the official circuit, into the LAN events, and now they're here to punish everyone.
Agreed. Of course, instead of talking about the rivalries here, we have to give credit to some of these teams here. FS Esports is going to be one of those teams that actually made a little bit of surprise factor, making it their way into the grand finals. And obviously, versatile Somraj with so much experience in play. This is going to be proving grounds for each and every single team competing in Game 1 to make a statement and carry the momentum forward into the next couple matches.
To be honest, I believe Versatile is the most balanced team out there. You've got enormous firepower, especially with the likes of S-Power, right? You look at his statistics in official LAN events. This man, majority of the time, gets that MVP title, and I think Somraj will be banking on him for those frags. But there is another team I see. You've got to talk about Orangutan right now. They have been brilliant, but what do you think? Will they be able to break that curse?
Well, will they be able to make it to the zone is going to be the question right now, because as of yet, they are the closest to the zone. And look at this. The circle is going to be shifting towards the south side of the bridge itself. And it seems to me Forever Red Ross has a little bit of experience with this place, because we've seen this exact same circle during the group stages where, of course, FS Esports was able to come on top, but this time, Forever Red Ross is going to be smack middle, hoping to punish people on the corner lines as well. And this is only stage 2. Look at the desperation. Every single team is trying to make a rush for the best possible spots in this zone.
But look at this, a trifecta. Godlike in between Metal Esports and also Orangutan. It seems like they're currently under fire. Punk, of course, been taking those shots, will need to guide the rest of his comrades to safety, and it seems like they found themselves those couple of ridges to protect themselves from the incoming onslaught. But will Team Metal Esports attack, considering they've had a massive bomber, is going to be the question. From the distance, it's going to be Lucifer.
Oh, what a shot as well, and Mino is in a little bit of trouble as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to find a way to reset, but as soon as this happens, guess what? And Mino, he's getting shot by 2 sides. Forever Red Ross gets the confirmation instead with the help of Metal Esports, and just like that, Hero Extreme Godlike, they lose one. Jonathan not too happy about this, trying to get a little bit of return fire, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're stuck in a very, very difficult spot as well. And look at this, based on the minimap, they are currently positioned on the eastern barricades and compounds of the bridge itself. So in this northern part of this eastern bridge is going to be very tricky to play because we have the gas station that
Yeah.
you need to worry about. And look at this. Forever Red Ross is exactly in one of the nearer compounds was built up. True Reaper is going to be on the shorelines.
I love this split coming in from Lucifer and Beast, right? It kind of corners down all the teams coming in from that military-based region as well. So I want to see if Forever Red Ross, they can capitalize and get those finish points as well. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, I feel like they are in a middle of a crux right now. One of the positions which is extremely difficult to handle, currently surrounded by at least 3 or 4 teams. And with the circle being on top of them as well, I believe it's going to be a little hard for them to hold that position.
Oh my god, this is so smart of Sam as well. True Reapers, they understand that in this stage itself, you need to have an exit strategy coming from stage number 3. They're making sure their backs are pretty much covered, right? They know for a fact that the eastern side is pretty much exposed. They're making sure that they don't get picked off from this angle. And you can see True Reapers, they're a little bit hesitant to completely settle down, especially in stage 2. But if they decide to do that, Bot Army Esports with Monty in this angle is able to capitalize and punish them. So it seems like True Reapers, they might consider just backing out or completely.
To be honest, I see. It seems like Bot Army is the only team who's got the control of the bridge, and they might be able to come in 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7 before we move towards the 3rd stage of this map, which I believe IC is going to take entirety of the bridge out of the equation.
Oh,
and
no,
that
it's
means
not.
it is going to be more problems, and I'm loving it.
This is a problem for True Reapers right now because of how the conditions of the zone is going to be in here. Every single team from the west side is going to shift all the way to dodge every single team who's in the middle. And in this case, the northwest corner is going to be having FS Esports. We've got OG, we've got Forever Red Ross from the southwest corner. There's only 2 options for teams outside, such as Soul, Genesis, THW, CK, and Rivalry NRI, who's on the outer side of the zone right now. They only have 2 options: crash them or rotate around. So if they rotate the east side, True Reaper Jelly is going to have some serious firepower down to the southeast corner.
True that, but look at this now. The circle shifting has kind of forced Bot Army to get inside the circle. They are still battling for space, but it seems like Forever Red Ross, they've kind of regrouped and re-strengthened their position onto the south side of Milda. Extremely volatile right now with so many teams out there. Metal Esports, True Rippers, Bot Army, Godlike. I'm not sure who's going to survive. Certainly not Aru.
Oh boy, OG, they were the gatekeepers from the northwest corner. They got picked off, and that's going to be an opening for teams to actually rotate in. Hero Extreme Godline have to lay low. They've lost God Mino, one of the star players coming from the semifinals as well, who's able to clutch things out. This time, it's going to be the rest of the boys here coming from Hero Extreme Godline. And now Aru, that split, they are going to call in the cavalry to try and pick him up, and Vizgard is going to be able to salvage this. Metal Esports, they themselves also get a couple of love taps here. Unfortunately to say for them, they don't really have a lot of first aid kits. Same can be said for Orangutan, who's currently, look at this, Wizgard, no first aids whatsoever.
And it will be difficult considering so many directions being under fire currently. Orangutan, for them to hold on this position means to try and slow down the game a little bit. Just hold on to those hard compounds that you have under your control and retain that position till you are inside the circle. I believe I see the secret for success in this one is lying low.
Yeah, they have to as well. They have to conserve those resources as
True.
well. That's been a big problem because we saw how Metal has bled out a little bit too much on the mats here. With this battle of attrition, all this long poking is not helping them at all. Even Soul, yes, they may have gotten 4 finishes, but even on here right now, they don't really have a lot of options here. And right behind them as well, we do have members coming from Rivalry, NRI. They may be stalking to try and go for a complete crash here.
I'm so sorry to cut you off over there, but I like this approach coming in from NRI. In spite of the fact that Soul hitting so heavy, especially in the early stages of the game, and they themselves having lost a player, they're still looking to kind of follow their tails, trying to look out for the opportunities where they can get those big finish numbers. But currently, Rivalry X NRI find themselves one little corner of the circle on towards the northwest side, but they're under fire. Look at those blue dots coming in.
Oh my goodness. There's so many teams around them as well. They're pretty much stuck out and open as well. Cincinnati kids, they're going to get held on. THW going to be opening fire here. Roman looking for combo sprays, but he gets knocked by Aditya instead. And Cincinnati kids, they're trying to salvage the situation, and they are able to find 2 from THW. Look at this aggression from Aditya.
They certainly are aggressive, right? But it seems like the return fire is even more stronger. Rush Boy does go down. Cincinnati kids with their vehicles, of course, being ever so mobile, and Juicy with his replacement, just trying to keep himself alive. THW in deep trouble, I see.
Oh my goodness, being on the move so far, Cincinnati kids, they're trying to do as much as they can, but as soon as this breaks down, rivalry. NRI joins in for the fight as well. It's a three-way showdown and everyone is bleeding from this fight. None of these three teams are going alive here.
This Kolkata cauldron and the pressure from the fans, it's kind of chewing up all these athletes, kind of making them, forcing them into making those errors in judgment. But look at this right now, Versatile in deep trouble, and this trouble is being led by Jelly and his boys from True Ripper. Look at all those nades coming in, the artillery strike being brilliant. Somraj and Toy on their knees. Raiden will be their only source of hope right now, I see.
My goodness, this is going to be very tough here. They need to find angles here. Raiden find his best. Somraj dropping down pretty low, but guess what? As soon as those gunshots made in, Cincinnati Kids finds a way to sneak into the Milltown warehouse. They're going to be A-okay, I think, but there's just a lot of potential snakes coming here and there here. But Reckoning is going to be right beside them as well. But a nade from Sam. True Reapers. They get the re-knock on VXT.
Jelly is going strong, Sam is going strong, True Rippers, they certainly are going strong. And look at the way they are starting to dominate the zone itself. This is stage 4. Mind you, there is not a lot of space. Look at the minimap. There's absolutely 0 inches being given away. But teams are just diving in. Rivalry X NRI as well. On towards the move. Lindsay taking those shots, but no connection being found, I see.
How do you fight this? There's so many people in every single compound. Look at the minimap. There's more than 15 teams in stage number 4. Every single corner there's someone, and everyone is going to be going for the poke battles. And as of yet, Versatile, they've bled out all their mats. Nobody has mats here. Nobody has mats, and they're just dropping everything.
Wow.
Look at this, True Reapers once more with another amazing day coming from Jelly.
True Rippers, certainly, truly to their name, ripping things apart right now. Chandan is also going to bite the dust as Jelly and his mates, they do land, but taking advantage of this fight, it is going to be SOA who try and lob those nades and find those finishing points as well. The final blow on towards Gojo, which not only will give them points, I see, but also will give them a very important compound inside the circle.
NRI, they're not having a good time, and same can be said for SOE Esports. SOE Esports, one of the most consistent teams out here, out of all 16 teams in terms of placements as well as finishing points in their overall ratio from the semifinals, and they're trying to make a statement here. Very consistent stuff. However, here's an interesting twist here. Hero Ship Godlike down towards their last member. Actually, Jonathan being the savior, last hope for Hero Ship Godlike right now.
As always, this man has always done that for his team, and this time he is required to deliver yet again. People and fans consider him to be the greatest of all time, but if he does not deliver right now, I believe it is going to be a big blow for Heroic Ship Godlike. Look at Erangel though. They're here to prove themselves as well, and they give themselves a little bit of an advantage. Jonathan, he gets that information, but lies low, still looking for his opportunity. I see to strike, and I believe when he gets it, he's gonna bounce.
Agreed, but we gotta put that on hold because OG, they're going head-to-head against FS Esports, and now OG, they've lost AKOB, they've lost Aru. FS Esports, they go in for a double try. It's only WizGod that remains, and he's pretty much inside the smoke and somehow still survives. But OG, they're losing players. He's not gonna go out without taking somebody. WizGod continues his push. He tries to make a play, but WizGod, it goes in for the absolute push, gets another one, and now FS Esports, they get eliminated as well.
But now there's the last hope for Orangutan. It is going to be Atenki, but amidst all of this, it is Jonathan who is trying to make his impact. Nandul, of course, also coming in the mix of things as well. And now look at this, from the back lines, of course, Manly Sports, they capitalize, they strike down Hero Extreme Godlike, but Soul, they have 9 eliminations on them right now, currently dominating. It is their home ground, and Medley Sports will have to bite the dust potentially, I see.
The perfect third party. The perfect third party for both Metal Esports and Soul to gobble up all those points. But speaking of gobbling up, Soul currently with 9 finishes in total and 10 teams still remaining. What an opening for Soul Esports.
It is, right? This is an amazing start, and it's not just in terms of finished numbers. Look at the way they have captured map control, the entirety of that Northern Frontier. Team Soul has under their kitty, especially with the splits going on. It is going to be extremely difficult if you're not on the other side. Team Soul, I think, is an entire cluster out there on the south side as well. Team Soul, this is almost a finish fest for them.
Oh, this is a very difficult one. However, Soul, they are feeling extremely confident in this game. And look at this, they're so darn strong. And they've got everything in the northwest corner completely in their control. Whereas the rest of the world, look at this congestion down to the southeast corner. There's absolutely, what, 7, 8 teams in southeast corner? So they've got a fantastic time right now.
I love what SOA has done. You remember their drop on towards the north side of Stalwart, and now look at this. All that rotation from the eastern part of the circle, the eastern part of the map. They found themselves a little pocket of space, and I love the way they're moving from cover to cover, trying to dodge all those birds, but still keeping their position alive. But they've also spotted the likes of Army ESPORTS, Hitler, of course, in the front lines, trying to connect those nades, but it seems like it's just a tad bit away, which means we need to fall back and regroup once again.
Now, I've got a little bit of concern right now. It is stage 5, 30 seconds before the next zone actually shifts. This stalemate between every single team inside Kolkata has forced a situation where there's too many alive. Seoul is the only team right now on the northwest corner that is completely cleared in their favor. So they have the biggest idea and information that every single team is inside town. But the question here is, can Seoul actually capitalize with all this information? Look at this on the screen. We've got Genesis, we've got Cincinnati Kids, we've got SOA, True Rippers, Reckoning. Everyone is congested here, and the circle shifts into the center. And guess what? Reckoning smack middle of it all.
And this is an amazing advantage for them. They've got Viper, the man who holds the record for the most number of finishes in a single game. It's still 18, and his jersey number 18. Will that be resembling some sort of retaliation is the question. Amit gets taken down. Seoul, they get their 9th finish on board, which just means that they are going to be moving even stronger. Do they have any offense? Not really. They've got lovely ridges under their control, and they can just play all day long, but it seems like two men. It seems like Team True Rippers, they've got other plans, I see.
I agree, this is going to be rough for Seoul as well. They know that they have the advantage. Right now, they've got 2 knock. Teams may look to try and capitalize on this, and Metal, they're trying to sneak in, but Versatile is making sure they don't push Seoul as well. So this might be the saving grace for Seoul. Meanwhile, Toy still stalking onto Metal. A lot of smoke being set up as well, but Metal, they're going to go for the run as well. They're going to go for the push. Will they survive this race coming through from Versatile? No connections, no knock so far. And because of this, they managed to sneak through.
Versatile in an extremely messy situation. And so is Metal Esports. Reckoning, of course, on the defense. Metal Esports going extremely offensive, but no knocks being found. It is a nade barrage. But it, I believe, is not going in Metal Esports' way. Thunder and Legend extremely low on HP. Trying to find their breathing room, still trying to find their ground. Kyoya and Viper holding this barn house to perfection. And I believe the way the nades have been used, it's so perfect. Metal Esports, no room for error.
They have to go for the reset. They took, oh no, as soon as they say this, Sarvik got picked off by Reckoning. And this might be Reckoning saying that we are going to flush them out. They got confirmation of Sarvik. They found legit as well. And actually, Soul is the one that actually helps them out. That's going to be Metal losing a little bit too much players here. Reckoning, they've lost Eon. They've got a very decent sensor control and an off angle to punish them off, and that's going to be great for them. But against Seoul, they got the reset, and they got the punt, and they got the confirmation or medal. They let them through, but they still were able to find those finishes.
But it is not over, Icy. Look at that. Who is coming in? Who is approaching from that south side? Team Soul, I believe they've already spotted the likes of BXD out there. The smokes that have been laid down upon, it is extremely strategic to try and block the lines of sight. And I believe Versatile knows that to traverse this distance, I believe they will need to use those vehicles. But Nakul on the offense, I don't understand this. Trying to get the advanced position. Meanwhile, Ronnie and Hunters from the back lines providing cover fire. It will be extremely important for him to find the first knock as the nade sails in. Somrush taking a little bit of the chip damage, but yet to find that knock as Team Soul, they decide to make the plunge, I see.
They are going to make the plunge as well. Needs being dropped from Versatile. They need to find connections, and they do find Somrush. Soul! They're trying to do it once more. They're trying to farm even more. They found Toy as well. Only Raiden remains, and now Soul going on the hunt. Knuckle from the flanks. Raiden down to his last HP. They get the confirmation. He's going to go in for the resets. The push comes through. Soul with 12 finishes in total. They want to make it 14. Do they get it? Yes, they do. And that's going to be 14 finishes for Soul.
What a monstrous performance! You can hear the crowd just absolutely going berserk at this point. Team Soul, they've broken all barriers, but on the south side, Team SOA, they are surviving immense pressure. And is coming in through Team Trippers. Jelly, of course, being ever so aggressive. Smoker in position as well. Just trying to smoke down the lines of sight, trying to prevent all those nades coming in from the choke points. But will he be able to create the flank? Two players against four. Jump shot connects from the shotgun. Brilliant! He goes in for 4 as well. The last man, Ninja, still up on his feet. Smoker, jump shot with the shotgun. Is it gonna connect? It's a close call, and it seems like Team True Rippers, they are bowing out of the competition, but so does SOA.
Oh my goodness, Smoker, before going down, single-handedly manhandled True Ripper Jelly in a 1 versus 4. And the last player, then Molotov, he tossed it to perfection and he walked right in. What a clutch coming from Smoker from SOA. But all things considered, we are down towards our final 4 teams. 12 alive and Soul still alive as well.
Not just alive, Icy. They are alive and they are kicking. Look at that. Currently, it seems like Soul, they certainly have dominated the numbers, but the circle is not being favoring them for a while, at least at this point. The hard covers have already been taken up by Genesis and the rest of the squads. And Team Soul, they have a massive challenge up for grabs, and that is to try and traverse that distance and try and enter all these combos. Icy, do you think that is going to be possible? Because there are some sharp shooters who will look to stop them dead on their tracks.
Despite the amount of pandemonium and chaos that are ensured here, coming to stage 7 with 4 teams, there's a lot of space, there's a lot of corners here. Soul currently going to be in the open. That's going to be something that they have to actually play a little bit more patient here, considering that Genesis, they do have the upper hand, those off angles to actually punish them. So Soul, if the circles work in their favor, it's great. But if the circle doesn't favor them, and look at this, even Manya as well, he doesn't have those first aid kits. Oh no, Soul actually has to push into the city, so that means Reckoning Esports is going to be lying in wait. Cincinnati Kids and also Genesis is looking to capitalize on this.
But I don't believe they're going to be waiting for Team Soul. I see that is the point, right? All these teams in such close proximity. I believe Cincinnati Kids and Genesis will be forced into battle, also drawing attention from Reckoning Esports. And Team Soul will have to time that. Mighty with the nade taking down Shadow OG, absolutely brilliant right there. But can these 2 players survive the onslaught coming in from Genesis? It's a 2v2 battle, and Flock in a very dire situation. Look at his SP bar as well, not really healthy. Apollo looks at the nade coming in straight at him, dodges it back to safety once again.
This is tough. Genesis, they cannot afford to lose players right now, because whoever that takes a major fight right now, Soul is going to jump. But the question here is, should they wait for Soul, or should they just take those fights? Because Genesis and Cincinnati Kids, they don't have a lot of information. They only know that Reckoning is gatekeeping them, but it seems like call here is to hold down Reckoning Esports, or in this case, Genesis, as long as they can. Shadow being knocked here, that means Apollo needs to find time to actually go in for push, but Soul, look at this, they don't really have choice now. They have to make the play now.
I love the timing, I love the way they traverse that situation. The smokes are there to cover out the lines of sight. Team Soul just trying to lay low at this point. And Knuckle, the Batman himself, 7 eliminations already, and they are looking at more. They're looking extremely bloodthirsty, and their first target will be Reckoning Esports.
And they hold on. Oh no, they've lost Manya. What a nade from Gravity. It is going to be a 3 versus 3 now. Soul, they may need to look to go in for the reset. A lot of names being expended, but Reckoning, do they have a lot of it? Is going to be the question here. Hunter's going to go in a little bit of assistance. They are able to get Manya out, but Reckoning, they're a little bit afraid. They're afraid of Soul just pushing in. They're not committing to this fight.
But I like the communication between Viper and the rest of his comrades. I like the way how this young lad with those lanky shoulders is taking so much responsibility upon. Batman is down. Viper wants to attack, but does he know that there is Genesis lying in the back lines? Amazing nade coming in through from Hunters as Kyoya has been brought down yet again. Reckoning Esports in a dire situation, I see.
It is true. Ronnie is going to try and reset this fight, and Reckoning wants to wrap things up as well. They find Knuckle. Soul, an impressive run, 14 finishes, now has to deal with it with 2 players. Reckoning also playing this a little bit safe. They want to go in for the reset, but the circle, look at this, it's getting close. Ronnie looking for those jump shots, can't seem to find Viper. Clips him a little bit, but they're so low. The zone is ticking. It has got to hurt. It's got to be close. He's waiting. Viper baiting this out. He's got the angle, but the reload timing is just off. And Reckoning, they sneak through. And here comes the flush. They get the knock, and Reckoning still holds on.
They certainly hold on. Ronnie getting the information of how low these players are, of course, but will Team Soul be able to survive is the question, as Hunters is the only man up front. Of course, is going to be the Greek god Apollo, trying to keep his team alive. The jump shots from the shotgun connect. Reckoning from one side, Genesis from the other. 2 teams trying to stop Soul dead on their tracks, and they are being successful, I see, as only 2 teams and 4 athletes stay alive in this final circle of the first match of BGIS 2025.
They did their best, and Genesis was able to come on top, but guess what? Cincinnati kids, they almost got the reset, but Mighty is going to be the last man standing, and Genesis is looking to close the first chicken dinner of the day, and they will be the team that takes the first chicken for day 1 of the grand finals.
What a match, what a performance, drama, aggression, but what a way to kick things off inside of realme BGIS 2025. Love the performance coming in from the OGs, but of course you've got to give in to the lads from Team Soul as well. How aggressive was that performance, I see?
What a performance, what a patient but still Soul. What a dominating opener here in day 1 for the realme BGIS 2025, man. What a performance.
I mean, every single team out there, they gave their best. Be it Reckoning, be it Cincinnati Kids, even SOA, as a matter of fact, I believe they were extremely brilliant with their rotations as well. Teams fulfilling their daily objectives, but I believe certain teams are going to be extremely happy. The lead on Team Soul and Genesis is going to be monumental for their success in day number 1.
Yeah, but Genesis, they're not going to be having a lot of points to close things off, right? Just 4 finishes at the end of the day. And but Soul, you speak of them, 14 finishes on the board. That right there is a monstrous performance, and I'm pretty sure even the coaches, even the entire management was looking for this similar performance, and Soul has delivered it.
Agreed. And of course, for the first time on screen here, we'd like to welcome you guys to the English Dash. My name is ICBaby12. Joined with me is going to be Necro as well as Salty as we take you through the rest of the commentary here. We've had a little bit of an interesting run there just now. And Necro, my goodness, it's nice to have you on board right now. How are you?
Of course, I'm doing great, man. The stadium's packed, the vibe's electric. I'm definitely having a lot of goosebumps. But yeah, even the first game itself, who would have thought a team like Soul that was struggling to qualify in every single round, they come in swinging with a banger performance.
Hey, you know what actually happened? This is home ground support. This is Manya's home ground. This is his turf. Yeah. And all the support from the fans, the prayers, I believe everything is kicking in. Team Soul, amazing start.
I agree. You know, even when we talk about rivalries, obviously Hero Shape Godlike as well as Soul is going to be 2 contenders here. Hero Shape Godlike, unfortunately to say, they fell off a little bit too early. Jonathan, he was the last man standing. He tried to make a play, but he was part of that third-party action where Soul as well as Metal Esports was able to capitalize on it, just completely gobbled out the entire Western fight.
Yeah, and speaking of the fans, they're definitely going to be disappointed with Hero Extreme Godlike's performance, right? It's one of those teams that's been dominating through stages like a hot knife through butter, but then in the grand finals on the game 1 itself, they fumble. But it's understandable, right? We all know there's going to be those jitters. It's just a day 1. So many people in the crowd chanting your name. Even they need to live up to the expectations. So there's definitely going to be that pressure. But speaking of Genesis Esports, this is one of those teams that we never thought can actually secure the chicken in the first game itself, but they come out swinging.
I think it's because of the experience. Now, IC has something to say. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Come on.
I made a prediction.
Oh,
I felt like Genesis is going to take it all the way.
He's going to do that.
Because they've got I've got that 100% prediction rate right now. And the only reason why I think Genesis is going to step in here because I've got some insider information. And that is they have a OG international coach backing them up.
Wow.
Yeah, but still you can't forget a team like Soul's got 14 elimination, and Genesis was just sitting in their houses waiting patiently. Luckily enough for them, the circle was also favoring them, so that cannot be counted.
I think it was Team Soul's chicken until the penultimate stage, guys.
Correct.
I feel Team Soul, they had massive zone advantage, but as soon as the circuit shifted, right, all the teams, be it Cincinnati Kids, be it I believe Genesis as well, and one more team. They had their hard compounds, they had beautiful positions. Reckoning, I was talking about. Team Soul never really had the chance to enter the compounds, right?
So, like, I'm going to give credit where credit is due, right? Seoul, they played a very difficult circle entry point because they took very calculated fights, and while they're entering, they took the most perfect third-party timings at every single time, and when they did that, they did it really clean. It's just that in the final zone, it was very difficult here. You talked about giving it to Genesis. I felt like that circle was in Reckoning's favor, and Genesis was somehow able to steal it away from both Reckoning, from Cincinnati Kids, and then Seoul.
Look, it feels like Reckoning was too busy fighting the players of Seoul. And because of that, Genesis Esports got an easy advantage. Because all they needed to do was just pincer Seoul and Reckoning Esports do. Luckily enough for them, Seoul's only one last man was alive, so it was not tough to eliminate Seoul. Then moving on towards Reckoning, they were already super hurt. So for Genesis Esports, this game was sort of served on a silver platter. But let's not forget, even a team like SOA was doing great. But we also need to find out who was that player who performed incredibly well individually. Let's move on towards the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Knuckle, the Batman himself from Team Seoul, with 7 finishes at 613 damage dished out with 5 knockouts.
Amazing stuff. Look at that, the top 5 players, majority of them being Team Seoul players. It's Knuckle at the top, Ronnie and Mania coupling him up as well. 3 finishes on these lads. Smoker from SOA. I'm so happy for this lad because he's an IGL, but in spite of doing that, he's leading from the front with 5 eliminations, and I believe I see that is a good start for him as well.
Agreed, and he actually got, before going down as the last player here, he got himself a 1 versus 4 against True River Jelly, single-handedly manhandling all 4 of them in one of the most impossible clutches ever.
But this is actually concerning. If the newer teams are performing so well, and if the fan favorite teams are going to be struggling, then generally speaking, man, the fans are going to be having a lot of heart attacks in the future. Point standings on the screen, 19 points from Seoul. As I mentioned, they had a nuclear performance in that game. 15 finish points secured, 4 placement points. That's going to give them 19 points on the board. Genesis Esports with the chicken, they got 14. SOA on the third, 11 points. Still, the top 6 is quite close.
Guys, I mean, for the first time ever, I think we've casted a lot of lands together, but have we ever seen a first game where 5-6 teams almost reached double digits right from the get-go? I believe this is going to be the most competitive LAN so far in the history of BGMI. It's my prediction. I am feeling the goosebumps. Are you guys?
Look, the important point over here is not about being yourself or getting as many points as possible. The important point over here is that the newer teams are doing good in the game 1 itself. And this is genuinely concerning for teams like Reckoning Esports moving forward, for teams like Hero Extreme, Godlike as well, because the first game was a bummer. And look at the newer names. And this is what the new zone meta brings us. Let's not forget, this is the first LAN in 2025 with the new zone settings. Everyone's going to be on the equal pedestal.
See, this is where I have the perfect insider information.
So,
first night, I was able to get a little bit of interview with Dion, specifically from Reckoning Esports. I asked him for a lot of information, and he was able to give me some very good ones. And in this case, he felt personally that SOA, in the current meta, knowing that in BGIS history, the zone meta is exclusive to BGIS and no other third-party tournaments. And they observed that SOA has the most ideal rotation so far. And guess what? They are currently in the top 5. But they themselves have tried to pick it up, but their problem that they face personally is that they couldn't convert it properly.
Until they looked at Seoul's first game.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough.
I mean, see, come on, SOA, this is their first official tournament together. First tournament, they qualify for the LAN. They come inside of the LAN as well. First game, they touch double digits, especially Smoker, their IGL getting 5 eliminations. We talked about the rotation as well, from all the way to the top to all the way to the bottom. Like you said, they've cleared out the new zone mate. I believe this is a good performance for an underdog team to try and make their presence felt. The other teams, I believe their hands are going to be trembling right now.
You know, my question is to Icy. This man's always coming out with some spicy insiders, and he always goes to the players' room at night. Like, what's going on here, Icy? Why are you not letting the players sleep? If they do not perform, you know that it's all on you.
I'm not going them in the middle of the night. It's more like I just casually walked in the lobby. Oh, there's a player. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Icy. Best teams, hate teams you hate. Okay, great. Yeah, they give me a lot of information.
Interesting. So you're basically bothering the players' me time.
Yeah, and interesting enough, Jelly was able to give me some good information.
Oh,
I asked him who was the best team. He said Jelly. Who's the team that you hate? I don't hate any team, but I think the most difficult to fight against was Godlike. That's what he said.
Jelly's a PR trained man, right? That man is really sweet, all right? Jelly's never going to give you the right answers, but yes, the answer that he gave was without a doubt the right one, because Hero Extreme Godlike in the online stages, they were rolling through the lobby. It's not even a question. But now in the LAN, I feel like it's going to be something different.
But honestly speaking, I don't really feel Godlike they're gonna find themselves in a lot of trouble. It was just the first game jitters. It's not just Godlike. We saw so many teams trembling in the first couple of circles. I see you saw those quick decision making, early fights, random rotations as well. So it is just those LAN jitters which will take some time to calm down. But I'm pretty sure with the kind of experience that they have, and especially their IGL Punk, there's enormous opportunities, because you've got 17 more games left to go.
No, I like that you actually brought this up as well, because right now, every single team that has played this first match needs to understand one thing. Was that a tactical zone, or was that a really messed up zone? Because in my opinion, I felt like during stage 3, that shift on towards Milta itself, especially when stage 1 happened, stage 2, and then shifted in towards the east side, and then when stage 3 came, everybody thought it is going to be an urban warfare, but yes, it is. And when it comes to urban warfare, there is a lot of unpredictability.
Without a doubt, you never know where you're going to get peeked from, where a team is camping. There's so many walls that's blocking your vision. So in general, there's a lot going on. But you know what? A lot of the conversations are also going to be happening on the analyst desk itself.
और ज़्यादा सुधार की जा सकती थी, क्योंकि वो इनिशियल फेज था तो ज़्यादा उनको लूट नहीं मिली, जहाँ पर वो ग्रेनेड्स का बढ़िया इस्तेमाल कर सकते, मोलोटॉव्स का ज़्यादा इस्तेमाल कर सकते। पर रणनीति जेनेसिस की तरफ से बहुत साफ दिखाई दी कि उन्हें वो फाइट लेना नहीं था, वहाँ से वो डिसएंगेज करके निकले। नो डाउट उनके पास ज़्यादा फिनिशेस नहीं है, मात्र 4 फिनिश लेकर गए, पर क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है? पहले ही मैच में अगर आप 14 पॉइंट्स लेकर जाते हैं, देखिए 0 से तो बहुत ऊपर है 14 पॉइंट्स।
एग्जैक्टली। लेकिन चलिए अभी मैच की हाइलाइट्स के ऊपर हम लोग नजर डालेंगे, और जैसा इस मैच की बात करें, एक चीज पॉइंट करना चाहूंगा, ये रोजॉक स्कूल शेल्टर का जो हमारा क्लस्टर होता है वो बहुत ही बेहतरीन परफॉर्म करके गया, और आ चुके हैं हमारे सामने हमारी रियलमी हाइलाइट्स। मैच की शुरुआत में एक फाइट हुई, हमने देखा सोल को उन्होंने हेडीज एज4 के को एलिमिनेट किया। इट वाज एन मोमेंट।
ओह इट वाज अमेजिंग। मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पे कोलकाता लैन के लिए पूरी प्रिपरेशन के साथ आई है टीम सोल। थर्ड पार्टी बहुत बेहतर करते हैं वो, बट उसके बाद हमने यहाँ पे जोन के आउटस्कर्ट्स पे भी एक फाइट देखी है। फेस ओरंगुटान और फेस स्क्वाड ने जो एफर्ट लगाया, उनके पास एचपी नहीं थी, उनके पास सिर्फ जज्बा था, और वो जज्बा काफी था।
आई एम ग्लैड आपने ओजी का नाम भी यहाँ पे मेंशन किया, बिकॉज ओजी को मैं गेम के अर्ली दौरान में फाइट्स में एग्रेस करने एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था, बट उन्होंने इस बार अपना टाइम लिया। मेजी बीच में ओपन पोजीशंस का सर्कल चीज है, यहाँ पे जाके स्टेज 4 स्टेज 5 बहुत क्योटिक हो गई थी।
देखिए बहुत ज़्यादा, और सबसे बड़ी बात रही कि अंत तक लोगों ने अपने जो यूटिलिटीज़ थे वो बचा कर रखा। आप यहाँ पर सिंसिनाटी किड्स को देखेंगे, उनके पास यूटिलिटीज़ की कोई कमी नहीं थी। मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि टीम रेकनिंग उनके पास यूटिलिटीज़ अभी तक कैसे बची रही, क्योंकि मल्टीपल जगह उन्होंने फाइट ली है, और इसके पहले वो सिंसिनाटी किड्स से लड़ते हुए दिखाई दिए। जब टीम सोल का आगमन हुआ उसके बाद उनके पास मोलोटॉव्स दिखाई दिए, ग्रेनेड्स दिखाई दिए, यानी कि बैकपैक मैनेजमेंट टू द पॉइंट रहा टीम रेकनिंग का।
मुझे लगता है मेजी के बैकपैक मैनेजमेंट तो बहुत अच्छा था, बट यहाँ पे टीम्स 2 तरह की आपको देखने को मिली। एक थी जो शुरुआत से फाइट करना चाहती थी, और दूसरी थी जो थोड़ा सेव करके खेलना चाहते थे। सेव खेले, स्लो खेले, जेनेसिस उनमें से एक, वो सीधा जोन के अंदर आए, रुक के खेलते नजर आए, बट रिएक्शन देखिए आप सारे जो बचे हुए प्लेयर्स मैनेजमेंट का, दैट वाज लवली। अभी भी थोड़ी निराशा है कि चिकन डिनर नहीं आया, बट जैसे मैं बात कर रहा था, रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स स्लो डाउन किया अपने पेस को, जोन के अंदर सेंटर में बैठे रहे, होल्ड किया। फिनिशेस ज्यादा नहीं है उनके पास, लेकिन पोजीशन पॉइंट्स वो लेके गए।
आई थिंक रेकनिंग के लिए दिक्कत और मुसीबत वही हो गई थी कि सोल ने जब उनके कंपाउंड पे चार्ज किया, पीछे के जो गैप्स थे, जेनेसिस को जैसा आप बात करें लाइन ऑफ फायर वहां पे मिल गया था, उन्होंने उस चीज का काफी अच्छे से एडवांटेज उठाया। लेकिन माया भी आखिर कब खुश होंगे, 15 फिनिश निकाले टीम ने, टॉप 4 में फिनिश किया इस मैच के अंदर। दिस इज द बेस्ट स्टार्ट यू कैन आस्क फॉर टू अ ग्रैंड फिनाले।
देखिए स्टार्ट अच्छी है, पर उनको भी पता है कि जब आपके पास मौका पूरा था कि आप चिकन डिनर निकाल सकते थे, तो जहां पर मान्या सबसे पहले डाउन हुए थे, वो डाउन होना उनका बनता नहीं था, इसलिए वो नाखुश थे कि सामने से ग्रेनेड तो आने वाला था, आपको रेडी रहना चाहिए था।
देखिए कोच खुश होना हो, प्लेयर्स के अंदर क्या चल रहा है, उनके दिमाग में इनफैक्ट क्या चल रहा है आगे के मैचेस को लेके, ये जानना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। इन ऑल ऑफ दिस वी हैव अ मैन ऑन द स्टेज हेल्पिंग अस आउट। सो चलिए चलते हैं रोहित के पास और जानते हैं कि सोल का क्या कहना है इस गेम के बारे में।
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स। अब देखो हो ये रहा है कि मैं ना अपने सनग्लासेस लाना भूल गया हूँ, एंड यहाँ पर बहुत रोशनी पड़ रही है क्योंकि एक इंसान है, इनफैक्ट एक टीम है जिन्होंने बहुत शाइन कर लिया है, एंड यहाँ पर बहुत रोशनी फैल रही है, एंड दैट्स सोल। एंड इस समय नकुल से बात करना बनता है। 7 फिनिशेस गेम 1। अभी तो वो शुरुआत हुई है नकुल, लेकिन एक मोमेंटम कितना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। ये पहला मैच जब आप जीतते हो, एक मोमेंटम मिलता है ना टीम को, तो ये प्लान में है कि मोमेंटम को बरकरार रखना है। इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनका सपना है कि एक दिन वो भी BGIS फाइनल्स में लैंड में इस तरह आपकी तरह खेलें। तो टेल अस की प्लानिंग क्या होती है बिफोर गेम 1?
लाइक हम सोच के आए थे कि डे 1 से हम अग्रेसिव खेलेंगे ताकि मोमेंटम मिल जाए मैच 1 से ही। तो मतलब हमारा स्टार्ट अच्छा हुआ, हमें 4 किल मिले, फिर हम जोन टू जोन गए, वहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टीज वगैरह मिली, तो सही था मैच, बट और बेटर हो सकता था एंड में।
अभी तो बस शुरुआत ही है। एंड यहाँ पर मैं मान्या से भी जानना चाहूँगा, मान्या ये बताइए कि ये मोमेंटम आप डे 1 में लेते हैं, तो अब आगे वाले दिन के लिए क्या स्ट्रैटेजी होती है? थोड़ा सा सिंपल वाला जवाब मत देना कि जीतने ही है, कुछ और हमें थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा बताओ कि एग्जैक्टली टीम के मन में क्या चलता है ऐसे टाइम में।
लाइक हमारा फोकस था कि हमें पहले मैच में मोमेंटम लेना है, हम किल के लिए जाएंगे, तो अभी तक तो प्रोसीड है, हर एक प्लान बस टिक 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 करते जाना है।
एंड मैंने ये सुना है कि अभी आपका लंच हुआ नहीं है, नहीं हुआ है ना? लेकिन मुझे ये पता चला है कि आपकी भूख
हो गया है पर हमने नहीं खाया।
और आपने इसलिए नहीं खाया क्योंकि आपकी भूख तो चिकन डिनर से ही मिटती है, तो अब चिकन डिनर से बस इतना सा रह गए थे। तो ये क्या हर्ट करता है ऐसे टीम, या आप अगले मैच की तरफ ज़्यादा फोकस करते हैं?
एक्चुअली हर्ट नहीं किया, हम पहला मैच चिकन के लिए खेल नहीं रहे थे, तो हमें हर्ट नहीं हुआ।
ऑलराइट। एंड नकुर, इस समय क्या एनर्जी कैसा लग रहा है इस समय? ऑफ कोर्स सोल जो टीम है, काफी प्यार तो मिलता ही है सोल को, ये आप सुन सकते हैं, ये आप फील कर सकते हैं। तो जब ऐसे इंटेंस क्लचेस होते हैं, जब एकदम इंटेंस मैच होता है, लैंड पे जब आप परफॉर्म करते हैं, फैन का इतना प्यार मिलता है फैंस की तरफ से, तो क्या चलता है?
लाइक अभी तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत सारे फैन से हमने मिले भी, सबसे आस-पास मिला, तो अभी अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत पॉजिटिव वाइब्स है स्टार्टिंग से ही, तो ट्रॉफी उठाएंगे।
ऑलराइट, सो इस समय सोल काफी कॉन्फिडेंट लग रही है, लेकिन क्या ये कॉन्फिडेंस अगले मैच में देखने को मिलता है? वी विल फाइंड आउट आफ्टर दिस वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक, एंड आफ्टर द ब्रेक वी हैव मोर BGMI एक्शन वेटिंग जस्ट फॉर यू।
बट अब हमारे आखिरी पड़ाव पे पहुंच चुके हैं। ट्रॉफी की अब कंटेंशन है, भले भाईचारा ऑन टॉप है, पुराने टीममेट्स हैं, कंपेरेटिवली न्यूअर फेस बाकी तीनों को देख करके लग रहा है आप हर बार ही पहुंचते हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, बट अब क्या है कि ट्रॉफी जो है वो जीतनी है, ठीक है। ट्रॉफी क्या महत्व रखती है आप चारों के लिए, मैं समझना चाहता हूँ। जो BGIS 2025 की ट्रॉफी है, रियलमी BGIS 2025 की ट्रॉफी है, ये क्या महत्व रखती है, क्यों उठाना चाहते हैं आप सब लोग ये ट्रॉफी? एंड इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, शायद आप चारों में से किसी ने भी अभी तक कोई भी ऑफिशियल लैंड की ट्रॉफी नहीं उठाई है, तो क्या इंपॉर्टेंस ये ऑफिशियल लैंड की ट्रॉफी आप लोग के लिए रखती है? स्टार्टिंग बता दो।
मेरे लिए तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि OG को मैंने BMPS भी क्वालिफाई करवाया, BGIS भी करवाया, बट अगर क्वालिफाई करवाने के बाद फाइनल्स में हम लोग चोक कर देते हैं तो उस चीज़ का कुछ पॉइंट नहीं रहता। जब तक मैं उनको ट्रॉफी नहीं देता हूँ तब तक कुछ ज़्यादा मैटर करती नहीं है वो चीज़। एंड एक और चीज़ इसमें होती है कि मैं इतने सारे लैंड खेला हूँ, बहुत सारे लैंड खेला हूँ पिछले कुछ सालों में, तो जब आप उस स्टेज पर होते हो और किसी और को ट्रॉफी उठाते देखते हो, ये जानते हुए कि आप में पोटेंशियल था वो उठाने का, तो वो जो मोमेंट होता है ना किसी भी और टीम के प्लेयर के लिए या फिर सारी टीम्स के लिए, आई थिंक वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा डिप्रेसिंग मोमेंट होता है। और उस पॉइंट पे ऐसे लगता है कि बस हम वो मोमेंट में ना हो, ऐसा लगता है कि बस चूहे मारने वाली दवाई खा के मर जाए उस मोमेंट में बस। और उसके बिठा के रखा जाता है वहाँ पे कि हाँ और देखो तो वो चीज़ दिल में बहुत स्टिंग करती है। तो वो इतनी बार देख लिया कि हंगर अब नेक्स्ट लेवल तक पहुँच चुके हैं, तो इसलिए मेरे लिए तो बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है।
जी ग्रेविटी,
मुझे तो ट्रॉफी उठा के देखना है, क्योंकि मैं वो फील करना चाहता हूँ कि ट्रॉफी उठा के कैसा लगता है।
ये ले भाई उठा के देख ले।
तो आप बस महसूस करना चाहते हो कि कैसा लगता है, तो फिर तो आप किसी और भी बंदे की ट्रॉफी ले लो, उठा के देख लो।
नहीं तो फीलिंग नहीं आएगी ना।
अच्छा ओके, खुद की अर्न करी हुई ट्रॉफी उठा के आपको फील लेना है बेसिकली, तो ये बेसिकली फील के लिए खेल रहे हैं। आपका क्या कारण है?
मेरा तो बहुत ही सिंपल जैसा रीजन है कि मेरे को मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि खुद को प्रूव करना है। देखो सच्ची वो वाले फेज में नहीं हूँ मैं कि मेरे को खुद को नहीं वैसा भी नहीं, मेरा वो है ही नहीं दिमाग में कि मेरे को खुद को प्रूव करना है। मेरे को बस इतना सही है कि मैं ना 1 साल तक घर नहीं गया था इसी वजह से कि मैं टूर्नामेंट क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पा रहा था। तो मेरे को ये नहीं था कि घर पे जाके क्या बोलूँ मम्मी पापा को, कैसे बताऊँ उनको, कुछ नहीं था, उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, शायद उनको क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है हो रहा नहीं हो रहा है, ठीक है वो उनके लिए तो अच्छा ही हूँ मैं। लेकिन मेरे को यही था कि मैं 1 साल तक नहीं जा पाया, खुद के अंदर से वो आ रहा था कि मैं घर जाके क्या बोलूँ, मैं एक भी टूर्नामेंट से पहले बाहर नहीं होता, भारी बाहर हो जा रहा हूँ। तो ये मतलब मेरे खुद के लिए बस एक सॉरी है खुद के लिए कि मैं 1 महीने या जितने भी था डिप्रेशन में बैठा था वहाँ पे, और खुद को उस टाइम पे यही बोलता था कि अभी तेरे को कम बैक करना है वहाँ से। तो वही है, वो आग बस लग रखी है अंदर कि एक बार तो उठानी है इस बार, कि खुद को एटलीस्ट तो सर झुका के ना देखना पड़े, खुद को ऐसे कॉन्फिडेंट होकर देख सको कि हाँ भाई किया इस तरह से।
मेरा तो ऐसा सीन है कि जो मैंने इससे पहले ऑफिशियल्स खेले हैं उसमें मैं एक में 6th आया था, एक में 7th आया था, और एक में जो मेरा लास्ट था उसमें हम लोग 14th एंड करे थे। तो उसके बाद से मतलब लोगों का यही होता है कि एक चीज़ पकड़ के बैठ जाते हैं। तो उसके बाद से मतलब बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं कि अच्छा ये लोग क्वालिफाई तो कर ही लेते हैं पर फाइनल जाके हक देंगे, ये वो
ये मैं भी उनमें से एक हूँ, बीइंग वेरी ऑनेस्ट, आई विल बी ऑनेस्ट अबाउट इट।
इस बार बस उन्हीं लोगों का मुंह बंद करना है बेसिकली। तो बस उन्हीं लोगों का मुंह बंद करना है, मतलब दिखाना है कि हाँ हम बस मिड नहीं है, हम भी उठा सकते हैं ट्रॉफी, और वही उठा, आई गेस वो ट्रॉफी उठा के ही सबका मुंह बंद होगा।
एंड बीइंग वेरी ऑनेस्ट जूसी, सच में अगर आप वो ट्रॉफी उठाते हो, आई विल कंसीडर माई सेल्फ एंड ऑल द पीपल जो ये बोलते हैं वो शायद आपसे भी ज्यादा खुश हो गए, बिकॉज जब हमें बोलते हैं तो हमें सच में वो पोटेंशियल भी दिखता है यार कि ये इट इज नॉट ईजी कि आप हर बार इतने फ्रीक्वेंटली अपनी टीम को ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचा रहे हो, इट्स नॉट एट ऑल ईजी। और वहां से वो दिखता है यार कि कब कब कब, एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि शायद ये वाला साल वो। और इसी के साथ दोस्तों ये थे हमारे 4 आईजीएल्स जो पहुंच चुके हैं कोलकाता द सिटी ऑफ जॉय। अभी नहीं पहुंचे, यहाँ से सीधे वहीं पे जाने वाले और वहां पर जाकर के कुछ बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन दिखाएंगे। ये जो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होने वाला है, लॉबी इजी टफ वो हो या ना हो वो बहुत अलग बात है, बट फुल ऑफ इमोशंस रहेगा, फुल ऑफ रिडेम्पशंस रहेगा, एंड वी ऑल हैव टू फिगर आउट कि आखिरकार होगा क्या, चैंपियन कौन बनेगा, ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल है। लेकिन कितने सपने साकार होंगे, कितने सपनों को वो अलग आसमान मिलेगा, उसकी भी ये कहानी रहने वाली है। तो अभी के लिए बस इतना ही, कीप वॉचिंग, कीप एंजॉयिंग।
चलिए अब हमारा जो दूसरा मुकाबला है वो शुरू होने वाला है और हमारे साथ अब नेक्रो जुड़ चुके हैं। नेक्रो, कैसे हैं आप? पहला मुकाबला आपने देखा, कितना एंजॉय किया है आपने?
It was quite great, I'm not gonna lie. Seoul getting 14 points off the rip like that. I'm speaking of the finishes, and then later on, as we all know, how they were just dominating throughout the lobby. But let's not forget, even teams like SOA, they've still got a massive chance. And this is also a wake-up call for the known teams, right? Because if the newer names are doing great itself in the first game, then the known names are definitely going to start to tremble.
पर अगर आप हेडीज H4K की टीम की बात करें, क्योंकि इस मैच में ज़्यादा कुछ वो कर नहीं पाए और सबसे पहले उस टीम का हमने एलिमिनेशन देखा था टीम सोल के हाथों, उनके लिए पहला मैच इस तरीके से जाना कितनी सारी चीजें बदल सकता है आने वाले जो भी 17 मैचेस हैं।
Look, Hades H4K, much more of a newer banner, right? So they're of course going to have that pressure. It was understandable that they're going to get eliminated off the rip. Their hands are probably shaking. There's so much pressure, probably even the fans looking at them. So the first game done and dusted, I feel like we should not judge them off the rip. Let them take over the flow. Let them understand how the vibe's looking like. Because let's not forget, even Hero Extreme Godlike got taken down pretty early.
यस, आप ये कह सकते हैं कि वो 0 पर उनका एलिमिनेशन हुआ था। पर नेक्रो, आपसे ज़रूर चाहेंगे, नो डाउट आप इंग्लिश कमेंटेटर बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया है, पर हमारे जो दर्शक हैं, हमारी जो ऑनलाइन ऑडियंस है, आपके मुख से ज़रा वो हिंदी जो कमेंट्री है वो भी सुनना चाहती है। तो इसके लिए हम थोड़ी सी और चर्चाएं करेंगे टीम रेकनिंग के बारे में। उनके पास भी ज़्यादा फिनिशेस नहीं आए हैं और आप प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट की अगर बात करते हैं तो वो भी ज़्यादा नहीं ले पाए वो।
जी, आई मीन देखिए, रेकनिंग स्ट्रगल तो कर रही है, नो डाउट, बट फर्स्ट गेम कंसिडरिंग उनके पास अभी भी डबल डिजिट्स आ चुके हैं हाथ में, डिसेंट पॉइंट्स हैं उनके पास पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग पर, तो आई फील लाइक एक बेस जो होता है रेकनिंग स्पोर्ट्स का ऑलरेडी सेट है। अब बस उनको एक सेम फ्लो के साथ वो बेस मेंटेन करना है, मतलब कंसिस्टेंसी जरूरत है। मगर हमने पास में भी देखा ऑनलाइन स्टेजेस के अंदर, अगर एक टीम जस्ट बेयरली इनफ कर रही है, बस कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ खेलना चाहती है, तो दिक्कत आगे आती है जब वो कंसिस्टेंसी टूटती है, बिकॉज इंस्टेंटली जो उनके पास लीड होती है वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो जाती है।
जी हाँ, और अभी उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये जो कंसिस्टेंसी है वो ज़रूर मेंटेन करे, क्योंकि उनको ज़रूरत है कि अपनी टीम को वो आगे तक लेकर जाएं। पर फिलहाल के लिए हमारी जो दूसरी सह समीक्षक हैं दर्शिता, वो तैयार हैं ऑडियंस के बीच में। चलते हैं, जानते हैं कि ऑडियंस का रिएक्शन कैसा है इस पहले मैच के बाद। चलिए, दर्शिता ने काफ़ी बढ़िया ऑडियंस से बातचीत करी है और ऑडियंस का भी कहना है कि वो मैचेस को बहुत ज़्यादा एंजॉय कर रहे हैं। पर नेक्रो, एक और सवाल आपके लिए रहेगा कि किस तरीके से आप इस चेंजेस को देखने वाले हैं, पर इसके बारे में थोड़ी देर बाद बात करेंगे, क्योंकि आज के दिन का दूसरा मुकाबला मिरामार का वो बिल्कुल तैयार है। चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the realme BGIS Grand Finals once more, and this is going to be game number 2 in the map of Miramar. Things are going to be extremely spicy, dicey, and intense. And my name is ICBaby12. Joining me on the commentary desk here, we have Super Johnny to take you on the English commentaries here. And look at this, Johnny, the flight path looks to be a little bit shifting onto the north side here.
Exactly. This is going to put us in a lot of interesting early game drop clashes for all the teams specifically that are going to try and play from that southwestern quadrant. But I see. We saw that game 1. We saw the 15 eliminations that was there for Team Seoul. And let's not forget, this is the team that capitalizes on momentum. Now, with a flight path that favors their drop off crater fields and the map, that was the key reason that they've made it this far into the tournament. I wonder what is Seoul going to be up to in this game.
Well, this is their map. We've seen Seoul making history throughout their entire careers here in realme BGIS, having one of the most amount of points gotten in a single map, and it was 28 finishes and also the chicken dinner, which gave them 38 points in total in the map of Miramar. And of course, can they carry that momentum coming from the first game? We shall see. But based on the flight path right now, look at this, Johnny. Seoul is pretty split up. What is going on? We've got Ronnie, we've got Manya, we've got Hunters and Nako all the way in the north side. Pretty split off.
Hey man, they've read this game. They know the teams that drop quite close to them are still a little bit further away to put the players in any actual danger, and because of that they've taken that risk to get those vehicles as quickly as possible. But look at El Pozo now. I see a drop clash happening over there, and it seems like we might have a conflict between Rivalry NRI and TSW.
Well, Levi pretty much forced to link his way out of position. Chanda, does he go in for the hunt is going to be the question, but seems like prioritizing on regrouping is going to be the case here, because Rivalry NRI, they're pretty split off themselves as well. They've got two guys all the way in ruins. They've got two guys right here who's beside THW X non-X, and seems to be Levi has no choice but to actually rotate in towards El Pozo to kind of stock up a little bit mats here. So he's not going to have those vehicles. That's going to eat up some time. But fortunately for them, it is the map of Miramar, and Miramar does have a very, very long rotation.
Exactly. You have that early breathing room in case you are put in an awkward spot. But there was one more team that did take the eastern periphery of that city of El Pozo, and I wonder if we are going to see that early fight brew up. In the meanwhile, Cincinnati Kids on our screen, a big turnaround in that opening game of Erangel, finishing in the top two, decent number of eliminations on the board as well. And ZK, they came into the grand finale from that semi-finals as one of the favorites to win it all. At least it was the case for me.
Well, it is going to be a problem as well, but Orangutan, also a team that kind of struggled in game number one. They had center control, they had the right rotation thus far, but they just could not hold down the fort, and that was something that a lot of those teams actually struggled considering the amount of people congested in that urban warfare. So I hope that the pressure doesn't really affect them morally and stick to their game plan. And obviously we know Seoul, they are going to be on their hunt again. Game one, they were extremely aggressive, and this wide split has allowed them to get a lot of information in the north side of the circle right now.
They have the information, they have the terrain control as well, but I think this game, Seoul, the pace is going to be completely different. The tempo is going to be completely off, because they have the circle, they had the flight path first of all, and now they have the circle as well. With the entire northeastern quadrant of the circle in their control, they have all the breathing room to work with in the early stages of the match.
Now, when we talk about record-breaking centers coming from Seoul, right? I brought it up just now. It was 38 points in a single map.
Yeah.
They played this roster with Salme replacing Ronnie in that exact match.
Yes.
And now, they've got in Ronnie with an opening with just now, like that, game number one. This time, will they be able to replicate it without Salme? What do you think?
I think Ronnie, you have that that factor for Ronnie where you know he is a LAN veteran. He has placed on LAN for a long time. And of course, you talk about playing LANs for a long time. Jonathan, of course, this man has the most experience under his belt. He has put up big performances and is a legend in his own right. But that game number one, it was a very off start for Godlike, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a complete flop. Admino was the first one to get picked off, and I hope that this is okay for them, because I was able to get a quick chat with their current coach, or in this case, to actually help out for the finals itself, Robin. And he said that he feels a little bit down, and for how Admino got taken out in that situation, I hope that he's able to reset his mentality and then continue to push forward, because that may be a problem eventually for all these teams. And you must understand, the stakes are pretty high, pressure is on, you cannot have your emotions in a very, very awkward spot.
That is true, but you know, that's how it is for all the younger athletes. Emotions are a big part of their performance, but they can sometimes be a big reason for the lack of performance as well. And this is where the IGL of the team might be the one to be the calming voice. Hopefully in the upcoming matches we can see Godlike bounce back. few moments ago we had Genesis, the winner, chicken dinner winners of that previous game of Erangel, and now Medal Esports as well on our screens. Medal, I have to say, not the start that I was expecting to their day, to be honest.
Yeah, to be honest, I felt like they did pretty well. Like,
really?
They did pretty okay. Their third parties were really spot on in the Western approach in Erangel, and this was my biggest concern. I like that you actually brought it up on the desk as well, where the incident regarding Prince, where he is actually being forced to step out from Medal Esports and having Amit in play. My biggest question was, were they able to do okay? In the recent third party, it looks good, but in the current zone settings, I feel like they're doing okay, but it's not perfect.
I see Maisie gave me a lot of hype around Amit, man. He told me he's been doing 1v4s and all in all the scrim matches that he's been playing. So I mean, I'm expecting a lot from this man, considering he is kind of a Battle Royale veteran, so, and very well known in his circuit. Now just a little bit of a switch, because now he's forced to take a player role again after a long time instead of just being a coach.
Yeah, and recently they had a third-party tournament as well, and I felt like this was the first time seeing Amit play. He looked pretty good as well. He was clutching. He was one of the top fraggers in the top 5 position, at least in that lobby, with Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams. So I feel like, again, you know, obviously a lot of these teams, they understand that BGIS is going to be the bigger picture. You know, the lobby is completely different.
Yeah.
So just based off game one, we can see the intensity of all those teams. Like, everyone is pulling off some insane micro decisions.
That is true, but I have a question. I see. Why is it that you and I are here and we have the slowest game of Miramar in front of us right now? It is almost 7 minutes and 30 seconds in and not a single casualty in the game yet.
Again, you know, it's all about tactics, man. Like, we saw how game one, it was really slow as well. We saw a little bit of collisions here and there, but again, considering that how game one went, everybody knows that that circle was completely messed up. So they have to play this a little bit slow, play this a little bit more tactical now, and understand and predict how the zone is going to be shifting. Again, this is only stage 1.
Yeah.
The info that I've had with from Reckoning Esports is that by stage 2, they need to get center zone and the quickest rotation to the center for stage 2 and stage 3 as a priority. So that's where things will get a little bit messier.
Yeah, either you see a clear path with some cover for the next 300, 400 meters towards the center, or you just get to the center, find a compound and hold. And as of now, talking about the center, there's a big cluster already building up. We have True Rippers Jelly, who are just breaching the southeastern edge of the circle right now. There might be a little bit of conflict because you see the hills towards their west, and there is Cincinnati Kids on the other side of the hill. We see them on the radar as well, and it seems like I see as these teams move in from the southern side of Picado, they might run into the side of Medal. There's going to be OG waiting for them and a few other squads.
See, this is what I mean, right? Stage 2 shift, this hard shift is so detrimental in the sense where everybody needs to be quick. Whoever reaches to the center the fastest on stage 2 or 3 will have a very good time. And now, Dion told me that SOA's got this in the bag, but based on what I'm seeing right now, I don't see SOA, I don't see Reckoning Esports in the middle, but I do see Bot Army Esports, and this is going to be a very interesting one here, considering that Hitler is on top of those mountains.
Oh man, King of the Hill. Is he actually going to wear this crown? VXT moving up. Somraj leading the charge. Hitler, the shotgun is ready. Spots out the man. The shots are going to be fired. Just one connection found, and Somraj evades successfully. Now, important to see, will Versatile re-engage into this fight for the hill?
Well, this is going to be interesting as well, considering that it is a very off angle to actually play his way through. But speaking of rivalries, this is the hype that has been built up for BGIS itself. Hero Extreme Godlike side by side against Seoul here in game number 2 right from the get-go.
We have seen this fight during that semi-finals qualification when in week 1, after this exact moment, we saw Godlike move past the barricade and secure their spot in the finals. But now Punk from the top of the hill, I'm pretty sure he's getting the information of the enemies on the other side. But Seoul, they're moving out on the flank, looking to see if they can find an off angle or at least draw Punk away to the other side of this ridge and just get a linear fight against the side of Godlike.
Oh boy. Seoul making the right call to actually back off, considering that Hero Extreme Godlike does have those upper advantage in high ground. So this is going to be something that they have to actually focus here, considering that they are on the northeast side of this section, and they do expect a little bit of company here, and that's going to be actually Genesis, I think, in the teal color here, and Genesis, Godlike, and also Soul is going to be side by side in the northeast corner.
Oh man, there's a cluster of teams. Forever Red Ross, Lucifer. Here's the buggy. Manya spotted out. Some damage dished out. Looking for the knock, and there it is. Lucifer with the opener. But Soul, they retaliate, and the players are going to be traded from either side, with Soul having the upper hand in this fight. Hunters chimes in, and Forever Red Ross, this might be an early fall for them in this game of Miramar, as the third party from Godlike as well comes through. And now the scramble to secure these eliminations between these two sides is going to be underway. But Soul grabs 3 eliminations, a player knocked out, and now Godlike, they're looking to third party, but Admino falls as soon as he goes in.
Oh no, Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to keep him alive as well, but Soul, they're weak. They're extremely weak. They need to wrap things up, but they're fighting outside of the zone here, Johnny. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're playing this a little bit safe. They are going to go for the resets instead, so they are going to make sure that Admino gets out of safety. But Soul, look at this, they've lost 2, and there's nothing they can do about this. Naku is nowhere to be found from the side of Soul to contest this, so that's going to be freebies in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike. Confirmations by Jonathan, and that's going to be Soul losing a total of 3 members, leaving Naku the last man standing for Soul.
Oh man, I mean, we were expecting a big win from the side of Soul in this game, but now let's see how far can Knuckle take his team. In the meanwhile, Hades H4K collide against the side of THWNON. And while bodies have fallen from either side, it seems like THWNON IC, they have the upper hand in this fight. The numbers advantage is going to be there after the revive comes through. And it is going to be the man from Hades H4K on the run, but he goes nowhere as Levi finds the frag. And it's 2 finishes on the board for THWNON. Make that 3 now.
Fantastic hold coming from THW-Non-X as well, but from afar, Chandan, what is that shot? What a shot coming in from Chandan to actually get the knock. And the battle of attrition continues with all this poking fights from afar. And Rivalry NRI, they are able to get the opener, but the problem is, do they make the push? Because as of yet, they do not know if there is any other teams looking to third party. But speaking of third parties here, unfortunately to say, we do see Hades H4K in only with 1 player. So that's going to be a situation that it is going to be very, very difficult to come out of.
Yeah, he's the man who's playing for everyone else to get third parties just so he can get some placement points from this match. And in the meanwhile, breathing room for Draxi has been provided as Rivalry NRI from the distance. We saw that knock. That was impressive. Chandan, the man is very precise, but needs to be careful. And his team needs to be careful as well, because even TSWNON are going to have the line of fire to retaliate. In the meanwhile, moving in from the northern edge of the circle, we have Godlike. They want to fight a few moments ago by third-partying the conflict of Soul and Forever Red Ross. They've secured a few eliminations to their name, but can they secure this game?
Yeah, this was a very awkward fight as well. It was a 3-man showdown. You know, early on, Forever Red Ross tried to engage the fight, but as soon as Forever Red Ross engaged against Soul, Hero Extreme Godlike capitalized on this, and not only taking down both Forever Red Ross, they actually hurt Soul's chances in this game as well.
Yeah. I mean, they might not have been able to secure a lot of eliminations, but they get 2 points. And as you mentioned, more important than that is making sure that you are putting your competition, well, out of your way. You're basically shoving them off. And for the side of Soul, Knuckle, he's right here on our screens. He's moved in towards the southwestern edge of the circle right now, and his pathway, his entry into the zone is blocked. But Godlike, this run-in against the players of SOA, they need to survive. They need those finishes as well to get a spot at the top of the leaderboard.
What a show. We've got 1 game from Soul. Now Hero Extreme Godlike trying to replicate what's happening here. But again, they're not inside the zone. In stage 4, they've got teams gatekeeping them as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, they have to push through 2 teams, and that's going to be Genesis as well as SOA Esports in front of this barn houses outside of Power Grid.
Man, this northwestern edge, I do not see a way in for Godlike. As you mentioned, Genesis, SOA blocking their direct path. They move up north. You have to deal with Barami Esports. You move down south. There's Cincinnati Kids waiting for you. And SOA, it seems like Smoker, he's trying to take a few shots onto Admino. But look at that. That is just brilliant. Godlike have turned and switched places with the players of SOA, and Godlike finds themselves barely inside the edge of the circle, and SOA is just forced out.
I'm really surprised that they were able to find a blind spot on Genesis, and because of this, they are able to sneak past those 2 teams. So that's a huge play coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Meanwhile, let's talk about the rest of the world here in the southwest corner. We have Reckoning Esports going to be gatekeeping the members of Rivalry NRI. We saw that opening knock coming in from NRI to get that very, very cheesy knock. But this time, they're going to be stuck outside the zone. They've lost a member. And that's going to be Reckoning Esports. Going to be holding down the fort in southwest corner, but they still need to get inside the zone.
Reckoning, they've wasted too much time just trying to see if they can completely eliminate Rivalry NRI. But True Rippers Jelly going up against FS. And this is going to be an important fight for both these two sides, especially the side of True Rippers Jelly. We know they came with a point to prove, but Jelly gets shot in the back. As Cincinnati kids, they have the high ground, the line of fire, and they're going to make full use of it. But here comes the retaliation from the players of Godlike as well. A nade barrage dropped on the faces of SOA, although they did not find the knock with those nades.
Interesting enough, Hero Extreme Godlike, they were ahead. They were able to sneak past both Genesis and SOA, but this time, SOA tries to sneak back in, and Hero Extreme Godlike is not happy about this. But as soon as this happened as well, SOA, they're not in a great spot themselves because they are also taking some serious heat from Metal Esports. And Genesis is going to be dropping the fight against Godlike as well.
I was scared with that nade. It was so close to Jonathan, but it barely rolled down the slope. And the players of Godlike are still left standing. And of course, Icy, look at the radar as well, man. There is no way you make it out alive in one piece with your entire squad intact. From here, there's Genesis, there's SOA, there's Godlike, and there's Metal Esports as well, who have a line of fire, along with Bot Army Esports, who are still just stalking these teams from the northern side.
It's all about timing, it's all about patience, but the nade comes true for Hero Extreme Godlike. Oh no, Genesis getting the knock on Sim, Admino is down, and SOA, they are going to try and gobble up Hero Extreme Godlike. It's only Punk and Jonathan available. Smoker goes in for the push. They are pushing Hero Extreme Godlike. Smoker loses his life, but at the same time, Bot Army Esports also looking to fight back. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're in a lot of pain, a lot of pressure.
Hey man, it's a fire sale over here, and what is available for teams to grab are going to be those finishes, and Godlike, this might be the end as the nades go out flying, and Godlike is going to be forced into another early wipe in this game of Miramar. But SOA, they've lost two players. They know Genesis is waiting on the other side of the ridge with Bot Army Esports having the flank. Can these two lads survive further into this match?
What a group up between Bot Army Esports, SOA, and Genesis. What a complete disaster for Hero Extreme Godlike. They just could not do anything at all. And this is very, very painful to watch here, especially for Hero Extreme Godlike fans.
I mean, it felt like a ship had just rolled into the Bermuda Triangle itself because they could not find their way out of it. But Genesis Esports, it seems like now with Godlike out of the way, they have some breathing room to work with, and they choose to focus on the players of Bot Army Esports, and of course, why not? Bot Army is the furthest away from the circle right now, roughly around 200-250 meters away from the northern edge of the circle. And if Genesis can just get these finishes, it takes off that pressure of forcing fights mid-game and forcing fights until the end of the match.
I don't know what happened, but Genesis Esports, their consistency is paying off. And again, another team's going to be joining out towards the lobby here is going to be Hades H4K as they lost their final member. 11 teams still alive in stage number 5, and THW Non-X with 5 finishes is going to be gatekeeping everyone from the northwest corner, and they are looking to try and punish people coming from Versatile.
Well, I mean, they have some help from the players of Bot Army Esports as well, who were able to secure those finishes to their name. But Versatile, they're down to 2 men. And Toy, as he tries to move out, is going to be the man distracting and drawing all of that attention towards himself. Leaves S-Power behind, though. Too close to the players of Bot Army Esports. I wonder who's going to end up coming out on top, Icy. I have a feeling it will be TSW NON over here.
Oh, it's anyone's game at this point. All are equal, but Bot Army Esports having contact. Scary Jot, one of the highest mechanic game players in this game. He finds the pick, and Toy gets taken out. So quick, so clean from Scary Jot. And now S-Power is making a run for it. He's getting shot from every single team trying to punish this wall. And Bot Army Esports Look at this. They're trying to capitalize on this pincer attack, and S-Power is down to his last pick here, but it's going to be THWX, Non-X that takes the finish against Versatile.
That's the end of Versatile. They finish on the 11th position, but we still have 10 more teams, 33 players alive in this match, and now this could be the title fight itself right here. THW NON taking on the players of Bot Army Esports. THW have great momentum to themselves, but there's Reckoning Esports in the back lines who can use the distraction coming in from the northern side and take advantage, pick off a few individuals from the side of THW NON, and well, turn the tables in their favor.
It's going to be a tough battle here, but Reckoning Esports, they spot out members on top of the mountain here, legit, all the way to the south side of the corner here. It's a little bit off angle, but look at this huge split from Metal Esports. What is this? How are they able to get this away? Get away with this?
I have no idea, man. Like, what is this team doing? If Legend goes down, then their chances of securing the chicken are out the window. But it seems like keeping their heads down, it is working out quite well for them.
My goodness, there's so much zone control coming from Metal Esports. As long as Legit is alive, Metal Esports is able to put everyone outside in the crosshairs here. And as long as Metal Esports Legit is alive, they are able to hold down the fort. But here's a little bit of replay on things happening here between both Reckoning as well as Rivalry NRI.
Yeah, Rivalry NRI, they tried the level best, but turns out Miramar wasn't their game today. And Reckoning Esports, actually for them, that was a brilliant trade of positions, but as they try to move in inside of the circle, damage taken by Gravity IGL, but he's found a nice little dip to work with, although they can get sandwiched between OG and the players of THW NON. You see on the radar that yellow is Orangutan.
Wow, Orangutan actually laying pretty low here, but with this circle shift coming in play, they might be able to get a couple of frags themselves, but THW taking some serious fire. Reckoning Esports dropping a couple of nades. Roman is down, Levi needs to reset. They've got 6 finishes, and time is, fortunately for them, is actually a very, very long time. Stage 6 zone, obviously the zone circle is going to take a very, very long time, so there is time to take into consideration to reset this fight. So fortunately for them, no hard pushes coming from THW, and they are going to be able to get the reset. But the question here is, it's all about patience. But this nade from Rushboy, what a connection against Monty.
Oh man, and it's going to be an important one as well. Monty is the man knocked out, and THW NON, because of that backliner out of the way, they can go for a flank. And that is exactly what we see them do, moving in, securing that finish point, but their player waiting for on the other side. Rush boy, this rush is not going to work out. THW NON, 2 players down and out, and Bot Army Esports, they have equalized the numbers in their favor, and they clean house as well. 6 eliminations for Bot Army, and the entire control of the northern edge of the zone.
Scary Jot, 5 finishes in the bag, just completely manhandling all of them. What a clutch it is from Scary Jot. And my oh my, the game will continue because the rest of the pack is still surviving. Genesis, they've lost a couple of players themselves.
But I see, you remember a few moments ago we were talking about Metal. Alright, I'll come back to that. Genesis wiped out in the game. Although, top 8 finish once again for Genesis with 4 eliminations. So I have to say they've kind of kept their momentum from that first game of Erangel in check in this Miramar. But moving on, as I was saying, you remember that split that surprised you by Metal Esports. OG has just copy-pasted their strategy. They've left one man all the way towards the southern edge, and now the player from OG and the player of Metal are living in peaceful harmony. Look at that.
Wow, this is the exact same thing you just mentioned as well. Legit is on top. AKOP also going for the split here. What are these 2 solo warriors doing here? What am I seeing, boys?
Hey man, it's harmony between these 2 lads. I mean, I think both of them are just checking on their teammates in the distance, because from AK's position, I think he has the line of fire to protect his team, and from Legit's position, he can only protect his teammates.
You know, usually we would have scouts rotating as a solo here, but leaving one guy at the back end for 2 reasons only. Number 1, heal battles, which unfortunately we haven't seen that for a very, very long time. Number 2, provide support fire from afar. This is next level support from both Legit as well as AKOP.
It is definitely next level, but it's going to be taken even further beyond if they want to make use of it, because now the circle is taken a northern shift. Those 2 players towards the south are just out of the zone itself, and they can't really take a fight against FS proactively, considering their 2 teammates are way further and are going to be distracted by the teams up north. But we saw Reckoning playing that northwestern edge, man. And I have a feeling in my gut, I see that Reckoning might just walk away with the win. All they need to do is beat Bot Army Esports first.
It's gonna be tough here. Have you seen the fingers and hands of Scary John when he was here in rehearsals? He's so fast. He's insanely crazy as well. His reaction is so spot on, and it's starting to show here in game number 2 itself.
Let's see the Thunder. He's going to be dropped, and not in a good way as well, as FS Esports take a fight against the players of Metal. Serve with pause as well. FS, they managed to hold on to their man advantage, but a third party is on its way. I see you see AKOP moving in, but towards the northern edge of the circle, this is the big one. Bot Army Esports taking on the players of Reckoning Esports, as Reckoning has gone for that 2-2 flying at the nade. It's going to be a slam dunk right in their faces, as Bot Army Esports takes an exit on the 6th position in this game.
What a clutch coming from Reckoning Esports here. What a statement coming from them. And just like that, they wrap things up with Bot Army Esports, and now they're going to continue with OG. But the question here is, will they spot out AKOP from the distance? It seems like the cover fire from AKOP is stopping them from this push. But considering that Aru is down, Viper really wants those finishes.
I mean, they are hungry for those eliminations and those points, but the nade, it looks kind of good. Overshoots, Viper still alive. AKOP has been dealing with all this pressure all along, and Wiz, he's taking a step back, looking to join AK as well. We see the players regroup on the radar, but I see that Eastern Edge, True Rippers Jelly, they have made it into the top 5 of this match. I did not see that coming, man.
What a bounce back. What a bounce back. 5 teams remain. Reckoning with 9 finishes. OG trying to find a way to penetrate their way through here, but with only 2 players seems to be very difficult, because they've got themselves pinned between FS as well as Reckoning Esports. And FS, they've got themselves pinned between Rivers Jelly and Ninsei. He gets knocked off from Crypto's nade, and he himself gets traded. What is this trade between FS and DR?
It's a trade of nades and a trade of bodies as well, but Sam, he needs a big one, and the difference maker might just have come through. That vehicle out of the way. Sam will have a clear line to toss the utility on the other side, but True Rippers Jelly, I see they're looking for a reset, and this might be the moment that allows FS to move in, but their graces are going to be saved by AKOP in the back lines, as he's going to be there to distract Insidious, and these few seconds are what change everything in this match.
It's going to be tough. It is going to be very difficult, but it all comes down to a game of patience. Stage 8 in play. We might see the final zone here in Miramar in general.
I just want to say one thing, by the way. Ahmed from Metal is still alive in this match.
Wow. How? How do you survive all the way to the end? What?
I don't know. He's still there.
Well, that's placement points. But can he get more is going to be the question here. He might be able to play spoilers here for True Rippers Jelly. He's got the angles. So all he needs is just timing, but fortunately for him, I think at the cornerstone on this top of the roof might be just in play for zone for him right now.
Yeah, he has just a slight edge of the circle.
Oh, he dropped
and
off.
this man is going to ruin the day for True Rippers Jelly for sure. I can guarantee it. And I can see the final plays unfold in front of my eyes, and I think we can see them unfold on our screens as well, because now it is stage 9, time for the collapse of the blue. FS Esports, whatever they have, they got to put it on this game right now. Go for those finishes. Look for those points against the players of True Rippers Jelly.
Oh no, Ahmed, he's healed. He's gonna get a freebie. Goes for the connection, and he gets the knock, and that's gonna be the confirmation as well. 1 down from the side of True Rippers, but Ahmed is coming down, and Sam scouts it out. He's going for those shotties, but unfortunately will not be able to find the connections. But he has done the job. He spoiled the game for True Rippers.
Completely ruins the day. He's gonna be the devil in their lives today. And of course, Reckoning Esports, the one team that has managed to hold on to the numbers, are looking for the chicken dinner, and they move in along the slope of the hill. AKOP, the first man who stands in their way, is gonna be pushed out, and Reckoning, their target is in their sights. True Rippers take a fight against FS. Numbers are gonna be lost on both sides, but it is going to be the side of FS that has taken a heavier beating. One man remaining from the side of True Rippers, one man remaining from the side of FS, and Reckoning still has 3 players left to commit. But did I see Viper moving in alone from the other side? This 1-1 is going to be settled as Insidious gets FS Esports into the top 2 of this match. 7 eliminations for the side of FS, but now a 1v3 to secure or at least strive for the chicken dinner against the players of Reckoning. He commits for a fight, secures a knock over to the shotgun, finds the second, and now a 1v1. Is this gonna be it? Insidious, a man-turned monster, but can he secure the win? No utility, he has to go for the push as well. Again with the shotgun in his hand, he moves in, swings to the right, but he fails! And feel the reckoning of Reckoning Esports! A chicken dinner on Miramar and a recovery on the leaderboard.
Dionysus, my man! This guy has saved things for Reckoning Esports, but now with this performance from game number 2, Reckoning Esports is on the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, if you want attention, this is how you do it. This is exactly how you get everyone to talk about you.
Oh boy, what a game here. What a game we saw coming in the map of Miramar. Who would have thought that Reckoning Esports, my inside man, has given us a master performance.
Exactly.
2 back-to-back great games from Reckoning Esports. First game, 10 points, so the consistency is maintained from Reckoning Esports. But when I was on the analyst desk, I brought up the same point as well. Yeah, Reckoning Esports getting 10 points. In my opinion, that's still a struggle because we've seen if a team is playing for the bare minimum, all it takes for the other teams is to get a decent game. But now that Reckoning Esports has got a chicken dinner, that consistency barrier that we speak of, it's broken. Reckoning Esports now, they've got a leeway over all the other teams in the overall standings.
Exactly, and it's not just the placement points that are coming their way, right? They are going frag heavy in their matches as well. And I like how you pointed out, like, Reckoning doing so well over here, because I remember it's the same guy who was critiquing their performance during the grind, weren't you?
Look, Reckoning Esports, they've had their ups and downs. Right
that
now,
is very true,
the great thing is they're going on an uphill, which is a good thing. But the game one genuinely was a concern because Reckoning Esports is getting 10 points, doing the bare minimum, which was not a good news. If they would have done the same thing right now, my concern would have once again went up because we've seen teams fall off when they just try to cling on that bare minimum aspect.
Hey man, for all things considered here, we talk about consistency being the key, but right now, I feel like Dion, he gave me a lot of information. He personally said that his team, the biggest struggle that they faced was converting the final stages of the zone into a chicken dinner. Game 1, they got the early rotational grade, you know, managed to make themselves top 5, but not a, like you said, not a lot of points. But with this chicken dinner, I think they found a way to solve their problem.
So I have a question for both of you, right? Like, I think all of us agree that, okay, Reckoning did well. They got finishes, they got the chicken dinner. But the chicken could have slipped out of their hands, to be honest. It was a 1v1 towards the end.
It was a little closer comfort, but the good thing for Reckoning Esports was that they also had a decent amount of elimination points backing them up, and even the first game was fantastic.
That is true.
Reckoning Esports would have been the table toppers anyways, because even if they would have gotten that second spot, they were still going to be at the first spot.
Yeah, I think they just were sitting at the first spot of the leaderboard midway into this game as well, as soon as they got 9 eliminations, because their direct competition was with Genesis and the side of Soul, and both of them, Soul took an early exit. Genesis did not walk away with a lot of eliminations in this match, so Reckoning was safe. But the big moment for me from the side of Reckoning was the tempo at which they took their fights. Because that Southwestern edge, let's talk about that first. They were faced with a threat in the form of TSW. Tried to buy themselves enough breathing room to just get in that. They forced the players of TSW into a conflict with the players of OG. That was very smart. And then the timing of the conflict against the players of Bot Army Esports and how quickly they wiped them out, that was impressive.
Without a doubt, man. Look, Reckoning Esports, they played all their cards right. That's why they got the chicken dinner. But let's speak about the concerning aspects. Soul and consistency hitting them. I feel like these are the online flashbacks that are once again coming to
I think it all comes down to hit and wonder, right? Like game 1 is obviously early game jitters here. You can pull some big shenanigans. Soul, obviously, they got away with it game number 1. Game number 2, people are kind of warmed up, and you can see that the moment they try to get angsty with Forever Red Rods as well as Hero Extreme Godlike, they're not afraid to just fight back, and that's why they actually got picked off. So again, let's put Soul and Godlike aside. think about this thing. Game number 2 is a rise up of all the under God teams. And yes, obviously Reckoning is one of the grind teams here.
OG as well.
OG as well, okay? But I actually like that FS Esports is able to show us a little bit of performance as well. Insidious was this close to actually get the chicken dinner.
Oh, did you guys forget FS Esports' performance in every single stage?
Hey,
I'm not surprised with this performance. For some reason, none of us actually picked FS Esports as the
For
champions.
all things
I genuinely think
considered,
this team can't take the trophy.
For all things considered, semi-finals, FS Esports was the team with the most amount of chicken dinners.
Yeah.
But I felt like they were lucky. But with that performance, I don't think so anymore.
Hey, I mean, we've got the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Viper from Reckoning Esports. 6 finishes racked up, and he's also got 730 damage dished out with 3 knockouts. Solid stats on the board. Let's move on towards the top 5 players of that previous game. Got to see someone from FS Esports too, since even for FS Esports, the previous game was a major wake-up. But Scary John from Bot Army Esports is going to be on the second with 5.
Hey man, the name says it all. It's Scary Jod, and he was scary with the fights he was taking. Insidious makes it to the top 3. You have Dion from Reckoning Esports there as well, and Rush Boy from the side of TSWNON. He did try to rush on the players of Bot Army Esports once, but kind of led his entire team into a trap over there. They got destroyed in seconds.
Right now, I'm really scared for the known names. If the same flow keeps them going on, we might just see a completely different team being the champions, because our expected champions are, of course, one of the known names because they've got the experience. But now with the way the newer players are playing, it feels like since the new zone metas came in, all of that experience has nullified.
And I think that was clearly visible in that trap that was laid for the players of God, like towards that northeastern edge. I mean, because I was expecting, all right, maybe we're just going to see them clash against the players of Genesis. But then out of nowhere, SOA shows up. SOA forces the players of Godlike in. I was happy. I thought they got the circle, but then turns out it was a trap because that forced them between Bot Army, Genesis, and SOA.
Well, as of yet here, before we get into the details here, nerds, let's talk about the scoreboard right now. Reckoning Esports with the chicken dinner, 12 finishes in total, gets themselves 22 points here. FS Esports almost stealing away the chicken dinner, gets themselves 14 points. True Reaper Jelly with a very, very good recovery in game number 2 with 11 points. Metal Esports with 9, Bot Army Esports with 9, OG 7, THW 7, and Genesis 5. But on the second half, we have Soul and Godlike in the second half.
Look, this performance from Reckoning Esports might just be the difference maker.
Yeah.
This might just be the performance Reckoning Esports needed to solidify that slot on the first spot. And let's not forget, they've also got a solid cushion now.
I mean, yeah, they have an amazing safety cushion to work with. But hey, my heart is a little broken, man. I mean, because 2 games in a row, as you said, 2 games in a row, Reckoning Esports did well. But 2 games in a row, Hades H4K has been in the bottom 2.
They indeed have been. Hades H4K feels like, once again, the nerves are starting to kick in,
Yeah.
right? And we saw Hades H4K perform the same way, even in the semifinals week 1, if you remember.
Yes.
They were struggling so much, but then when it mattered the most, then when the sword was right on top of their necks, they woke up, they chose violence, they made the major comeback. We might just see the same Hades H4K soon.
Hey man, I just hope they recover as quickly as possible, because let's not forget, there's no week 2. It's just the 18 matches, out of which 2 are done, so we have 16 left.
Exactly, but you know what? We've got a nice interview lined up on the stage itself, so let's move on towards Rohit.
क्या था एंड में क्लच, मजेदार क्लच. Started with a 3v1, फिर हुआ 2v1, फिर हुआ 1v1. लेकिन फाइनली Reckoning, congratulations. एंड दूसरा मैच गेम है. जीत आपकी पहली है, ये चिकन डिनर आपका पहला है. इस समय जो आखिरी 1v1 चल रहा था, बताइए इसके बारे में डियोनिसिस.
मैंने तो इन सबको कॉल दे कि आगे एक बंदा है रिच पे, ये क्लोज ही है, बट मतलब थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन इशू हो गया कि सोलो से जाके हम लोग पिक ऑफ होते गए. लास्ट में 1v1 का सिचुएशन हो गया, बट ऑफिशियल सेंड जोन्स और मेरा तो मतलब रिश्ता ही पुराना थोड़ा सा.
तो जब सडनली 3v1 से 1v1 हो गया, तो आपको कुछ कहने का मन किया अपनी टीम को?
ये है क्यों भाई साहब, थोड़ा हमारे मुंह पे जाके लेट गए. चिल है सब कुछ.
ऑलराइट, कुछ कहना चाहते हो?
नहीं, चिल सीन है, बस नहीं था.
मैं और उम्मीद कर रहा था कि कुछ और रिप्लाई देने की अगर जरूरत हो तो, लेकिन इस समय कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग रिप्लाई देंगे अपने गेम से, है ना. अगले गेम के लिए ये जो मोमेंटम मिल चुका है, ऑफ कोर्स फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कांग्रेचुलेशंस, लेकिन ये जो मोमेंटम है इसको किस तरह कैरी फॉरवर्ड करने की कोशिश करेंगे आप, एंड क्या सीख मिली है फ्रॉम दिस गेम?
मतलब ये जो पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट जो लेके गया है हमारे गेम पे मैच, तो उसी को हम फॉलो अप करते हुए आगे मैचेस खेलेंगे. अपने को डाउन नहीं होना है इसके आगे, अब तो भी नहीं है.
ऑलराइट, तो इस समय रेकनिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स काफी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट लग रही है। इस समय कह रहे हैं कि देखो यार, जीत तो जीत है। अब यहाँ पर जो भी ड्रामा हुआ टुवर्ड्स द एंड वो तो हमने एंजॉय किया, लेकिन फॉर द टीम इट वाज जस्ट चिल। लेकिन आप इस समय ज्यादा चिल मत कीजिए, एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लीजिए, बिकॉज ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ द ब्रेक वी हैव मोर BGMI एक्शन वेटिंग फॉर यू।
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
क्या बेहतरीन मुकाबले अभी तक हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिले। 2 मुकाबले हुए और दोनों ही मुकाबले के जो आउटकम है वो काफी ज्यादा डिफरेंट और काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन थी। बट 2 ऐसे ही बेहतरीन जो गेस्ट थे, कास्टर्स थे, एनालिस्ट थे, वो मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। एक रहेंगे रावण और साथ में आईसी बेबी। बट रावण, अभी तक हमने ये जो 2 मुकाबले देखे हैं, एक एक्सपेक्टेशंस आप लेकर के आते हैं कि किस प्रकार से शुरुआत हो सकती है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की, कितना अलाइड रहा वो आपकी एक्सपेक्टेशन से?
देखिए, एग्रेशन वाइज तो मैं 10 आउट ऑफ 10 देना चाहूंगा, उसमें कोई कमी नहीं रही। चाहे आप चौथे स्टेज की बात करें, 5वें स्टेज की बात करें, कमाल की फाइट्स देखने को मिले। हालांकि कुछ टीम्स हैं जो मैं मान के चल रहा था कि डोमिनेशन पहले दूसरे मैच में आ जाएगा, वो फिलहाल अभी थोड़ा सा मिसिंग देखने को मिल रहा है।
बिल्कुल, and I see talking about team reckoning, they have been consistent in both the games, and that is one thing which is making them different from every other team.
You know, I think Reckoning Esports is in a situation where they actually put in a lot of effort into studying their overall rotation here as well. And personally, I feel like their homework has finally paid off, because I was able to spend time with Dion and the sides for quite some time. He was super worried, super stressed about what things are happening in this game itself. And guess what? It paid off really, really well.
जी हाँ, काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया वो खेल करके गए, बट अभी समय हो चुका है हाइलाइट्स की तरफ चलने का, और वहां पर हमने देखा किस प्रकार से मीरामार के मुकाबले की शुरुआत हुई। हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक शुरुआत बढ़िया करी, 3 फिनिशेस निकाले, लेकिन ज्यादा आगे तक वो जा नहीं पाए, और आप कह सकते हैं कि एक और साधारण मुकाबला उनकी तरफ से देखने को मिला। बट स्कैरी जॉर्ड एक बार फिर से स्केयर किया उन्होंने अपने ओपोनेंट्स को, बहुत ही ज्यादा उम्दा वो डीबीएस एक्शन उनके द्वारा, और साथ ही साथ बॉट आर्मी ई स्पोर्ट्स में भी बेहतरी की है दूसरे मुकाबले में।
सबसे बड़ी बात रही, सरप्राइज हुए थे यहाँ पे बॉट आर्मी ई स्पोर्ट्स की, अगर मैं बात करूँ बहुत ज्यादा सरप्राइज हुए थे उस फाइट में, लेकिन उसके बाद भी अपने आप को संभाल लिया गया था। हालांकि ज्यादा देर तक बच पाए नहीं, बट जेनेसिस पहले मैच के बाद जब दूसरे मैच की बारी आई, हाँ पॉइंट्स उनके पास आए, एवरेज काफी अच्छे तरीके से मेंटेन कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पहले ही कुछ मैचेस में अगर आप लीड बना लो तो वो आपके लिए बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर होता है। सेम फॉर ट्रू रिपर।
But talking about team FS Esports, I see Insidious, a very good try, 1v3. He converted it into a 1v1. But again, Team Reckoning, they just snatched it from him.
Hey, you know, all things considered here, it was very, very close to actually secure the chicken dinner here. But you have to give credit towards Amit here, a new replacement coming from Metal East, was replacing Prince, and then able to spoil the games from True Reaper Jelly and get some placement points. I think it's a pretty good win, in my opinion.
या फॉर श्योर, बट अभी के लिए इंसीडियस जिसकी हमने चर्चा की भी कि वो 1v1 की फाइनल बैटल बची थी और बहुत कम एचपी पे इंसीडियस थे, और वहां से टीम रेकनिंग बैक टू बैक दोनों ही मुकाबलों में दहाई का आंकड़ा उन्होंने पार किया। मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कि जैप खुश किसके लिए हो रहे थे, 3 फिनिशेस उसकी टीम लेकर के गई। बट जी हाँ, आप देख सकते हैं ये कैंप्स, हर एक टीम के जो बचे हुए प्लेयर्स है, बाकी के मैनेजमेंट है, वो पूरी तरीके से अपनी टीम का साथ देते हुए, और टीम एफएस वो तो खैर काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया खेल करके गए। ट्रू रिपर्स की बात करें, एक डिसेंट मुकाबला उनकी तरफ से भी हमें देखने को मिला, और ये जो रिएक्शंस है ना, ये अनमोल है, क्योंकि ये बताता है, जताता है और दर्शाता है कि ये गेम बीजीएमआई क्या मीन करता है। पर कोलकाता की पब्लिक, देखिए मुझे ना ऐसे कम आवाज सुनाई देती नहीं है, हेडफोन्स मैंने पहन रखे हैं। 1 2 3, क्या हालचाल है कोलकाता? Are you guys having fun?
Okay, I've got something to say here, okay?
Yeah.
Ki bolchi Kolkata!
वाओ, जी हाँ, कोलकाता का कहना बस यही है कि बेहतर गेम प्ले उनको यहाँ पर देखना है। ऐसी
माफ करो, मैं पूरा हिंदी भाई। That's all I know.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, लेकिन अगला जो मुकाबला है वो सैनहॉक का रहने वाला है, और रावण सैनहॉक को कहा जाता है द मैप ऑफ कमबैक, और अभी भी बहुत सारी टीम्स है जिनको अपना वो बड़ा कमबैक करना बाकी रहेगा, और उसमें नाम एक आएगा टीम हेडीज का भी।
जी हाँ, हेडीज आई थिंक अंडर गॉड जिस तरीके से उन्होंने इनिशियली राउंड्स में काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से क्वालिफाई करके यहाँ तक पहुँचे, स्ट्रगल किए थे, लेकिन उन्हें समझना पड़ेगा कि अब यहाँ से कहीं आगे नहीं जाना है, अब वो अंत है, आपको उसी तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस दिखाने की यहाँ पे जरूरत पड़ने वाली है। और सैनहॉक द मैप ऑफ कमबैक हम जरूर बोलते हैं, लेकिन जिस तरीके का माहौल पहले 2 मैप में मैंने देखा है, कमबैक तो मुझे लगता है इतना आसान नहीं होने वाला।
But I see, talking about Team Soul, they have been incredible till now. First match, they managed to secure 19 points. In the second match, they got 3 points. You'll say a very good start for Team Soul as well.
I think Soul has set a tempo where sometimes having those experience and getting away with this jitters is going to be very, very important. But game number 2 is a very, very good example that all the 16 teams has pretty much warmed up to how LAN is supposed to be played as well. So you can see a lot of integrations where the underdog teams are actually stepping up. Teams like SOA, Bot Army Esports. Have you seen Scary John's fingers? He's really, really quick.
जी हाँ, और अभी के लिए समय हो चुका है हमारे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स का, जहां पर पहला पायदान आ चुका है टीम रेकनिंग के पास। 32 पॉइंट्स उनके पास रहने वाले हैं। दूसरे पायदान पे टीम सोल 22 के साथ वो 18 फिनिशेस इन पूरी 16 टीम्स में सबसे ज्यादा उनके पास देखने को मिलेंगे। तीसरे पायदान पे टीम जेनेसिस, बट अब वो पॉइंट डिफरेंस की जो शुरुआत है वो हो चुकी है। पहले और दूसरे पायदान के बीच में 10 पॉइंट्स का अंक, और रावण हमने चर्चाएं की थी कि किस प्रकार से जब BGIS 2024 था, रेकनिंग पहली बार क्वालिफाई करके आई थी, हाथ कांप रहे थे, लेकिन अभी अपने प्रतिद्वंदियों को कपकपाने पे मजबूर मजबूर कर दिया उन्होंने।
देखिए ये कहा भी गया इन प्लेयर्स की तरफ से कि पहले लैन में जो भी आते हैं वो सीखते हैं, संभलते हैं, लेकिन जब अगली बार आते हैं तो वो सिर्फ डोमिनेट करने आते हैं। और उसका एक बेहतर उदाहरण फिलहाल पहले 2 मैच के बाद रेकनिक ने जरूर यहाँ पे करके दिखाया, लेकिन उसके अलावा भी अगर आप देखें VXT में बहुत ज़्यादा सरप्राइज हूँ। सोमराज ये इन्हीं माहौल के लिए तो बने गए हैं। आप वहाँ पे जिस प्लेयर को भी उठा ले, लैन पे जो एक्सपीरियंस है, जिस तरीके से डोमिनेट के लिए वो जाने जाते हैं, वो बहुत ज़्यादा मिसिंग है। बट अभी भी मुझे सोमराज में बहुत ज़्यादा भरोसा है।
And I see Somraj is making a comeback after 3 years in the BGIS title, but talking about both the matches, they haven't been up to the point yet. What do you think is missing in Team Versatile's gameplay right now?
Mentality reset. And this is something that I think I was able to get a quick chat with Robin, who's currently helping out with things with the Hero Extreme Godlike. Mental is very, very important here, especially when you have a very, very bad game here, especially if you like Admino, especially 2 games in a row, being picked off just like that. And he couldn't really do anything as well. To actually make a bounce back and reset is going to be the most important thing right now.
Yes.
Ignore whatever mistakes. Keep pushing through. This is a marathon. This is a run. There's 18 matches in total. 2 done. 16 more to go. Reset.
Exactly, और ज़्यादा मैचेस है भी नहीं, और हम बात करते भी है कि अभी तो फाइनल शुरू और अभी ही हम अंत की तरफ बढ़ने भी लग जाते हैं। बट ऐसे में रावण, सैनहॉक के मैप से क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं?
ड्रॉप क्लैश काफ़ी सारे और बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेशन से भरा हुआ ये मुकाबला हमें देखने को मिलने वाला है। सभी टीम्स के सैनहॉक के जब मैं एवरेज को देख रहा था तो ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते कि बहुत ज़्यादा कम है, कोई बहुत ज़्यादा डोमिनेट करके जा रहा है। सभी के पास सैनहॉक के वो एवरेज काफ़ी ज़्यादा बेहतर है। लेकिन इस मूवमेंट पे जहाँ पे इरांगल, मिरामार कुछ टीम्स के लिए उतना बेहतर साबित नहीं हुआ है, तो ऐसे में उस सैनहॉक में आना जहाँ पे मल्टीपल ड्रॉप क्लैशेस, मल्टीपल रोटेशन फाइट, उससे संभलना वो थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट हो सकता है।
You know, I like that you actually brought up a bit about drop clashes as well, because early on today, even yesterday as well, I was able to have a conversation with Dion. He personally told me that he feels that this new zone meta that is exclusive to BGIS is very SOA meta. Like they've copied a lot of SOA strategies and it somehow worked out for Reckoning Esports. But the biggest problem that Reckoning Esports is going to be facing is going to be in the map of Sanhok, because they do have a little bit of a drop clash with Forever Red Ross. And he told me that that is going to be a major red flag for them.
और अभी के लिए अगर फॉरएवर एक्स रेड एक्स रॉस की बात करें तो उनके मैचेस उतने ज़्यादा बेहतर नहीं किए। रेकनिंग के पास अभी भी पहला पायदान है, वो 10 पॉइंट की लीड्स उनके पास देखने को मिल रही है। सो इट माइट बी पॉसिबल रावण कि वो तो पीछे हटते हुए नजर ना आए।
देखिए इसको 2 तरीके से हम देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि अगर अभी टीम सोल की मैं बात करूं, पहला मैच जिस तरीके से गया, एक अच्छा लीड बनाया गया उनके तरफ से, लेकिन इस मैच में आके उस लीड को गवा के पहले स्थान को भी गवा दिया गया। तो रेकनिंग को भी समझ के आने की जरूरत पड़ने वाली कि आपके पास जो लीड बन चुकी है इस दूसरे मैच के बाद, उसे क्या आप गवाना चाहते हो, क्या रिस्क लेना चाहते हो, या फिर आप ड्रॉप क्लैश करके उसे रिवॉर्ड में तब्दील करोगे। बहुत सारे सवाल बन जाते हैं यहाँ पे, वो मैच के बाद पता चलेगा।
जी हाँ, लेकिन एक बात तो तय है कि ये 16 टीम्स, 64 खिलाड़ी जो इस रणभूमि तक पहुंचे हैं, वो बाकी हर एक रणभूमि को पार करके पहुंचे हैं, और इसीलिए उनको अप्रिशिएट करना बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो चलते हैं सीधे अब सॉल्टी की तरफ, जो तैयार है एक बहुत ज्यादा स्पेशल वीडियो के साथ। तो चलते हैं सॉल्टी, ओवर टू यू।
BGMI का महासंग्राम BGIS 2025 कोलकाता में शुरू हो चुका है देवी और सज्जनों। गेट्स खुल चुके हैं, उसी के साथ साथ आप देख सकते हो कितने सारे लोग धीरे धीरे करके स्टेडियम के अंदर प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। इट्स गोना बी अ हेल लॉट ऑफ फन एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर इतिहास के पन्नों पे ये मोमेंट लिखा जाएगा, बिकॉज हर बार जब कोलकाता पे BGMI वापस आता है तब माहौल बन जाता है, माहौल वेवी हो जाता है। और यहाँ पे देखिए पीछे हमारी गाय, इट्स अ न्यू सेटअप दैट वी हैव डन, a wall of fame, a wall of history। बहुत सारे इतिहास के जो हमारे छोटे छोटे कड़ी है वो आपको यहाँ पे दिखेंगे, जैसे कि हमारी ट्रॉफी, ऑफ कोर्स ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी आपको स्टेज के ऊपर भी दिखेगी। बट कौन लेके जाएगा ये ट्रॉफी, एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल रहने वाला है। एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स यू गॉट ऑल द टीम्स, हमारे जो जर्सीज है हमारे साथ। पहली बार लैंड पे आने के बाद, पहली बार ऑफिशियल इवेंट पे पार्टिसिपेट करने के बाद, लैंड पे आने के बाद SOA इज गोना बी कंपीटिंग। गॉड लाइक हमारे साथ है, बट हमारे साथ कुछ ऐसे लौंडे हैं जिनके साथ थोड़ा इंटरेक्ट करते हैं। लौंडो आगे बोल थोड़ा कि बांगाली ना कि ना बांगाली, আমরা কি বাংলায় কথা বলতে পারি একটুখানি, একটু কলকাতার ব্যাপার একটুখানি। তো আমাকে বল আজকে কোন টিমকে সাপোর্ট করতে এসেছিস? এখানে মোটামুটি আমি যা দেখতে পাচ্ছি সোলের ফ্যান বেস একটুখানি বেশি, বাট গড লাইক জার্সিতে এন্ড অফ কোর্স উই হ্যাভ দিস বিউটিফুল বিউটিফুল পোর্ট্রেট। কার ফ্যান আমি জিজ্ঞেস করবো না, বাট তুই নিজে বলে দে।
আমি গড লাইকের ফ্যান, আমি ই স্পোর্টসের ফ্যান। আর ই স্পোর্ট মানে কমিউনিটিটা বাড়ুক, আর এর থেকে বেশি কিছু চাই।
কলকাতাতে বিজেএমআই এসছে গাইস, এখানে সবার একসাথে আনসার চাই, ঠিক আছে? কলকাতাতে বিজেএমআই এসছে, আমরা কতটা খুশি গাইস। একবার সবাই একসাথে ফাটাফাটি হয়ে যায় নাকি? একবার সবাই একসাথে ফাটাফাটি, ফাটাফাটি 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 ফাটাফাটি। Love the energy out there, love the energy out there. धीरे धीरे करके Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much for all the love. Of course, ये प्यार चलता जाएगा. हम लोग धीरे धीरे सोल की तरफ जाएंगे, स्टेडियम की तरफ जाएंगे. शोर बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है. आ जाओ, चलो.
जी हाँ, फॉर्ज हिस्ट्री की उस वॉल पे वो ट्रॉफी भी हमें देखने को मिली और सवाल वही है कि वो ट्रॉफी कौन लेकर के जाएगा। कंटेंशन में ये 16 टीम्स देखने को मिल रही है, बट ऐसे में एक टीम का नाम लेना इंपॉर्टेंट है और वो रहने वाली है THWX नॉन-एक्स। बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया खेला, मीरामार का वो बड़ा चिकन डिनर भुला ही नहीं भूलता। कैसा स्टार्ट आपको लगा THW का?
देखिए THW के परफॉर्मेंस को अगर थोड़े विस्तार में बात करें, थोड़े पीछे अगर हम जाएं तो सेमीफाइनल राउंड जितने भी उन्होंने खेले थे, टोटल 70 मैचेस उन्होंने खेला और उसमें 11 विनर चिकन डिनर उनके पास हमने देखा था। लेकिन लास्ट 2 मैचेस में जिस तरीके का स्टार्ट उन्होंने लिया और जिस तरीके से जा रहे क्लोज है, लेकिन जो उन्होंने लाइन सेट अपने लिए किया था उसे अभी क्रॉस भी नहीं कर पाए और उस लाइन के आसपास भी फिलहाल मैं उन्हें नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ।
Well, talking about the start, I think Team Genesis, they have made a good start, a decent start. They started off very well. The second match went decent. How do you look at their performance?
I think Ravan brought a very, very good point as well regarding THWX non-X, right? They played 70 matches. Same can be said for Genesis as well. So in terms of data or observing for those nerd analysts looking to try and understand all that, obviously there's a lot of data. But the problem is, can they copy them? Because Genesis, right now, they have one interesting factor, and that is they do have a very, very experienced OG coach. Unfortunately, is not here today. He's a little bit delayed from flight. His name is Matt Toy, but I don't know how much of an input that he's made here, especially with the amount of experience he's had over the years.
Right.
But it feels like after him taking part as the coaching panel coming from Genesis Esports, this performance from Grand Finals from Game 1 and Game number 2, we saw a lot of consistency coming from Genesis. But Game 2, a little bit shaky, but they were part of the team that actually messed up Hero Extreme Godlike really bad, if you think about it, in that 4-way clump against Hero Extreme Godlike in the map Miramar.
Yeah, that's true, and I think that Team Genesis' coach also needs to learn some discipline that way.
We'll see him tomorrow. He's going to arrive tonight. He's going to arrive tonight.
We'll talk to him for sure. But Ravan, talking about Team Jelly, जो कि हमने उनके बारे में चर्चा करी, ट्रू रिपर्स के नाम से अब वो जाने जा रहे हैं, उनके परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है? क्योंकि अगर आप स्टार्टिंग से लेकर के सेमीफाइनल्स तक के सफर को देखें, हमने कई बार देखा कि एक इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर बहुत ज्यादा राइज अप करता हुआ नजर आया, बट एज अ टीम वो उतना ज्यादा बढ़िया खेलते हुए नजर नहीं आए, और कुछ ना कुछ वैसा ही यहाँ पर भी रिपीट हो रहा है।
देखिए, पहला एरांगल का मैच मुझे अभी भी पता याद है, जिस तरीके से मिल्टा में उन्होंने मल्टीपल ग्रेनेड्स किए थे, लेकिन स्मोक करने के बाद रास्ता क्रॉस करना, वो डिसीजन मेकिंग मुझे लगता है कि बेहतर साबित हुआ, क्योंकि उसी के कारण वो सर्वाइवल हमें देखने को मिला। जो टीम गेम की हम बात करें, अगर आप सच बताओ, कंपेयर करूं थोड़ा, तो अभी मुझे थोड़ा बेहतर देखने को मिला। पहले एरांगल में मिरामार ठीक है, थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट होता है कई बार, लेकिन आने वाले मैच के लिए जो सनॉक है और जेली, सनॉक उन्हें बहुत पसंद है। होपफुली जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ वही हो।
चलिए देखते हैं आप जो सोच रहे हैं वो हो रहा है या फिर नहीं हो रहा है। बट आई सी टॉकिंग अबाउट द मैप ऑफ Sanhok, वी ऑफन कॉल इट द मैप ऑफ कमबैक। व्हाट इज योर पर्सनल एक्सपेक्टेशंस फ्रॉम दिस मैप?
Okay, Miramar, Erangel, tactics, strategy, slow, position. Sanhok, it's all about firepower. Teams with the fastest mechanical skills will stand up on top. So far, my prediction for today is kind of 100%-ish. The player with the best mechanical skills will come on top. And I feel like this might be an opportunity for like Scary Jaw to kind of shine off, to be honest, for Born Army Esports.
That's true, और स्कैरी जॉर्ज ने पिछले ही मैच में कितना ज़्यादा बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस करके दिखाया था। वहाँ पर तो उन्होंने फिनिशेस की बारी कर दी, लेकिन आपको हर एक मैच में बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतर खेल के जाना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज कंसिस्टेंसी इज द की, जिस चीज़ की हम बात करते हैं, और वो जो की है वो उस लॉक को खोलेगी जिसके अंदर अभी के लिए वो realme BGIS 2025 की ट्रॉफी आपको देखने को मिलेगी। पर आप बताइए, कोलकाता का क्राउड आपने देखा, यहाँ पे जो लव है फॉर द गेम, उनसे मिलके आपको कैसा लगा?
बहुत मजा आया, मैं इनसे बातचीत करने की कोशिश कर रहा था, तो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट है और मुझे सच बताओ तो बहुत मजा आया। फैंस इस तरीके से एनर्जी यहाँ पे इस प्लान इवेंट पे लेके आए, मजा आ रहा है। मैं चाहूंगा कि आखिर तक इसी वाइब में आप रहें। अभी और भी मैचेस, क्योंकि अभी सिर्फ 2 ही मैचेस समाप्त हुए, 4 मैचेस अभी हमें देखने को मिलने वाले हैं।
जी हाँ, तो इसी के साथ देर किस बात की, कोलकाता, आर यू रेडी फॉर द मैप ऑफ Sanhok?
लेट्स गो। बिना किसी देरी के चलते हैं सीधे आज के दिन के तीसरे और पहले सैनहॉक के मैप की तरफ। क्या वो रहेगा द मैप ऑफ कमबैक? देखने वाली बात जरूर रहेगी। तो चलते हैं सीधे सैनहॉक की तरफ।
The big birds in the sky once again in the rainforest of Sanhok as the plane fly pad's going to be starting all the way from Mong Nai towards down south. That's going to be bot time. This plane fly path, once again, it's not going to be making a lot of difference since the teams can anyways go to their designated drop location.
That's the beauty of Sanhok, right? It's the smallest map in the game, and unless the flight path is leaning to an extremity, you pretty much have the entirety of the map available. But in a situation like this, where the flight path is leaning slightly towards the northeastern and the southwestern quadrant of the map, towards the eastern side maybe a little bit overall, it will force these teams into early drop clashes, just scrambling for those early weapons, not vehicles this time. But let's see, Necro, are we going to see those early collisions lead to squad wipes?
We had a look at the overall standings a while ago. Reckoning East
Oh,
was
yeah.
a 10-point lead in the overall board. And that should be genuinely concerning for the teams on the second and the third spot, because if that same lead is maintained by Reckoning Esports, it will be genuinely concerning for all the other 15 teams. And we do have a bit of a drop clash inside of Paradise Resort. Reckoning Esports against Forever Red Ross, and Forever Red Ross, they still haven't really found that groove yet.
Yeah, they haven't found a strong footing into the games they've played so far, but at least as far as Sanhok goes, I think I've seen them in a lot of fights, especially those Paradise Resort drop clashes, and them turn them around quite nicely. But Cincinnati Kids, it seems like Jelly from True Rippers Jelly has been spotted out, and CK, they went for a hunt. Mighty looking for that early finish, spots out of the player running out into the open. But is Jelly unarmed? That is the question. I guess so, because he hasn't shot or used anything to try and pick off Mighty. This might be a challenge. Jelly is going to be the man to hit the floor, and True Rippers, I guess, they are going to be the ones ripped apart early in this match.
Yeah, that too, the man, the IGL himself, is ripped off from two True Rippers. Generally speaking, if this same flow continues for True Rippers, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Day one might just be on the downhill. But speaking of Cincinnati Kids, game one was okay.
Yeah.
But that momentum on the game two was not seen.
I mean, definitely. Game number two, they did try to go for those mid-game fights. I believe we're there in the top 6 as well of that match. But of course, the consistency, it is heading in the opposite direction where we would want it to be, in fact. But let's see, hopefully they can turn this game in their favor again. Although the circle does not favor them this time, they will have to take a fight against Bot Army or Medal just to get themselves over towards that eastern island.
Reckoning Esports, looking at their performance so far, they should have a lot of confidence going inside of this fight. While Forever Red Ross still looking to find their footing. That's going to be on the swivel for Forever Red Ross. 3 back-to-back bad games. They cannot afford it. This one has to be the ace. Forever Red Ross, all the eggs in one basket. And considering Sanhok has always been that off-putter, any team can actually come through and secure the chicken dinner. Might just be Forever Red Ross, might just be OG, TXW, any one of these teams that are currently struggling, including Hades H4K. The tendency to bounce back every single time, Hades H4K and Seoul has those.
And Hades H4K actually, even in the semifinals, it was Sanhok map that they actually performed quite well on. And even this time, the circle is favoring them towards the northern half. They are close to the center. The only problem for them is going to be the players of TSW NON. They're right next to them, sharing that drop split between Kao, Tatmonk, and Hatin. And talking about Hatin, there's Genesis there as well. So as soon as Genesis decides to move in towards the east, that's extra trouble for Hades H4K to deal with. But that's the story for around the time. It seems like Rivalry NRI, as they run out into the open, might have a little bit of a run into the players of Godlike or Metal Esports.
They might, but still I'm pretty sure these teams are going to try to maintain that distance. It's the map of Sanhok at the end of the day, much more of a smaller map, and we know the rotations are quite easy and quick to pull off.
True.
So if you want to go for a third party, it's not going to be that tough. If any fight breaks out at this moment around Paradise Resort, they will be third party. So cautiousness is needed. You're extreme godlike towards boot camp, pretty far away from Paradise Resort for now. They need to go through layers of teams, including Metal Esports. That's going to be on their way. Hades H4K as well. Now we see a proper pattern between these teams. We see a proper string. And as I mentioned, the moment a fight breaks out, all of these teams are going to try to get a part of that fight.
And that is definitely going to be a big problem, because you see, you move north of boot camp, it's open spaces all the way till South Monk. Even the same can be said for the western side of Paradise Resort, not a lot of cover to work with. And I think it is going to come down to taking control of that shoreline, that western shoreline of boot camp, where Godlike actually might have an option to work with. But talk about options, and Versatile doesn't have a lot. They went for a split play between Dock and Cave, and now find themselves quite close to the players of SOA.
Yeah, but SOA is out in the open. Versatile, they've got the cover to play with. Man on top of the roof as well. All it takes is that single glimmer. And the moment that's found, SOA might just be dismantled systematically. I'm also loving the placement from Versatile, actually. Two players on the hilltop, two players towards the compound, having a solid cover to play with. While SOA is just traversing out in the open. Not a big fan of this rotation from SOA. Look at Raiden. Man's looking to catch someone off guard. SOA spotted. Raiden's going to spot the player out in the open. Wanted to go for the spray as well. Now spots out Smoker. But this is not going to be good news for Raiden. The man's quite isolated as well. SOA, they do start to take a lot of shots, even against the players of VXT. Trade starting to happen back and forth. SOA, still all the four players intact, and unfortunately for True Rippers, even they're going to be in the midst of this action. But as Versatile was taking the shots against True Rippers, they ended up giving their own identity away.
Yeah, and now Versatile is the one that is sandwiched between True Rippers and SOA, by the way, because True Rippers closed in from the back lines of Versatile. Luckily, VXT was able to shoo them off and get them to mind their own business, because they did shut down one player from the side of True Rippers again. And hey, they found a second as well. True Rippers, Jelly not having a great game. They're down to the last man already.
The shackles are now broken. No sandwich available. True Rippers, I'm pretty sure the lads man going to try to play for safety. Try and secure as many placement points as possible. While VXT on the other end, they're feeling quite notorious in this game. They want to take as much risk as possible. Knowing Samraj, 2 games done and dusted so far. VXT's performance not up to the mark. And I'm pretty sure Samraj as an IGL will be disappointed. We know how much value the day one holds in this new zone settings. The moment you have the advantage, there's a big chance you can actually steal the tournament away as well. Steal the championship away. Bot Army Esports locking horns against Soul. On a close combat. All it takes is the first opener. Even Soul is quite desperate to find that first knockout itself. Knuckle gets taken down real low. The man needs to patch himself up, and that's what he's doing. But unfortunately gets pounced on. What a quick grab that was from the side of Bot Army Esports. Perfect stuff.
Yeah, they kick things off in a nice manner. The opening against the players of Soul is found, but Scary Jordy needs to find the second as well. And he does. A brilliant nade connection. Ronnie hits the floor.
It feels like Soul does not know what's going on around them.
I agree.
Surrounding awareness completely lacking from Soul. They do not know exactly where Bot Army Esports is. Soul has just walked into a trap. And now Soul, they're also getting dismantled slowly and steadily. Is there any backup options available? Can they back away from this position? The answer might just be yes. Hunters is catching a lot of shots upon himself, but the man at the back line on the opposite side needs to provide that cover fire. Monty Bay's taking so many shots against Hunters. The man's pretty much a duck in water. Positions noticed. Hunters cannot really do anything in this position. Neither can he try and fight back. And eventually the man gets knocked out as well. Soul's getting dismantled. It's not a great news. Just one man alive for Soul. And as I mentioned, surrounding awareness lacking from Soul. Why was no one scouting?
Yeah, I mean, they moved in with the 2-2 split, and as soon as the first 2 players went in towards those shack, I think the intention was clear. They wanted to find a little bit of breathing room to work with, but opportunity wasn't allowed to them, all thanks to Bot Army Esports, who, by the way, are now punishing Cincinnati Kids for this extreme late rotation. The damage from the blue is being tanked by the players of CK, and Bot Army Esports, they found the opening as Juicy has been knocked out.
Unfortunately, Viscott as well. The man's hit the deck. Beautiful knock from Aru though. That's going to be the equalizer. OG as well, facing too many troubles at this point in time. Crypto's nades, they're starting to do some serious damage. It's only AKOP and Aru now. Last two glimmers of hope standing for OG, and they need to try and get the equalizer done. I'm not sure what Aru was doing there. Man pops out in the open, overextends, and gets knocked out. Now OG's in a big sandwich. Even Forever Red Ross from the back lines, constantly taking shots against AKOP. Man's got nowhere to go. He's trapped.
Down to the last man, Atanki being brought back, but you see those markers on the rocks. Seems like FS, they might have an off angle on the radar as well. There's Max on the flank. It's 1 nade between the two lads, and they're going to be put down, and it is the third party coming in for Everett Ross. Did they get the last man as well? No. FS, they take their share of those finishes for Everett Ross. Were able to steal 1 though.
They indeed were. But for FS Esports, even Dreams is going to be back up on his feet. So, yeah, back in full force. It's all good in the hood. But speaking of that previous spot itself, OG found themselves in quite a scrappy and an iffy position. Next to impossible to get themselves out of that one. But if maybe Forever Red Ross were not a third party, there was still a fighting chance available for OG. But just because of that single third party from Forever Red Ross, it ruined the dreams of OG and their fans. And this is what I'm talking about. As I mentioned, we're now able to see a pattern. The moment a fight breaks out, there's going to be a quick third party.
Oh, definitely. There's going to be so much commotion to give information, to plan out the third party as well, but it seems like we've seen this zone before, and I believe TSW, that's one of those names that's in perfect position to take full advantage of this.
Maybe not anymore.
I mean, they still have the compounds towards the northern edge, buddy.
Just a little bit of that edge of the circle, but let's hope that TSW non-X do find themselves on the right side of the bed at the end of the day. Sanhok is quite a zone favorite map. Just orienting around that zone. Versatile on the screen, and they've got a lot of foes around them.
Versatile, I mean, it's not going to be an easy opportunity for them to strike anytime soon. Although, I have to say, I mean, we look at the map again, and Necro, you see that brown that's hidden there between the splash of colors. That's Metal Esports. And there was something that you wanted to point out in the previous game about Metal, and I'm going to let you do it now.
Metal Esports, just the sitting turrets once again, right? The moment the stage 2 hits, you try and drive yourself in the smack center, and then you are just sitting turrets. Try and funnel in those elimination points, but that strategy gets tough to execute in the map of Sanhok.
But hey, I mean, Metal made it work throughout the entirety of the semifinals week 2, and it seems like it is kind of working out in the grand finale as well, because the first 2 games, middle of the pack performance, but it keeps them in a fighting position for the trophy at least.
Yeah, not doing too bad, right? But here's the problem. As I mentioned, when you're going to be relying too much on the consistency, especially with the new points to system and even the new zone settings, that consistency can be easily broken by the other teams. That's the main issue. And the moment your consistency breaks, you are just in a major setback in the overall standings, which you cannot really afford to have.
Very true. But let's see, I mean, they are going to need a big game to swing the momentum in their favor. That's the thing, and this could be the opportunity. But FS feel the pressure, the presence of the players of Versatile from the top of the hill. And brilliantly done by the players of Versatile, to be honest. Swung wide from the eastern side to control of the high ground, and now forcing the players of FS to just push further deep into the cluster of teams that are waiting for them towards that lumberyard northern side of the map.
It's funny how your Extreme Godlike is now finally choosing their battles wisely. Because in the first 2 games, it feels like they were just getting the test run done, seeing exactly how the fights feel like, seeing exactly how the intensity is of the lobby. And now here Extreme Godlike has realized the only way you can try and play these games is by going defensive. And that's why they have bunkered inside of a great compound. But let's hope that the Circle's going to be favoring that compound as well for long enough.
Oh, that is true. I mean, the only problem is it's a little too into the southern half of the play zone right now, and there's Forever Red Ross and Rivalry NRI waiting for them. But can't forget about the miracle worker Manya for the side of Seoul as well. He has taken his position on that isolated island. In the meanwhile, FS against Versatile Necro, the fight has broken out. It seems like as we see it on the finish feed, bodies dropping on either sides, but nades are going to be dropped by the players of SOA onto Bot Army Esports.
SOA, a bit of an upper hand inside of the fight. Bot Army Esports taking a lot of damage from the blue. One single nade around that player can actually find the knock as well, and that's what happens. Devotee gets taken down real low. Shotgun shot as well to the dome. Does the man have enough time to patch himself up? And no, it's going to be the answer. A battle against the play zone. The man falls apart. And now SOA, as we know, they've got the advantage inside of that battle. Bottom Esports, they just need to evade the tracks of SOA.
They have kind of done that. They've sent Scary Jord towards the eastern side, and he is way further ahead of the players of SOA Esports. But Necro, the point of concern and the problem for SOA can be the players of Cincinnati Kids. They're playing from that western shoreline of boot camp, although it's just two of them. Two players crossed towards that central island, and now Aditya finally moves into a position from where he can actually secure a few eliminations for his team, but it's not going to be easy. And as I was talking about him, Scary Jord, his opportunity to strike.
Smoker in the front. The man can see gold in front of his eyes, but can he strike at the right mark? And yes, he does. Smoker getting smoked in this duel. SOA struggling too much in this battle. Even Starboy falls apart. The man was proning out in the open. Not even sure what Starboy's thinking was in that instance. But Scary Jord just quickly secured 2 elimination points. Now on the verge of securing the 3rd one as well. The knock's down. He might just pull off a 1v4 without any pressure. What am I watching? Scary Jord effortlessly taking down 3 players of SOA.
But unfortunately for him, rivalry NRI, they hear the commotion, they look to move in, and in this fight, he is outnumbered for sure, because the players of rivalry NRI are moving in tandem, 2 of them on ground level with Scary Jord himself. But Scary, his goal, it seems like, has become to hand the last blow to the players of SOA, bleeding to the blue zone himself. 3 first aids available. Now it's down to 2. I don't think we can expect a lot from here on out. He has gotten 6 eliminations in total for his team, 4 by Scary Jord himself. I think it's a decent outing for Bot Army.
Without a doubt it is.
Could have been a lot worse, to be honest, a few moments ago.
It could have been, actually, but Scary Jord getting those 3 finishes, that was incredible. And let's not forget, we just saw wipe on our screens. What a nade that was. Hero Extreme Godlike once again back to their classic gameplay. Dominating the lobby, utilities on point, precision's back on the board. Forever Red Frost out in the open. They do not really have a lot of fighting chance in this fight in the first place, and Mino just tapping away. Wants to get the confirmation, and he probably will as well. Forever Red Frost, they're probably done for.
Yeah, there is absolutely no way for them to move in, as Godlike is standing there like a barricade. Knock converted into finishes. And Bot Army Esports, well, Scary Jord finally bows out to the powers of the blue zone. But Godlike, 3 eliminations on the board. They are still looking for that chicken dinner because they aren't doing too well in the overall ranking. Still outside the top 10.
They indeed aren't. Forever Red Ross, just 1 man alive, and that's going to be Arto. He knows the moment he steps outside of this cover, he will be eliminated. You can probably feel the man's nerves at this point. Bot Army Esports desperate for points. And Forever Red Ross, even they're quite desperate. Just 3 points so far. Rush Boy, shots were taken. THW Non-X, they're around the fray too, and we did see Forever Red Ross's ball getting wiped out by the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Just 1 man was alive, so you cannot really expect a lot there.
Yeah, I mean, they did not have the numbers to work with, but Necro, I mean, we are seeing all of these fights brew up. Versatile is going after those finishes. Godlike has finally woken up. They are being aggressive as well. Hades H4K, unfortunately, they were stuck outside of the play zone. They tried to move in, got sandwiched, and now Genesis is about to finish off their last player. But man, what happened to our turret, Necro? It's not shooting too well, is it? It's just 2 finishes for medal.
That's what I mentioned, right? It's really tough to pull this strategy off, especially on the map of Sanhok, because there's so many odd turrets. And there's so many weird places that the players can actually find themselves in the cover. There's so many trees that are available. So, yeah, for these turrets to actually get anything done, it's going to be tough. Because every single team right now, they've got their own cover to play with. And Genesis Esports, they just wiped out the likes of Hades H4K, which is going to be a tough pill to swallow as well. Hades H4K, back-to-back bad games, Johnny.
Yeah, it's the 3rd game where they did not get a lot of points for themselves. So, a very heartbreaking start for Hades H4K for the first finals in their record books. But Genesis, they are doing quite well for themselves, to be honest. And again, 2 players left, Sam and Apollo. Medal blocks their way along with the players of Reckoning Esports. Now, would you look at that?
Once again, it feels like the gods are favoring the players of Reckoning Esports. Things falling into right place. Reckoning Esports dominating the overall board as well. And looking at this game too, it feels like Reckoning Esports, they're probably going to dominate this one too. All they need to do is play their cards right. Once again, Hero Extreme Godlike. Cincinnati Kids in the front, 3 players in that compound. Jonathan looking to toss a nade. Cincinnati Kids trying to evade the tracks of Godlike or maybe find the off angle and take the fight. But they do make the bounce against Hero Extreme Godlike. Making that bounce of close and personal. Admino's nade, it's got to be on the mark. And this nade's tossed up pretty close, but not close enough to find the knock. Hero Extreme Godlike now looking for a move in tandem. The same thing can be said for Cincinnati Kids as well, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. Cincinnati Kids is one of those teams that you can never rule out outside of a battle. Admino fights the first without any problems. Hero Extreme Godlike, they get the advantage back in their hands. And Cincinnati Kids, they get dismantled by the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike. No effort shown from Hero Extreme Godlike in that fight.
Yeah, they lost one player, but it seems like CK, they just completely dropped the ball when information about Flock's position was compromised, and they still chose to move in. Godlike coming in with a brilliant punish over here, have finally broken into the top 5 of this match, and with 14 players in total still alive, we'll make that 13 still alive because one of them just got finished off and Metal Esports get wiped out. So we're down to 4 teams, 12 players still intact. Godlike, they need a chicken dinner to their name with at least double-digit eliminations to make that bounce back. But Reckoning Esports, Necro, I am amazed with what this team has been able to pull off. 3 games in a row, they have been in the top 4 the whole time.
They do have been versatile now. Moves out in the open. A lot of shots taken against them from Hero Extreme Godlike. Hero Extreme Godlike from the hilltop. They've got so much intel to play with, so much land coverage, it's crazy. They can actually dominate this game and secure a few more crazy finishes if they play their cards right. And VXT, they're getting popped out. It's not a great news. One man from VXT down and dusted. Now it's down to just S-Power. Can he really hold his ground? That's the question. Hero Extreme Godlike having the high ground advantage, and that 2-2 split, it's working out in perfection. Jonathan constantly tossing the utilities and making the lives of Reckoning Esports hell. But they've still got 3 players standing. Dionysus gets knocked out as well. Reckoning Esports on the verge of collapsing. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they secure all those finishes.
Well settled for the top 4 Reckoning, because Godlike is here. 13 eliminations to their name. Admino was knocked out, but is going to be brought back to his feet. And now all that stands between Godlike and the chicken dinner is with just one last man, FS.
FS Esports, once again consistent in this game of Sanhok. Yes, he could not really do a lot, and it will be Hero Extreme Godlike securing the chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. This was a desperately needed chicken dinner for Hero Extreme Godlike. First 2 games, they were not that great.
Yeah.
But the 3rd game is going to be a bounce back and also a setback for the teams in the top 3.
That's why they always say, Necro, 3rd time is the charm, right? You got to try twice before you finally give up. And Godlike, they never gave up. It was a brilliant game from them. I believe somewhere close to 14 eliminations in this match there was. That's 24 points on the board. Now the bounce back is going to be there from the side of Godlike, but I have to say, Reckoning Esports, ooh, I'm surprised. They were top 4 in this match again. They had 5 eliminations.
Reckoning Esports, I'm pretty sure they're going to maintain that podium spot, right?
Yeah,
without a
for
doubt,
sure.
they're going to be there on the first spot. But Hero Extreme Godlike, this is the beginning of something great. And we all know if the same thing keeps on happening, that means Hero Extreme Godlike at the end of the day can actually be at the first spot.
That is true. It's going to be interesting to see, can they actually pull it off, though.
Well, this is going to be a very exciting one as well here. Hero Extreme Godlike finally making a bounce back in this game itself here. For those guys watching, this is a very important moment here. And hello guys, welcome back to the English broadcast, and I'm here on the desk. I was outside with Analyst, and I'm pretty sure that none of you were listening here. I brought up points where Robin was saying that, hey, you know, if they are a little bit in a down area here, they need to go in for a little bit of reset. And that reset came true. And now with this comeback coming in for Hero Extreme Godlike, can they bring that momentum forward is going to be my question for them.
it's a start for the great future, right?
That is true.
Here, Extreme Godlike, now they've got the momentum that they were searching for. In the first 2 games, for some reason, here Extreme Godlike was constantly getting hurt. They were trying to test the lobby, that's what it felt like. They were trying to be aggressive, just the way they were playing in the online stage.
Yeah.
But that strategy was not working. So here Extreme Godlike this time brought in that tactical nature, showed a bit of the patience, and it worked out perfectly well.
100% agree with what Necro just said right now, because you can notice that testing the lobby element when we go back and look at the fights that Hero Extreme Godlike was taking in Game 1 of Erangel and in the map of Miramar as well. This time though, they did not let things overheat. They stayed in that shack for a long time. They knew they heard the commotion on top of that hill a long time ago, but they still did not commit until the players were completely out into the open. It's the timing of the fight that changed everything and made sure that they had the players to close out the game. And if you have all 4 players till the end of the game, no one's taking that chicken dinner away, baby.
See, on the analyst desk, I actually made a little bit of predictions there as well. Anki asked me the question here, when it comes to Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, you know, Sanhok is going to be the favorite one here. I gave a very, very clear cut, which is Erangel, Miramar is going to be very, very tactical. Sanhok is going to be the map where it's going to be solely dependent on mechanical skills and firepower. And I made a prediction straight up. Scary Jot, it's time to perform. Unfortunately to say, we saw moments, but we all forgot. You know, when it comes to best mechanical skills, Hero Extreme Godlike is that team to watch out for.
I'll still give Scary that game, man. I mean, considering his entire team got annihilated a few moments ago, and this man had the guts to go up against the entirety of SOA alone and then turn around and instantly start taking the fight against Rivalry Esports. That's the confidence I want in my life.
That's the crazy part, right? The man took down 3 players of SOA single-handedly. He was setting in the panic in the players in the front, right? For SOA, it was a nightmare that they had to go through. They needed to move out in the open, and Scary Jot knew the man's got the advantage without any hesitation, without any problem. He easily took down 3 players effortlessly. But let's move on the conversation towards Reckoning Esports too, right? Because that constant lead has been maintained in the overall standings, and if this difference maker is not being capitalized by anyone, it's a big concern.
See, I brought this up on the desk as well when we talk about Dion feeding me the inside information here. They made a prediction here. They feel like this zone is SOA meta, but if they're copying SOA and SOA is a little bit slower than the rest, seems like it's no longer SOA meta now. They've made it themselves because Reckoning Esports is dominating in all 3 games right now.
I mean, so what is going on now? You say Reckoning is copying SOA, but SOA is just playing edge games for some reason. They were stuck towards that southwestern part of the edge in boot camp, and I was like, there is no way you're coming out of there, because you have Bot Army Esports, CK waiting for you on the other side, and SOA, they were in so much hurt.
Being completely honest, it feels like SOA is not in control right now. They are letting the force and the intensity of the lobby drive them instead of them themselves driving inside of the game. Right?
I feel
that's the main problem.
I feel like based on that situation here, it more comes down to, when it comes to experience towards LAN itself, right? How quickly can you adapt? Reckoning adapted to try SOA's playstyle, but because everybody is trying their style, what is a good way to counter your own style? And it feels like it's all about rock, paper, scissors. When you play rock all the time, I come out paper, what you gonna do? Kind of situation. So I get where this is coming from, but I feel like right now the biggest concern should actually be focused on towards the rest of the team here. Like Soul, great start, great opening.
I've got an interesting stat for you. If the circle is not going to be on Camp Alpha, Soul's not going to win the game. That is simple. That has been a prime thing for Soul. History's been a testament. The moment the circle pops up on Camp Alpha, they will secure chicken dinner. If the circle's not on Camp Alpha, they will completely bomb that game.
Hey, but turns out we completely ignored Versatile for some reason. They did quite well for themselves, and especially S-Power, because he becomes the MVP of this game. 6 eliminations to his name. We have Jonathan from Godlike on the second with 5. Scary Jot from Bot Army Esports with 4. On the third, Draxi from 80s HPK. He gets 3 eliminations for his team, and then there's Viper from Reckoning Esports. 3 finishes to his name as well.
Well, when we talk about high mechanical skills here, for Draxi and also Viper to be part of the top 5, just shows you how difficult Sanhok is in general, right? Circle shifts can only do so much. Yes, unfortunately, say for Bot Army Esports, they don't have Circle in their favor. He did his best, but still got himself in the top 3. So I would say it's still a dub for them. But with all things considered here, the point system on screen right now, point standing, of course, Hero Extreme Godlike with that chicken dinner and 14 finishes in total will put themselves with 24 points, followed by VXT on second place with 14 points.
So if I'm not wrong, majority of the top half of the overall leaderboard right now sits at the second page of this particular game. It's just Reckoning Esports that were able to keep themselves in the top 4.
Without a doubt. Yeah, Reckoning Esports is the only team that's able to maintain that consistency. And even FS Esports getting 10 points, right? The previous game as well, it was not that bad. I'm speaking of Miramar.
Oh, yeah.
FS Esports, even they're on the right path of consistency. But as I mentioned, if you're playing just for the bare minimum, are you doing enough? That's the main question that you need to ask yourself.
Right now, it feels like this has come down to between just 2 teams that no one expected to be competing for the top spot, Reckoning and FS. I mean, to be honest, Reckoning, we did expect them to be at the top, but at the very top?
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit different as well here. But at the end of the day, it is going to be a lot of matches to play. You know, it's all about consistency. And so far, FS Esports, I thought it was a fluke coming from semifinals here, but they were the team that had the most amount of chicken dinners. And I don't know, man. Like, something about FS Esports about being consistent is kind of working out, but I want to see a little bit more firepower here because we know Hero Extreme God always brings in the power. And to be honest, game 1 was at the tone that was set by every single team. You can see the tensions was all-time high. But game 2, game 3, you can see a lot of teams kind of fumbling in terms mentally already.
Yeah, that is true.
Without a doubt, and I still can't believe you think FS Esports' performance on the online stages was a fluke. How?
Circle favored them all the way through, man.
Nah, man, it's not the first time they've done that. Every year, this team has a way of just giving a surprise, especially during the online stages.
I do understand. Particular games, they did have the luck on their side, but not every time. FS Esports, they're one of those teams that does have a great firepower too. And their survival tactics in the online stage, we've seen those. If you remember that game where they got the hovercraft from the military base, somehow made the rotation, and because of their survival skills, they were alive.
Hey, if we talk about that particular game, they got extremely lucky. They got 3 hovercrafts in the same match and were able to secure the win. So that game was locked, but yeah, FS is very consistent in closing out their games once they make into the top 4 or the top 5. So from there, breaking into the top 5 for them is a challenge. The early stages of a match are always challenging for them. But after that late game, this team is just perfect in securing the chicken.
All right. Enough of FS Esports here because that was a banger coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. And I'm curious to see how they feel about this here because we are going to be throwing in on towards the whole stage here with Rohit to have a little bit of interview with the players. Rohit, take it away.
बड़ी जीत मिली है and इस समय of course a lot of people are happy here in Kolkata. खुश होगे नहीं इस समय BGIS 2025 एक्सपीरियंस करते हुए? Well, ये तो है, इसके बारे में तो हम लोग बात करते ही रहेंगे, लेकिन इस समय एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज के बारे में भी मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ. कुछ महीने पहले अगर आप सोशल मीडिया अच्छी तरह करते हैं तो आपने ये नोटिस भी किया होगा कि क्राफ्ट इन इंडिया ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने अपना एक इनिशिएटिव निकाला कॉल्ड राइजिंग स्टार्स. एंड यहाँ पर बेसिकली बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमारे पूरे BGMI इकोसिस्टम को सपोर्ट करने के लिए एक इनिशिएटिव ये स्टार्ट हुआ जहां पर आप, मैं, कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता था, रजिस्टर कर सकता था. एंड इसके बारे में और बात करने के लिए अभी मैं यहां पर बुलाना चाहूंगा मिस्टर करण पाठक को, द एसोसिएट डायरेक्टर ऑफ क्राफ्ट इन इंडिया, टू प्लीज जॉइन मी ऑन स्टेज. Hi Karan. And यहाँ पर in the grand finale, of course, we see a lot of stars shining, performing. But tell us about Rising Stars, जहाँ पर जो e-sports athletes हैं, उनको क्राफ्ट इन इंडिया ने ये डिसाइड किया कि वो पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड उनको सपोर्ट देंगे. तो टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट दैट.
देखा जाए दिसंबर में हमने राइजिंग स्टार्स का रजिस्ट्रेशन ओपन किया था. तकरीबन 3000 के आसपास एंट्रीज आई हुई है. उसमें से हमने छाट कर 10 राइजिंग स्टार सिलेक्ट किए. 2 अनफॉर्चुनेटली कंटिन्यू नहीं कर पाए, तो फिलहाल आज हम 7 लोगों को अनाउंस करने वाले हैं. एक अभी भी सोच रहा है, तो उसके लिए हम रुके हुए हैं. बट राइजिंग स्टार्स इज़ अ प्रोग्राम जो क्राफ्ट इन इंडिया ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने इनिशिएट किया है. in alignment with the company Crafton India, wherein हम ecosystem को grow करना चाहते हैं, grassroots level पे जो players हैं, उनको grow करना चाहते हैं. तो सोच ये है कि हर किसी को और ज़्यादा opportunities मिले, और जो players आप देखोगे, उनमें से कुछ तो अभी already established हैं, जिनके channels social जो है 50,000 लोगों से ज़्यादा उनको follow करते हैं. उनमें से एक तो यहाँ पे दो तो यहाँ पे BGIS finalist है. इनको हमने यूज़ किया है, इनको बेसिकली प्रोग्राम में एनरोल किया है कि जहाँ पे वो अटके हैं वहाँ पे उन्हें मदद कर सके और वो आगे बढ़ सके.
ऑलराइट, एंड अगर जर्नी की बात करें, सपोर्ट की बात करें, तो ऑफ कोर्स एक पर्सनल मेंटरिंग मिलेगी क्राफ्टन की पूरी टीम की तरफ से, गाइडेंस मिलेगा. एंड जब आप अभी देखेंगे इनको, सब लोग देखेंगे जब हम लोग अपने राइजिंग स्टार्स को यहाँ पर बुलाएंगे, हाउ डू यू सी देम ग्रो इन द प्रॉब्ली द नेक्स्ट बिग टूर्नामेंट?
फिलहाल तो इट्स मोर अबाउट देम जस्ट कमिंग टू द क्राउड. ये पहली बार है कि वो इतने बड़े ऑडियंस के सामने अपने आप को प्रेजेंट करेंगे. ऑफ कोर्स ऑनलाइन जब खेलते हैं आपने उनको देखा है, उनका गेम प्ले देखा है, पर अब जब उनको देखोगे और अगली बार जब वो स्टेज पे आएंगे, यू विल सी द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू.
ऑलराइट, सो लेट्स टू एक्सपीरियंस दैट इम्पैक्ट पहले आज इनको यहाँ पे बुला लेते हैं हमारे राइजिंग स्टार्स को. सो जोरदार तालियों से लेट्स वेलकम आवर राइजिंग स्टार्स. Let's start with Paridhi, who's also known as Noob Pari. साथ में है Zalai Kam, who's also known as Zer Zalai. उनके साथ हैं Shiraj Thapa. Then we have Kunal, who's known as Murnox. And versatile team से हैं Somraj, who's also the rising star. And Sam from Genesis. And Evil, who's known as O-Lead. जिनका शायद एग्जाम है, जिसके कारण वो आज हमारे साथ इस मंच पर जुड़ नहीं पाए हैं. But O-Lead, if you're watching the stream, wish you all the best and congratulations on making it here. Ladies and gentlemen, the rising stars. This amazing initiative by Crafton India Esports. And personal, जब guidance मिलती है Crafton India से, personal mentoring आपको मिलेगी. सोमराज, आप से शुरू करते हैं. राइजिंग स्टार, आप तो ऑलरेडी स्टार हैं, लेकिन अब ये पर्सनल जो गाइडेंस आपको मिलेगी उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए. हाउ डज इट feel to be part of this first edition of Rising Stars?
Yeah, it feels great कि क्राफ्टन ने इतना अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया और ऐसे राइजिंग स्टार्स खड़े करने का उनका प्लान है, जो कि गेम को बहुत बेनिफिशियल रहेगा. लोग बोलते हैं कि क्राफ्टन ऐसा इन्वेस्ट नहीं करती है हमारे इकोसिस्टम में, बट देखो अभी बस 5 राइजिंग स्टार है एंड आई होप कि इनका और राइजिंग स्टार्स खड़े करने का प्लान हो.
ऑलराइट, एंड इस समय ऑफ कोर्स करण ने भी यहाँ पर मेंशन किया है कि अभी BGIS 2025 में हम आपको देख रहे हैं, हम सब आपको देख रहे हैं, घर में बैठे लाखों करोड़ों लोग आपको देख रहे हैं, लेकिन as Karan promised, by the time we see you guys again in the next tournament, एक अलग विजुअल देखने को मिलेगा, इनका एक अलग पर्सनालिटी देखने को मिलेगा. तो इस समय मैं चाहूंगा कि आप लोग के पास माइक है, एक एक करके बताइए कि हाउ डज इट फील टू बी पार्ट ऑफ द राइजिंग स्टार्स इनिशिएटिव.
I feel very amazing. I feel like this opportunity gives me more power. It increases reliability for me. And I don't have a lot to say, but I would like to thank my team, Pratik, Dazzle, Beast, and our team mentor Zypex. For this, I couldn't be here without them.
All right, thank you.
I'm feeling super excited. I want to give thanks to Team Crafton for giving me this opportunity. It's a dream come true. And lastly, I want to give shout out to the friends and family out there who's watching the live and supporting me. Ta chapa cookie chapa.
I am really super excited for this opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to contribute, learn, and grow as much as I can.
So guys, I'm super thrilled to walk in as a rising star, and I want to learn more about the rising star program and what Crafton has to provide in it. And yeah, I'm also super excited like all the others, and I just want to make my mark. And thank you Crafton for picking me as a rising star, and I hope we all will be good.
It's definitely a new experience, something new, a new concept. So I'm feeling very amazing, and I'll look forward for the details that will be out soon.
डिटेल्स तो आपको बहुत जल्दी मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन अभी जो आप सबको मिलने वाला है वो ये है कि आपको एक मोमेंटो मिलेगा फ्रॉम द क्राफ्टन इंडिया esports. So let's have the mementos, please. And Karan, while we are distributing the memento, do you want to quickly tell us about this? Looks very, very cool.
It's special to us. I think it's special to everybody who plays the game. It's a Dropbox, very highly collectible item, and It's just for you guys and a few more.
All right, the drop box, the memento for our rising stars. And आपको ये बता दूं कि क्राफ्टन इंडिया को अगर आप सोशल मीडिया में फॉलो करते हैं तो आपको पता चल जाएगा कि अगला राइजिंग स्टार्स का बैच कब निकलेगा, आप कब रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं. And who knows, you could be standing here in the next big tournament. So let's have a huge round of applause for our rising stars. Come on, Kolkata. हमारे राइजिंग स्टार्स हैं, आज मंच पर खड़े हैं, कल बड़ा नाम करेंगे. एंड बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर शायद ड्रीम कर रहे हैं कि हम भी यहाँ पर स्टेज पर किसी दिन आना चाहेंगे. सो करण, इट इज ओपन फॉर एवरीवन, राइट?
इट इज ओपन फॉर एवरीवन. इसका सेकंड एडिशन जो है हम बहुत जल्द लाएंगे, पर पहले इनके साथ थोड़ा काम चालू करें. सेकंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ, फिफ्थ, सिक्स्थ एडिशंस आते रहेंगे.
ऑल राइट, थैंक यू सो मच आवर राइजिंग स्टार्स. थैंक यू सो मच करण. एंड बस इसके साथ हम लोग BGMI एक्शन को तो यहाँ पर रुकने देंगे नहीं. आप लोग जाइए, तैयार हो जाइए राइज करने के लिए, स्टार बनने के लिए. एंड अभी एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेते हैं. एंड ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ द ब्रेक वी हैव मोर BGMI एक्शन वेटिंग जस्ट फॉर यू. सो डोंट गो एनीवेयर, वील बी राइट बैक.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना.
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता. अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है. हाँ तू रोंडो. रन 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 रन.
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे. रोंडो.
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार.
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में. रोंडो 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 आगे. रन 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 रन.
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
लॉबी को तो दर्शन ही नहीं दे रहा है.
Just give me one more game.
Shut up! अरे नहीं मेरा चैनल OG स्क्वाड मिले ना दोबारा. डाउनलोड BGMI now.
I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That to tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
Delivery order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
শুনেছেন কি হলো? বড় হাওয়া আর বউ হাওয়া
গেল কোথায়? এই জানো, এক ছোকরার ছিল আসা যাওয়া।
বলছি মালটা গেল কোথায়? হাওয়া।
এই শাড়িটা উনি দিয়েছেন দুর্গাপূজার জন্য পাওয়া।
এই কে আছিস? দেখ তো বাড়ির মেন গেটটা কে নিচের দেওয়া।
ইধার তো বাবু কই না হওয়া। মাটি হয়ে গেল রাতের খাওয়া।
তাহলে ট্যাক্সি ফেয়ারটা পাবো তো বাবা? দেখো খোঁজো, এখনো তো যায়নি পাওয়া।
তাড়াতাড়ি, এক্ষুনি কেউ আসলো বলে।
আরেকবারটি হোক তাহলে।
আরে টিভিটা তো আগে হোক।
একটু ওয়েট করুক সব লোক। আসলে ব্যাটল গ্রাউন্ডসে কি দারুণ খেলা।
আর একবার হবে নাকি ও বেলা?
অফ কোর্স, চলুক গুলি, চলুক গোলা। না না, ওয়েট করছি যে ছাদ না তোলা।
ব্যাটলগ্রাউন্ডস মোবাইল ইন্ডিয়া লেগে গেছে ধুম। মোবাইলে খেলা আর ঢিসুম ঢিসুম। ডাউনলোড BGMI নাও।
हाँ तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं? टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा। FPP टीपीपी FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन? लुंडरी? लुंडरी ना सर। विनर विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
हेलो एवरीवन, एक ब्रेक के बाद एक बार फिर से आप सभी लोगों का स्वागत है realme BGIS 2025 ग्रैंड फाइनल लैंड फाइनल फिलहाल यहाँ पे चल रहा है। 3 मैचेस हमारे समाप्त हो चुके हैं, लेकिन अभी भी 3 मैचेस बचे। देखते हैं उसमें किनका कमबैक आएगा। बट फिलहाल मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं ओशन शर्मा, सुपर जॉनी। कैसे हैं आप दोनों? क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि 3 मैचेस के बाद तो एक्साइटमेंट और ज्यादा बढ़ चुका होगा आप लोगों का।
एक्साइटमेंट है, और उस एक्साइटमेंट के साथ साथ सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर जो आता है वो यही है कि इट्स बीन अ व्हाइल जब हम लोग भी एक साथ एक टेस्ट के ऊपर आए हैं। काफी सालों की बात हो चुकी है। आप तो पहले गेम में थे हम एक साथ। काफी समय के बाद की बात है जब हम एक साथ आए हैं। सो यस, दैट इज आल्सो वन थिंग। सो हमें भी नॉस्टैल्जिया, और यहाँ पर चिकन डिनर से नॉस्टैल्जिया और बढ़ रहा है जब टीम्स अपने जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो अपने फेवरेट टीम्स के चिकन डिनर्स को देख रहे हैं।
एग्जैक्टली और वहीं कुछ नाम ऐसे भी नजर आ रहे हैं जो नेक्स्ट लेवल कंसिस्टेंसी डेवलप कर चुके हैं अपने पहले 3 गेम्स के अंदर। रेकनिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स की यहाँ पे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज अगेन पहले 3 गेम्स हर गेम के अंदर टॉप 4 भाई।
देखिए वो तो बैलेंस करके रखे और चाहेंगे कि और ज्यादा बैलेंस करके रखे अपने आप को, लेकिन रियलमी हाईलाइट की तरफ नजर डालते हैं। कुछ इस तरीके से सनहॉक की कहानी लिखी गई, जहाँ पे शुरुआत कुछ ने बेहतर किया तो कुछ ने अंत बेहतर किया।
देखिए एफएस के लिए कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा बुरा लग सकता है। इसके पिछले गेम में भी टॉप 2 में आए थे, इस गेम के अंदर भी टॉप 2, इस बार तो फाइट्स के अंदर भी हिस्सेदारी रखी। ओरंगुटैन, उनको जो रिजल्ट चाहिए था वो एग्जैक्टली आ नहीं पाए। ओरंगुटैन को ये 16th पोजीशन का एलिमिनेशन ये बहुत चुभ सकता है।
लेकिन आई थिंक सबसे ज्यादा जो चीज चुभेगी वो एसओए को, वो बात है कि स्कैरी जॉर्ड को जिंदा क्यों छोड़ा, क्योंकि 3 प्लेयर्स इन्होंने खत्म करे थे बूट कैंप के अंदर। वो ट्रिपल वेयर हाउसेस के पास स्कैरी जॉर्ज थे जिन्होंने इवेड किया उस फाइट को और हिल टॉप कंट्रोल लेने में कामयाब रहे थे, और वहां से SOA के 3 खिलाड़ी उन्होंने गड़ाए। इट वॉज एन इनक्रेडिबल मोमेंट। पीछे घूम के राइवलरी के साथ भी उन्होंने हल्की सी एक फाइट इनिशिएट करी थी, बट फिर ब्लू जोन में फंस के खत्म हो गए। बट स्टिल अ गुड परफॉर्मेंस फ्रॉम बॉटम ई-स्पोर्ट्स एंड स्कैरी जॉर्ज।
देखिए अच्छे परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें तो हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक डोमिनेशन इस सनहॉक की नगरी में उनके तरफ से हमने देखा। द मैप ऑफ कमबैक इसीलिए तो बोला जाता है कि कुछ टीम्स आते हैं जो कि इरांगल और मिरामार में जो बेहतर नहीं करते वो सनहॉक में आके बेहतर करते हैं। ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते, बहुत आसान रहा उनके लिए ओशन, थोड़ा बीच में लड़खड़ा है, उनके भी प्लेयर्स हमें नॉक होते हुए देखने को मिले, लेकिन रिवाइवल जो था वो भी काफी बेहतर।
राइट टाइम पे राइट टीम वर्क अगर मिल रहा है तो फिर और क्या चाहिए। और जो भी इस टीम के ऊपर कहीं ना कहीं संदेह रखे हुए थे, उन्हें ये पता था कि जब पंक की गॉड लाइक आई है तो वो रिजल्ट्स निकालना चाहती हैं। एंड दे जस्ट न्यू कि कब क्या कैसे किस तरीके से सही करना है, और उसी तरीके से और हर किसी ने एंजॉय भी किया इस गेम को कि यस यही गेम चाहिए था। एंड दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रैटेजी। एक स्ट्रैटेजीज भी बन रही है, हर एक कॉन्वर्सेशन यहाँ सही तरीके से गई है।
देखिए कुछ खुश थे, कुछ थोड़े निराश थे। VXT को वहाँ पे देख रहे थे, परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ा मिसिंग लगा है, लेकिन इस सनहॉक में आई थिंक थोड़ा सा तो कमबैक हमने उनका भी देखा जॉनी।
एग्जैक्टली, आई थिंक पहले 2 गेम्स उनके अच्छे नहीं गए थे, लेकिन इस सनहॉक में जिस तरह से फिनिशेस निकालने शुरू किए, खासतौर से जो सदर्न एज पे एक पहली फाइट देखने को मिली थी हमें जस्ट वेस्ट ऑफ केव, वहां से सब चीज़ों की शुरुआत हुई थी VXT के लिए। और मेरे को लग रहा था कि उस फाइट में शायद चीज़ें गलत जा सकती है जब ट्रू रिपर्स को हमने बैक स्टैब आते हुए देखा, लेकिन वहीं से उन्होंने शुरुआत कर थी एंड देन गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ एलिमिनेशंस। तो ओवरऑल गेम अभी यहाँ पे अच्छा गया, लेकिन अगर अगला सैनॉक भी अच्छा जाए तो आई थिंक हम बोल सकते हैं रिकवरी हो गई।
देखिए कमबैक हम बोलते हैं, कमबैक इस मैप में हुआ है तो हो सकता है कि अगले मैप में कोई और टीम कमबैक कर ले, लेकिन आप ओवरऑल की बात कर रहे थे
जी।
चलते ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और देखते हैं कि अभी पहले स्थान पे कौन आ चुके हैं और कौन है फिलहाल और इस टॉप 3 में, और किन की मुश्किलें 3 मैचेस के बाद बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ते हुए। तो फिलहाल अभी भी रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स 41 टोटल पॉइंट्स निकाल के पहले स्थान पे अभी भी बैठे, बट हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक दूसरे स्थान पे सीधा आ गए।
14 पॉइंट्स निकाले थे, 14 फिनिशेस निकाले थे हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक ने, और 14 का फासला अभी भी रेकनिंग और हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक पे। एक और गेम ऐसा चाहिए होगा, बट देन देयर इज एफएस एज वेल। कंसिस्टेंसी इनकी तरफ से भी आई है, 2 बार खुद को #2 पर देखा है, एंड दैट जस्ट लुक्स प्रीटी डिफरेंट। टीम सोल ने जो आज के दिन की शुरुआत करी थी वो लय उन्हें वापस चाहिए होगी। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर every Soul fan wants one chicken dinner from Team Soul as well.
And I think जिस हिसाब से जो aggression पहले गेम में इन्होंने दिखाया था, वो चिकन डिनर आ भी सकता है आज के दिन if they just be that aggressive again. लेकिन अब जैसे बात कर रहे थे आप FS की, जेनेसिस भी एक अच्छी पोजीशन में हमें नजर आ रही है। बस देखना वो ये कि एक बड़ा मैच और कौन होगा वो कौन सी पहली स्क्वाड होगी जो रेकनिंग के अगेंस्ट इस डिफरेंस को कवर अप करेगी। बस 24 मतलब ये जो डिफरेंस चल रहा है अभी 14 पॉइंट्स का, दैट्स अ लॉट।
ये तो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की बात हो गई जॉनी। अभी सीधा चलते हैं यहाँ पे नजर डालते हैं realme MVP, क्योंकि ये टीम्स की बात हो रही है, लेकिन कौन सा वो प्लेयर था जिसके बदौलत ये सारी चीजें बेहतर हो रही है। तो देखिए राइवलरी की टीम आज के दिन पे एक चीज तो मैं बोलूंगा कि डैमेजेस बहुत ज्यादा दे रहे, लेकिन फाइनली वो फिनिशेस भी आ रहे हैं।
MVP रेटिंग बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से, हमें पता है कैलकुलेशन का क्राइटेरिया आपके फिनिशेस, आपके डैमेज, आपका सर्वाइवल, हर किसी का एक परसेंटेज जरूर लेकर के कैलकुलेट किया जा रहा है, एंड सर्वर उसमें अभी काफी ज्यादा ऊपर है। एडमिनो जॉनथन वो भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि वो भी धीरे धीरे ऊपर जाए, और ऐसे गेम जरूर एक रे ऑफ होप देता है, बट देन देयर इज वाइपर एज वेल। रेकनिंग के खिलाड़ियों को कैसे रोका जाएगा।
चलिए ये तो बात हो गई रियल MVP की, लेकिन अभी चलते हैं फाइनल MVP की तरफ, और वहां पे कौन कौन से नाम हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं, क्योंकि मजेदार तो मैच चल रहा है। और इस एक्साइटमेंट में अगर आप देखें, कैरी जॉर्ज फाइनली ये खिलाड़ी हमें यहाँ पे आता हुआ देखने को मिला, लेकिन वो टीम जॉनी अभी भी थोड़ी मिसिंग है।
आई मीन टीम का अगर कंट्रीब्यूशन मिल जाए तो आई थिंक बॉटमी ई-स्पोर्ट्स को हम एक बड़ी लीप लेते हुए देखेंगे डायरेक्टली इनटू द टॉप 3, बट दिस मैन ही इज ऑन एन इनक्रेडिबल रन राइट नाउ अलोंग विद वाइपर, जिन्होंने आई थिंक हंटर्स के जाने के बाद अपनी टीम में वो फ्रंट लाइनर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी काफी अच्छे से दी। आज के दिन नकुल ने जिस तरह से दिन की शुरुआत करी, 4 चांद लगा दिया यार। एक तो क्राउड की एनर्जी इतनी ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रिक, ऊपर से पहले गेम में ही सोल इतना बढ़िया खेल के चले जाए, और क्या चाहिए बाकी के गेम्स में, बाकी टीम की अच्छा
चिकन चाहिए।
चिकन आ जाएगा, कोई बात नहीं।
देखिए चिकन हर मैच के साथ कोई ना कोई तो लेके जाएंगे, ये तो श्योर है, लेकिन एक स्टोरी लाइन आप देखिए ना कितनी कमाल की चल रही है। टीम सोल पहला मैच उनका बहुत बेहतर, आने वाले 2 मैचेस बहुत ज्यादा साधारण। हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक पहले 2 मैचेस साधारण, लेकिन इस तीसरे मैच में वो बेहतर करके जा रहे हैं।
पैटर्न तो देखिए आपने बहुत सही निकाला है, लेकिन इस पैटर्न से मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ आने वाले मैचेस के बारे में आप क्या कह रहे हैं? क्या यही है कि फिर किसी का साधारण जाएगा तो किसी का बेहतर जाएगा?
पॉसिबिलिटी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ रही है क्योंकि राइवलरी हम जानते हैं इन दो टीम्स की बहुत कमाल की है, लेकिन
सबसे बड़ी राइवलरी है।
जी हाँ, एट द सेम टाइम बहुत सारे ऐसे भी नाम है जॉनी जो एक्सपेक्टेशन हम लगा के बैठे हुए, लेकिन वो उतना ज्यादा बेहतर नहीं कर रहे उन अंडरगॉड्स की, जो कि पहली बार इस तरीके के लैंड में हमें देखने को मिल रहा है।
आई थिंक लेकिन इनमें से सबसे बड़ी और सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन हमने हेडीज H4K से लगाई थी, लेकिन पहले कुछ मैचेस इनफैक्ट कंसिस्टेंटली तीनों गेम्स जो हैं वो खराब ही गए हैं। अभी बस वही है, जैसे माइंडसेट की बात करते हैं, अगर हेडीज H4K अपना माइंडसेट वैसा बना लेते, वी हैव नथिंग टू लूज, देन मे बी वी कैन सी देम बाउंस बैक। लेकिन कुछ खूबसूरत से पल फ्रॉम अर्लियर ड्यूरिंग द डे, हमारे जो BGMI के क्रिएटर्स हैं वो भी आ रखे हैं अरीना के अंदर। आप लोग भी आइए, वी मिस यू गाइस।
जी हाँ, हम आपको मिस कर रहे हैं, अगर आप घर से देख रहे हैं तो ठीक है, अदरवाइज आ जाइए जल्दी से, फटाफट हम आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं देख रहा था जर्सी यहाँ पे बैठ रही है जो उधर खास करके, देखिए मेरी बात में आप क्यों आ जाते हैं फट से, मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि आज मुझे जरूर मिल जाए, बट एक्सपेक्टेशन आने वाले मैच के लिए आप दोनों से मैं जानना चाहूंगा।
Once again, I would just want कि वो rivalries और ज्यादा निकले भी, because forging the history यही हर कोई चाहता है, so वो history forge होने के लिए एक और map of comeback is going to be really amazing.
I think it is time soul for the win.
चलिए, आपने तो प्रिडिक्शन कर दी, मैं एक्सपेक्टेशन पूछ रहा था, बट अभी अगला मुकाबला यहाँ पे स्टार्ट होने वाला है। सनहॉक एक बार फिर से आएगा उस काल्पनिक दुनिया में, देखते हैं कि कौन कमबैक करते हैं और किन की मुश्किलें बढ़ने वाली है। सीधा चलते हैं उस सनहॉक की नगरी में और देखते हैं कौन से कंटेनर निकाल के जा रहे हैं।
Blind's going to be in the skies once again on the map of Sanhok, starting all the way from Sami towards Hothin. Now this plane flat path heavily tilted towards the left side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities on the right side, maybe towards Camp Bravo or Mongnai, that's going to be a tough stretch.
Well, taking through this commentary on the English desk here is going to be myself, Icy Baby 1-2. Joining me is going to be Necro as we continue on for the grand finals of match number 4 itself. Now, of course, when we talk about Sanhok here, the first Sanhok was actually secured by Hero Extreme Godlike in the chicken dinner. Now, the question here is, can they maintain that consistency here? Because we talk about firepower, Hero Extreme Godlike is the team you have to watch out for. But interesting enough, this flight path seems to be favoring towards Alpha. We know Soul has the tendency to actually close up games, like you said as well, Necro. Will this circle be shifting on towards Alpha?
Battle Esports, they've been struggling from the start, and once again the struggle continues. Sarvit gets knocked out, and also going to be shanked to death. Godlike, the dream start they wanted.
He actually got that finish with the crossbow. Did I see that right?
Yeah,
on the finish feed.
Explosive arrows really eliminating that player. The bow and arrow sometimes can be disgusting. And right then and there for Hero Extreme Godlike also getting the advantage in that instance. The man had no weaponry to defend himself. And of course, man from Hero Extreme Godlike at Mino, he had his hands on the explosive bow and arrow.
You know, it's interesting enough. I had this chat about at Mino with Robin. And he was like, you know what, after me bringing it up on the desk here, immediately Hero Extreme Godlike performed. It's really good because when it comes to mental-wise, Admino was feeling a little bit down considering the way he died in game number 1 and number 2. But game 3 bounced back, and now with this opening first finish, I would say this is a good start for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Reckoning Esports is supposed to be the burning torch of consistency. Gravity's out in the open. Arto with the high ground. He's got the advantage, eyeing out the man. Gravity's still behind that rock. He needs a rescue mission. The cavalry needs to be there. Get the man out of this tricky spot. Still Gravity. He's moving from cover to cover. Now, as long as he's doing that, he's going to be safe.
Well, looks like the fight is about to happen as well. The push comes through from Forever Red Ross, but unfortunately was denied by Reckoning Esports. This early collision between both Forever Red Ross and Reckoning is starting to hurt each other, and eventually somebody's got to break.
A prime example of greed is never good. Forever Red Ross thought that the man was isolated. They had no clue that Reckoning Esports' cavalry was already there on the opposite side, and the off angle worked out perfectly well. It's like Gravity was a bait, and they got that elimination point instantly secured. Well played by Reckoning Esports. There's a reason this team is currently maintaining a distance on the first spot from the other teams.
Well, consistency is going to be the key here. Unfortunately for them, they are able to regroup and reset the fight. They are going to concede Paradise. That means they don't have a lot of loot, so they are going to be backing off without taking a lot of casualties. They will lose loot, but they have done the damage towards Forever Red Ross. They've lost one player. However, let's talk about another team here in Alpha Island. Seoul, they are going to be controlling the eastern side, and they do spot out members coming from Genesis. And interesting enough, Genesis actually went for a very, very early rotation here. Shadow pretty much spot out in the open, but Hunters, look at this spray.
I'm not a big fan of what's going on from the side of Seoul. They seem lost once again, but Hunters, at least he hands out that trade, which was quite important. Even Ronnie steps outside of cover, but he messes up big time. Seoul, what a big blunder this is. Ronnie is well on the verge of getting eliminated, and that's what exactly happened. Sam999, beautiful stuff. Genesis Esports, still things under control. They can get the fallen players back up on their feet. The same thing can be said for Seoul as well. But already a major setback inside of the fight in the name of Ronnie. The man was confirmed. While for Genesis Esports, all the cards can still be brought back alive.
Uh-oh, seems like Genesis is having a little bit more troubles here. They themselves getting one of the players in the back line, getting knocked off. Shadow finally scouted out and open. That means Seoul will have the opportunity to go in for the reset unless Sam999 has something installed here. They comes through 1 second. It looks good. Oh, a little bit too late there. Does not pop exactly where it was. So Seoul, they will get the reset. Sam is going to try and make another attempt as well. But as soon as he goes for the pick, Seoul trades fire, scaring him off, has to reset the pin in general here. But the problem here is he's all by himself.
Yeah, here's the concern. Even here, Extreme Godlike is now third-partying this fight. They probably read the elimination feed, saw the players of Seoul engage in a fight against Genesis. Now they know they've got the man advantage. These are going to be the free elimination point that Hero Extreme Godlike can feed on. But Seoul's still on a mission to take down the players of Genesis, and it does not seem like they're going to be backing away anytime soon. Manya pushes up close and personal. Sam is going to be the only glimmer of hope alive for Genesis, but he still finds the first strike. Seoul now getting manhandled by just this one man, but they can still win this fight. Things can still be in control, and Hunters is the one to save the day.
Oh my goodness, so Hunters is in a little bit of trouble. He actually bled out to the Molotovs. What happened? Whose Molotov is that? How did he actually knock himself out?
I'm not even sure what's going on here. But Seoul, they've got a third party around the vicinity in the name of Hades H4K. Seoul trapped in the compound, nowhere to go. Hades H4K, these can be the free elimination point they're scouting for. And let's not forget, even a while ago, Hero Extreme Godlike was third-partying this fight constantly. So even Hades H4K is not going to be too safe.
Yeah, seems like that's going to be the case, but seems like you know, they understand the reset has been put through, and it's just not worth committing to this fight. However, Genesis being one of the first teams to get eliminated in map for itself, so this is going to be a little bit more space. But based on how the zone shift is right now, look at this. It's stage 1. A lot of them are prioritizing those center zones right now. We have Metal, we have Scary John, we have SOA, we also have NRI in the mix here, Rivalry NRI in the middle of it all. So a lot of teams are starting to realize how important center zone is as of yet. And some of them may consider just with minimal resources, rush towards center as quickly as possible.
Genuinely speaking, it feels like Seoul is starting to drop the ball now. 2 games back-to-back, Seoul's performance is on a major dip. And something needs to be done. The only time Seoul performed was the game 1 itself. After that, Seoul's performance completely downhill. HW Nonix on the screen. Forever Red Ross way too up close and personal, just around the corner. Needs to be careful.
Definitely needs to be careful here because THW right now, they do have a lot of vision control from an offside, but there's not a lot of information because the majority of the teams are already in the middle. So not a lot of information means that they can't really act a lot on towards the information that they have as of yet. I know I'm repeating myself a little bit more. You must understand, when it comes to strategy, it all comes down to a game of information. And right now, positioning is going to be key. Is the map going to be favoring for you? Do you have those exit strategies covered, installed? And on screen right now, Bot Armory Esports has a very, very wide spread on towards the intersection between the 3 islands itself. This is very commonly known as the hotspot when it comes to going into a specific zone, and as soon as the zone shift comes in, it is going to be having 60% on towards main island, which is Bravo Island, and also the other 40% down towards Charlie Island. So this is a huge divide between both these teams, but Painan is smack middle of it all.
It indeed is. And Metal Esports is once again in the smack center, by the way. 3 players up and live. Metal Esports, they're ready to unleash the wrath. Their performance so far has been shaky. Even Metal Esports is one of those teams that hasn't really found that groove yet. Maybe they will find it. PSW Nonix, Roman, the man's on the move. Where's the rest of the cavalry? That's my question. He's the only one making the move inside of the circle. Maybe sort of like the insurance policy for the team. Roman's going to move in, scout out, play for the intel, and then the remaining 3 players to make the pounce.
Yeah, you can see the hesitation coming from Roman as well, because there was so much lack of information for them. And because of this ideology, they can't really do too much, because even though majority of the teams in the north side is pretty much in the clear, but it's better safe than sorry, right? You gotta do your due diligence regardless of whatever the situation is. Yes, we may be able to see how all the teams are rotating based on their position, but they themselves in the game, they have absolutely no idea what's happening around them. And it all comes down to audio cues, it all comes down to spotting specific pixels.
Without a doubt it does. It is H4K in a decent spot for now. Let's not forget, though, Hero Extreme Godlike currently controlling one of the solid spots as well. On the hilltop, uncontested. Got a great split going on for themselves, too, making sure there's just not going to be tunnel visioned on one side of that hill. Got a big split. This is the big thing about Hero Extreme Godlike. The moment they find that confidence, they start to go for those risky plays, and somehow they actually do come out on top.
Yeah, they kind of have to, right? But this is a very common rotation coming from them, especially they came from boot camp, they come to the south, they have the mountain terrains. The bigger question is, can they secure those vehicles? I think they're trying to use those vehicles to set up potential hard push or even hard crash later on in case the circle kind of shifts, especially when stage 3. We know stage 3 is going to be that hard shift, and a lot of teams kind of panic on what to do in this situation because it's a zone shift where you only have 2 seconds to decide what to do, and everybody must be on the same page, and it's very, very risky, and you can't really blame them, right? It's exclusive zone meta for realme BGIS. You can't learn this anywhere else, so a lot of these teams do not have those experience.
Makes sense, too. Speaking of the experience, right now, OG. BXT on the hilltop. 4 players having that 2-2 split. BXT's previous game of Sanhok wasn't too bad. At least they've got some sort of a motivation for this game. PSW Nonix spotting out the players of Hades H4K. Can something be done by the foes? Both of them sharing that similar terrain. Can someone find the opener?
Oh, the nade comes through. Barely connecting as well. Both of these teams still on the outside edge of the zone. They are in the northern approach, but you can see the hesitation between these 2 teams here. If they commit, is there a potential third party? But like it or not, they have to choose the fight right now because the zone is coming in. But it seems like THW, they are going to try and make the dodge here. Just not worth it because the zone is shifting right now and stage 3 has made their mark. And they're immediately bailing towards the next phase of the zone. And the zone, look at this, is so far away. Just not worth fighting right now.
OG's in the smack center. Great spot. Metal Esports as well. Still in a decent spot. VXT, they've got a great spot too. These 3 teams can definitely be the major deadlock. But let's see. Reckoning Esports once again manages to stay consistent. They need to eliminate either one of these teams. How can Reckoning Esports do that? Esports, the only way they can get the good spot is by either eliminating VXT, OG, or even Metal Esports. Cincinnati Kids, SOA, True Rippers right next to each other. Probably a fight's going to break through even in that area. And even Hero Extreme, Godlike, Rivalry NRI, and you've also got FSE Sports around that same terrain too. Soul getting picked off. It's not a great news for Soul fans. Knuckle gets knocked out in the open, instantly gets confirmed to Hunter's vehicle. It's flipping out in the open.
No.
Luckily enough, there's no one around this terrain.
Oh no, this is a very, very difficult thing to do here for Hunters, but he's got to do all he can. He's got 3 finishes. Can he get some sort of placement points is the best outcome you can possibly ask for, especially coming from Soul. But the question here is, he's got so many obstacles to go through here. He's got to go through Painan Bridge, he's got to go through Painan, he's got to go through even Meadow, well, SOA who's currently guarding them as well. This is going to be very, very difficult here because entry point from the south corner, especially the southwest of Painan, SOA has got it completely locked down in their favor. So a lot of teams are staying away from Painan for sure. It is a very, very safe spot, but as soon as the circle shifts in towards the main island, I don't know SOA has the capabilities to walk out because it is going to be open terrains all the way through, especially up the mountain from Painan itself.
A lot of these teams are going to be messed up the moment the circle takes a curveball shift. Sanhok has always been a map zone-oriented. Any of these teams having the circle constantly favoring them will probably be the one to secure the chicken dinner. Right now, Hero Extreme Godlike They've got a decent spot to play with, but Hades H4K is constantly on their tail, and they need to be watchful of that as well.
Oh, interesting enough, Bot Army Esports, they found the last player coming from Seoul, and that's going to be Hunters out in the picture as Bot Army finds themselves a frag, and now 14 teams remain. The question here is, Bot Army Esports, they made the noise, they made the mark, they got the pick, and guess who's going to be lurking by? It is going to be Cincinnati Kids that heard the entire commotion. And both of these teams are still not in the clear to push into the zone. So Cincinnati Kids and Bot Army Esports, they have to make a decision here. And the call for CK is going to be, you know what? Let's back off. Let's push the zone instead. Not worth risking their lives for this fight.
CK's trying to play it patiently, which makes a lot of sense too. Trying to minimize as much risk as possible, but this might just mean CK can find themselves in a big pickle too, because looking at the circle itself, there's so many potential crossfire setup. And now the circle's actually going to center on up towards Metal Esports, OG, and VXT. Once again, this trifecta of death that prevails. Godlike, the only way they can actually enter inside of the circle is by eliminating the likes of Rivalry NRI. That's the only way they can have a safe haven.
Oh, it's going to be a very, very difficult one here, right? Especially in the north side. Look at this. Got FS, got Rivalry NRI, like you said. We've got H4K on the east side. We've got THW. We've got so many teams in the north side. There's a huge congestion up top. And it all comes down to finding the perfect timing to strike. And right now, Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got a good zone. But what about the rest of the world? How are they doing here? Because H4K, they're getting completely pinned by FS as well as THW. They're getting completely shot from afar.
Yeah, they're getting absolutely dismantled. THW non-X spotting the players out in the open. And this is what I was scared of. At least Levi was able to hand out one death blow, so he gets that elimination point secured too. And as I mentioned, the only way Hero Extreme Godlike can find a safe haven is by eliminating Rivalry NRI, and they make the mad dash towards the players. Trades happening, even Steven on the board. 3v3 fight now. Simp is taken down pretty low as well. Rivalry NRI, it's one of those teams known for their heroics in the past, but the well-placed utilities from Hero Extreme Godlike once again start to put the dent on the board. Ooh. And it's Admino single-handedly striking down 3 players.
God Mino is back. God Mino is back. The playmaker for the team has finally bared his fangs, and now Hero Extreme Godlike, they will find a little bit of room to push in, but it is not over yet. They may have won the battle, but teams is going to be stalking their way through. It's going to be H4K, but as soon as I say this, even though H4K was in the vicinity, they're actually pretty spread up. Sujao himself, he went in for the gung-ho push, and he got picked off by Metal Esports.
He did. And look at Metal Esports at this moment. They do not exactly have the best possible spot they could have asked for, but OG locking horns against FS Esports. FS Esports just made a mad dash. They were desperate to make it inside of the circle, but Crypto is going to be the man who gets caught out in the open. Still trying to crawl back to safety. Crypto, revival's possible, but the crossfires around the corner, they're going to be deadly for FS Esports. Look at Viscod now making the move slowly and steadily. One single deadly nade can actually seal the deal against the players of FS Esports. FS, they seem ready. A counter nade is cooking up as well, but the return nade from Viscod, it's not going to do a lot of damage either. OG backing away to safety once again. FS Esports getting picked off from different angles.
Oh no, this is so difficult here. All they need to do is just hold down the fort and the circle shifts. Guess what? Both FS and OG, they have control in the zone, so it's not worth risking their lives here. They are going to try and take jabs outside instead. But as soon as I say this, another team has been wiped out, and that's going to be H4K.
H4K having a series of bad games, but FS Esports, they can still get things under control. Hero Extreme Godlike was out in the open, unfortunately losing out on Jonathan. And was out in the open. But Bot Army Esports locking horns against SOA. This fight was cooking for a long time. It was brimming. But finally SOA gets eliminated by the players of Bot Army Esports. And all thanks to this one man. That's going to be scary, John. Every single player, every single time, he is the MVP.
The guy with the mechanical skills dominating once more. And they get the victory against SOA. They tried their best to hold down the fort, but it all comes down to execution. However, they may have cleared out SOA, but the next journey is going to be pushing into us from the southwest corner. It's open hills up towards the terrain. It is going to be very, very risky. Now, let's go back towards Hero Extreme Godlike here, because Admino and also Jonathan remains in this battle as they try to push through, but they just can't find an angle against FS Esports. But shots come through, and FS, they get the knock on Admino. And this is very, very tough now as Jonathan left all by himself.
This is tough luck for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan all by himself. They do not even have the proper cover to play with. OG is constantly locking horns against the players of FSE Esports. A well-placed nade's going to find the opening knock as well. Dreams, he gets knocked out. Can the revival be possible? That's my question. The moment OG found the advantage, they're instantly looking to make that pounce as well. It's going to be the utility warfare first. And OG, unfortunately for them, AKOP is going to be the casualty. 2 players knocked out in return, but even the trades are going to be on point for OG. Beautiful stuff. Ari's pushed up close and personal inside of the compound. He's got his hands on the shotgun as well. Still, they need to find the last man standing of FSE Esports, which is in the closet room. Crypto steps outside of the closet room now, but he's still inside of the house, and the well-placed nade is going to do the deed from Athanki.
Oh, Crypto panicked a little bit here. He dropped the Molotov, tried to deny entry, but as soon as he tried to reposition, the nade actually clips him off, so mistakes were made. And somehow OG was able to dominate an offside, so well done to the Monkeys. As the Monkey business is finally settled down from north side, the south side begins as VXT Versatile looking to make a little bit of bounce back here. Aquinox, or in this case, S-Power, going to be looking to try play a little bit of gameplay here, a little bit of a different approach. It's going to be a little bit awkward spot here because Meadow is going to be creeping on the sides here.
Exactly. There's also True Rippers on the back line, so for VXT, they're in a major sandwich. The only way VXT can actually survive this is if they eliminate True Rippers. And luckily enough for them, True Rippers do not even have that strong force. But Metal Esports, this nade from Legit, it's going to find the first knock and also the opener off the hopes of Metal Esports winning this fight. Legit has always been the main playmaker for Metal Esports, and once again he needs to step up big for Metal Esports to stand a chance to get the chicken dinner and also wipe out VXT in this fight. But Thunder messes up big time, gives his elimination point away to the opponents.
Oh boy, very, very unfortunate here from Metal Esports here. They're going to go for a little greedy play, and guess what? As soon as they made the noise, Legit himself also getting picked apart by another team, and that is going to be Orangutan, who finished up the north, and they came in to dominate the south side. 5 teams remaining, and Orangutan, they're looking to rack up some serious points themselves.
Backline's not too secure. Third party's happening left, right, center, and OG, they come in and crush the party. But just like that, even VXT evaporate into thin air, and look at Reckoning Esports once again being really consistent. 7 finishes on the board. Someone stop this team. They're getting a major lead in their hands in the overall standing. If they keep on playing the same way, Reckoning Esports will be the unstoppable Wolves. Someone needs to halt. Someone needs to put a full stop in their journey. And OG might just be the one. The Apes against the Wolves. And this time, Aru is going to be the one to find the first strike. Viper gets knocked out. The Apes are going to be more hungry for the eliminations as the remaining 3 players of Reckoning Esports now pushed back in a defensive stance.
Oh, WizGod got the confirmation, but he's stuck out it all, but he gets punished for it, and Reckoning Esports able to get the knock. Orangutan, you can see Aru spraying his best as much as he can to try and save the day for the team, but the savior here might just be True Ripper Jelly because they're laying low against this 2 major fight, and they're waiting for the right time to play spoilers here. Final 3 teams, and Gravity actually getting knocked by AKOP.
Somehow Reckoning Esports once again squeezed themselves in the final few moments, but True Rippers as well, they've done the same thing. True Rippers' first few games were not that great, but this game might just bring the life back in their overall standings. 2 players standing for True Rippers. OG've got 3 players on the board, and Reckoning Esports, all the players looking pretty solid. And speaking of OG, unfortunately, they messed up big time. They had no clue that True Ripper Snakes were just lying in the grass. But as True Ripper Sam, he peeks out, he gets eliminated.
Oh boy, this is going to be a big game for Orangutan. They helped play spoilers here from side True Ripper Jelly, and Reckoning, they know they are weak. It is going to be a 3v3 push. They're trying to save the backlines. They're trying to pick AKOP up, but here comes the rush. WizGod, he defends, he holds out, and Reckoning, they're crumbling. They lose every single one, and Orangutan takes the chicken dinner.
Reckoning Esports, unfortunately losing that chicken dinner in the end, but still the consistency prevails. Second spot with a decent amount of elimination point. Reckoning Esports, they've made a mark in the overall standings. But OG, this is the moment the fans were waiting for. This is the moment the players were waiting for. And now the comeback has initiated.
The confidence from Orangutan was oozing out of control. They dominated the north, came to the south, and they conquered the entire game itself. What a performance here My man, what a performance. What did we just watch?
We watched some crazy stuff. We watched a lot of monkey business. OG able to get themselves out of that pickly spot and then move on the hilltop and dominate the playing field. Incredible stuff. True Rippers could have genuinely be a big spanner in the works for OG, but luckily enough, they were able to recover from that setback handed by Sam.
Exactly. Reckoning Esports, they were on the backs against the wall. They understood that that timing was the only window they had. They had no choice but to rush, but unfortunately, they just got completely shut down by AKOP. So this is a great defense coming from OG, but Reckoning Esports, consistent so far. Very consistent.
I mean, already I have to say, this has to be the most dominating day one I've seen in a grand finals. But look at that, it's the orangutan watch party. And of course, there's going to be a big turnout if it is going to be the fan army of OG we are talking about. But I don't know if there are any fans in the arena, because we did not hear the hoo OG cheer yet.
Hey,
right?
all things considered, this is a treat for the fans out there here. The watch party is there and OG celebrating. I'm pretty sure they are going to be very, very happy here as well. But now, I have some very, very interesting one here as well.
All right.
I told you guys that my inside man was Dion, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? Dion and Aru has had some interesting history. They played together before.
Okay.
And he respects Aru, but he feels like his playstyle just doesn't match Aru at all. And seeing them go head to head and Aru coming on top, it's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting.
I mean, look, it's on his own individual level that his playstyle's not matching, right? At the end of the day, BGMI is a team game, right?
Exactly.
So IGL's going to be the main driving force. Aru's luckily enough found himself the perfect voice that he was looking for, and now it's working pretty well for OG.
I mean, yeah, OG is doing quite decent, and with this chicken, and I think they will also take a very big lead in the overall leaderboard. But again, coming back to Reckoning Esports, the advantage has just grown like a lot now.
Yeah.
It's 4 games. Every single time their worst performance so far has been a 4th place finish.
That's the crazy part, right? And I'm pretty sure now the advantage is going to be around 18 points.
It's going to be more than 18. I think they had a lot of eliminations in this match.
Yeah, they definitely did as well. They do have a lot of big league here. But all things considered, we understand this here. This game is a marathon, right? 18 matches, 6 matches. Well, right now it's 4 matches done and dusted. Consistency is going to be key here, because we have to also take into consideration that days. Do they have enough time? Do they have enough rest? But of course, if you don't really perform on day number 1, there is still a chance in day number 2. So all things considered, get as much lead as you can and hope and pray that day number 2 nobody adapts to Reckoning.
Plus, with this game, I think there was a soft little reset for the lads of Godlike, for the lads of FS, for Genesis as well, because these were the 3 names that were right behind Reckoning Esports in that overall leaderboard. Now, with a dip in performance coming in game number 4, either they recover in match 5 and match 6 and catch up again, cut down that difference and set themselves up for success tomorrow, or Reckoning just walks away, making this day 1 look like a walk in the park. And tomorrow they're going to show up with a big safety cushion to work with.
Yeah, and since we're talking about dips, right, let's not forget Seoul. The only good game they've had is the game 1. That's it. After that, Seoul's performance has constantly been on that downhill. And generally speaking, for Seoul, this is not something we expect. But looking at their past track record in this tournament, that's how they've been playing, right? They always clutch up on that last moment, just like Hades H4K.
I agree, and right now I feel like based on the conditions on how the map rotation is playing right now, right? Erangel, Miramar, very tactical, and then now we took a little bit of a pause here between the tactics and strategy. So coming to Sanhok, it's all about firepower, all about luck. Even Hero Extreme got like, hey, they call it chicken dinner. We know they are the most mechanically skilled team out there, but the zone shift in the situation where Hero Extreme got like just couldn't do much, because think about it. FS was shooting so far away. We got this team shooting. They had to run through like 6 different teams, and they still got a decent amount of eliminations. But understand this: the objective here is do what you can for Sanhok, and then own everyone in Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, that actually might be the strategy over there from them, but let's see how it works out, because as you mentioned, yes, they have a chicken dinner. They did quite well for themselves in that game, but let's not forget that teams have won trophies without any chicken dinners to their name.
Guys, let's have a look at the positive side of the spectrum, right? Yeah, you guys are speaking of the bigger banners. We need to speak of True Rippers over here too.
Yeah.
Finally, a decent game in their hands in the top 3 as well. For True Rippers, this can be the comeback initiator that they were looking for.
Everybody needs a comeback right now.
Everybody does need a comeback, because I mean, if you are one of the other 15 teams in this game right now in this tournament other than Reckoning Esports, You are just playing for second. Reckoning Esports, they have a big advantage in their hand to work with. And if they just run away with the ball like this, it's going to be a big challenge for everyone else to catch up.
Hey, 2 more games. Consistency is going to be key here because Reckoning Esports, if they are able to win the next 2 here, they have a huge lead for tomorrow. But if not, the lead will slowly close.
Hey, but I want to see what's happening on the stage. And for that, we're going to go over to our host, Rohit.
जिन्होंने अभी बस कुछ टाइम पहले ये चिकन डिनर जीता है एंड कुछ महीने पहले की बात है 2024 नवंबर की बात है जब मैंने ओरंगुटान को स्टेज पर इंट्रोड्यूस किया था तो मैंने एकदम हाइप क्रिएट किया था कि दिस इज द फर्स्ट ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल्स एंड अब अगर बात करें तो ओके यहाँ पर इन्होंने तो चिकन डिनर जीता लेकिन यहाँ पर मुझे कुछ मिल रहा है ओके व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इट इज ओके ये क्यों पहनाया गया है मुझे
ओजी और ये स्वैग का बहुत पुराना सीन है बहुत पुराने टाइम से चल रहा है लैंड पे हम लोग स्वैग से ही रहते हैं बस थोड़ा 2-3 मैच ऊपर नीचे हो गए थे इसलिए पहन नहीं पाए हम लोग इसलिए आपको बना दिया अभी नेक्स्ट मैच हम लोग भी पहनेंगे
ऑलराइट तो स्वैग जो अभी 1-2 मैच में इधर उधर हो गया लेकिन इस मैच में तो आ ही गया है स्वैग वापस एंड आरू अगर स्वैग की बात करें तो स्वैग के साथ आप इस टीम को काफी आगे ले आ चुके हैं पहला BGIS ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल काफी प्रेशर होता होगा ना मतलब एक ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसकी काफी हार्डकोर फैन फॉलोइंग है सपोर्ट भी है एंड फिर एक जिम्मेदारी आ जाती है आपके ऊपर सो टेल अस हाउ डू यू मैनेज दैट स्ट्रेस
तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो डेफिनेटली होती है और थोड़ा सा प्रेशर भी होता है बट वो प्रेशर सिर्फ गेम के बाहर ही होता है गेम के अंदर आने के बाद में कुछ प्रेशर नहीं होता हम लोग 4 लोग हैं इतने टाइम से गेम खेल रहे हैं तो गेम के अंदर सिर्फ गेम की डिटेल्स पर ही ध्यान देते हैं गेम के अंदर कुछ प्रेशर नहीं होता और प्रेशर अगर हम लोग लेते तो आई थिंक 3 मैच खराब करने के बाद में फिर इतना अच्छा मैच भी नहीं निकलता हमारा
एंड आगे जो बहुत मैचेस अभी बचते हैं अभी तो सिर्फ पहला दिन है एंड पहले दिन के भी सारे मैचेस कंप्लीट नहीं हुए तो जैसा यहाँ पर मुझे स्वैग के लिए ये सनग्लासेस दे रखे हैं स्वैग के साथ क्या ओरंगुटान भी आगे परफॉर्म करने वाली है इस मोमेंटम के साथ
बिल्कुल हमारी खुद से एक्सपेक्टेशंस बहुत ही ज़्यादा है और उसको मीट करने के लिए हमको परफॉर्म तो डेफिनेटली करना ही पड़ेगा
ऑलराइट एंड इस समय देखिए बहुत सारे लोग इस समय स्ट्रीम में देख रहे हैं अगर आप जस्ट इन केस अभी देख रहे हैं कि एग्जैक्टली क्या हो रहा है तो इन्होंने मुझे ये ग्लासेस दिए हैं अच्छा लग रहा हूँ
मस्त लग रहा है
ठीक है आपकी गेम प्ले भी बहुत बढ़िया चल रही है इस समय तो अभी लेते हैं एक छोटा सा ब्रेक अ वेरी स्मॉल ब्रेक एंड ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ द ब्रेक यहाँ पर अब देखना ये है कि क्या कोई टीम ऐसी है जो यहाँ पर इतिहास बनाएगी ऑन डे 1 या कोई सरप्राइजेस देखने को मिलता है ये सब आपको पता चल जाएगा आफ्टर दिस वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक तो कहीं मत जाइए BGIS एक्शन ऑन द अदर साइड
एक बार फिर से आप सभी का स्वागत है BGIS 2025 में। और जिस तरीके से विश्व बांग्ला मेला प्रांगण के अंदर ये पूरा realme BGIS 2025 चल रहा है, हर कोई एक अलग उत्साह के साथ, एक अलग जोश के साथ है और टीम्स जिस तरीके से चिकन डिनर्स ले रही हैं, एवरीवन हैज हैड देयर शेयर ऑफ एंजॉयमेंट। मेरा नाम ओशन शर्मा और मेरे साथ इस वक्त जुड़े हुए हैं स्पीरो और नेक्रो। स्वागत है आप दोनों का। अभी तक के मैचेस डे 1 एक्साइटमेंट किस तरीके की रही है?
देखिए एक्साइटमेंट की तो कोई कमी नहीं है, हमें तो बहुत मजा आ रहा है ना। डैम श्योर कोलकाता को भी बहुत मजा आ रहा है। I mean, अभी तक सैनोक के मैचेस में हमने वो कमबैक्स देखे हैं, चाहे ट्रू रिपर्स की बात हो, ओरंगुटान की बात हो या फिर हो बात हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक की। हर एक टीम कमबैक करना चाहती है एंड इट्स फाइनली हैपनिंग।
मेरा बस एक सवाल है कि मैं इस वक्त इस समय नेक्रो से बात करूंगा या नीरज सांगले से?
Necro, of course. Since I'm on the analyst desk, what do you expect?
नहीं, आप पहले भी हिंदी में बात कर चुके थे तो मुझे लगा कि शायद नीरज सांगले निकल सकता है थोड़ी देर के लिए।
नहीं, अगर मैं हिंदी में बात करूं तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है 50% क्राउड चले जाएगा, तो इसलिए इंग्लिश में
बात आपकी भी सही है वैसे, कोई बात नहीं। बट नेक्रो, we have had like favorites here. Everyone has had their own share of favorites. Like we've seen Hero Extreme Godlike have that chicken dinner. We've seen Team Soul starting up on a dominating run. But now with Orangutan coming up into the mixture, what's your expectation from the upcoming matches now?
Look, I'm pretty sure this was the initiator OG was looking for, right? And now finally they found that initiator off the comeback. But all they need to do is be consistent. So far, we've seen a clear pattern in teams. They do get one big game in their hands and then instantly fall off. And over here, a prime example has to be Soul. Pretty much the same thing happened to them on the game one. They got a great game one, but then later on, we're not able to see that consistency follow up.
सुन के अच्छा लगा। ऑलवेज ओजी का सपोर्ट यहाँ पर बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से इम्पैक्ट बना हुआ है एंड ओजी का वो सपोर्ट बनता भी है क्योंकि जिस तरीके से हमने इस टीम की, इन प्लेयर्स की जर्नी देखी है एज इंडिविजुअल्स एंड एज द नेम ओजी, उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा प्यार कमाया है। और देखिए, प्यार तो कमाया ही हुआ है। और अगर आगे की बात करी जाए, एफएस स्पीरो एक ऐसा नाम, एफएस जो कमाल कर जरूर रही थी, टॉप टू आई जरूर, बट देन उसके बाद थोड़ा अप एंड डाउन हुई है वो टीम।
देखिए ये तो होना ही है, कभी आप जीतेंगे कभी आप सीखेंगे और अब यहाँ पे आपको चाहिए कि वो मैचेस ज्यादा हो जहाँ पे आप टॉप 3 में फिनिश करें। इट्स रियली इंपॉर्टेंट। बट एट द सेम टाइम यार, क्राउड बहुत कमाल है। मैंने अलग अलग जर्सीज भी देखी, ऐसी टीम्स की जर्सीज देखी जो आई भी नहीं है यहाँ पे।
वेल, वो प्यार जरूर बनता है और यहाँ पर प्यार कमाते हैं प्लेयर्स MVP बन के अपने अपने रिस्पेक्टिव गेम्स में। तो चलिए, इस पर्टिकुलर गेम के MVP कौन, एक बार उसके ऊपर नजर डालना जरूर से बनता है क्योंकि उन्हीं सब स्टैट्स की बदौलत पूरी वार्तालाप होगी। और ये हैं आरू, जिनके अरमान और ओरंगुटान को लेकर के गए उस विनर चिकन डिनर के लिए 6 finishes. It's pretty good.
Yeah, solid stuff. Being the IGL, the man's got a lot of pressure on top of his head, but still performs effortlessly. And I'm pretty sure this was the performance Ozzy was looking for. But let's not forget, even True Rippers had a decent performance on their back. Top 5 players on the screen. You see Admina right there as well from Hero Extreme Godlike. Consistency maintained by the boys. You've also got Toy from BXT with 3. Even AKOP is right there from OG with 3 eliminations. And then Viper. One thing is clear. Reckoning Esports is currently running away with a lead, and that lead's now creating a big difference in the overall standings. Someone needs to stop them in the upcoming game.
100%, you know, वो जो लीड है उस लीड को और बढ़ाया जा रहा है। ये या तो खुशी का विषय है या चिंता का विषय, दोनों चीजें सामने आती है। बट इसी के चलते चलिए पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स पर एक बार नजर डालना जरूर से बनता है। और ये पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स पिछले उस मैच की जो कि सैनॉक का था, मैप ऑफ कमबैक कहा जाता है, एंड कमबैक ओरंगुटान का हो गया।
एक चीज ये भी देखने को मिली है कि जब भी हम किसी टीम का चिकन देख रहे हैं पहले मैच के अलावा, तो 23, 24, 20 से ज्यादा पॉइंट्स वो टीम लेके जा रही है। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक फैक्टर है कि आपके जो चिकन आ रहे हैं वो बड़े चिकन आ रहे हैं। वही रेकनिंग की अगर यहाँ पे बात की जाए, कहना पड़ेगा इट्स अ टॉप क्लास टीम। हर मैच में कंसिस्टेंसी, ये किसी ने नहीं सोचा था कि कोई भी टीम कर पाएगी, बट रेकनिंग ने वो करके दिखाया है।
And that's the crazy part, right? Just a day before the tournament, it felt like the boys were not that confident. But now looking at their performance on the day one itself, Reckoning Esports is doing fantastic. But here's the main problem. If they reveal all their cards right now, what do they have in stock for day 2 and day 3? That's my main concern, and that's my main question. Soon the overall standings are going to pop up on the screen, and Reckoning Esports once again on the first spot without any problems with 54 points. Then you've got here Extreme Godlike on the second with 36.
बिल्कुल, चलिए ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स के ऊपर नजर डाल लेते हैं। और रेकनिंग वहां पर अच्छे खासे पॉइंट्स लेकर के बैठी हुई, 54 पॉइंट्स, पहली टीम बन चुकी है जिसने 50 का वो आंकड़ा छू लिया है। हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक 36 अंक उनके पास आते हैं, बट ओरंगुटान दिस वन गेम, ये एक गेम एक अच्छी शुरुआत का जरूर संकेत है।
देखिए 4 ही मैचेस अभी हुए हैं, उसके बाद भी अगर आप पॉइंट्स देखेंगे ज़्यादा कुछ डिफरेंस देखने को नहीं मिलता। अगर जो भी टीम चिकन निकाल रही है सच में 20 से ज़्यादा पॉइंट ले रहे हैं, एक मैच का डिफरेंस है ये। एक मैच में बहुत आसानी से कमबैक्स यहाँ से हो सकते हैं और ये सिर्फ पहले दिन की बात है, कल से नहीं होंगे। कल बहुत सारे मैचेस लग जाएंगे अगर आप आज के दिन के अंत पे पीछे देखने को मिलते हो।
Look, technically the overall standings are still pretty fragile. Not a lot of points separating them, but it's just Reckoning Esports that's currently on a completely different league. And if Reckoning Esports gets good games in the upcoming 2 games as well, then tomorrow Reckoning Esports will have an immovable lead.
100%। और देखिए जिस तरीके से ये प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर मॉन्स्टर बने हुए हैं, वैसे ही हर कोई अपने इनर मॉन्स्टर को भी अनलीश करता हुआ मॉन्स्टर स्टोर पे देखने को मिलता हुआ। Everyone just having their own share of fun और ये देखना बनता भी है।
जी हाँ, एनर्जी पूरी है, लाइन लगी हुई है वहाँ पे भी और कमाल मजा आ रहा होगा यहाँ पे दर्शकों को। वैसे दर्शकों की बात करें तो दर्शकों की कोई कमी नहीं है। We can see a lot of players and जैसे मैं पहले बात कर रहा था, मैंने ग्लिचेक्स रिबोर्न के प्लेयर्स की जर्सी देखी जो यहाँ पे नहीं है। रोमन भले ही है बट अब उनकी टीम अलग है। मैंने एक्सपार्क की जर्सी देखी, ऑफ कोर्स डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस यहाँ तक नहीं पहुंच पाए, बट सच में यहाँ पे आपको वो क्राउड का सपोर्ट देखने को मिल रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि BGMI के फैंस सच में कोलकाता में भरे हुए हैं।
नेक्रो, जिस तरीके का ये क्राउड है, द वे द क्राउड इज राइट नाउ, मुझे समझ नहीं आता आपसे हिंदी में बात करी जाए, आप इंग्लिश में आंसर देंगे या इंग्लिश में बात करी जाए इंग्लिश में आंसर देंगे, पहले ये कंफर्म कीजिए।
English.
आप आंसर इंग्लिश में देंगे, मैं भी बात इंग्लिश में करूँ?
Yes, sure, why not?
Okay, so as we just look at the crowd, it's definitely mind-blowing, fantastic, interesting crowd out here. Everyone has their own element and they are just having fun. So how do you think this crowd is different from all the other crowds that you have seen before on a BGMI LAN event?
I'm going to be completely honest. On day one, you do not usually see a house full. But this time, we've got the house full on day one itself. Just imagine what's going to happen on day 2 and day 3. I mean, things might just go bonkers. Things might just go crazy. But I'm really happy that every single person that is currently over here inside of the arena, they're having some great fun. They're enjoying the time of their life. And of course, watching their favorite teams play in the front.
100%। और जिस तरीके से आपने क्राउड की बात करी वो जरूर कमाल रहा है। और देखिए कमाल और भी बहुत सारी चीजें रही हैं। हमने यहाँ पर आज बात करी, लेकिन पहले भी अगर बातों की करी जाए तो बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स हैं जिनसे बहुत सारे इंटरव्यूज ले गए, बहुत सारी बातें करी गई, बहुत ज्यादा फन सेगमेंट्स भी हुए हैं। और इन सब फन सेगमेंट्स की अगर पूरी कॉन्वर्सेशन करी जाए, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर जो वो रिकॉर्डिंग्स थी वो सारी की सारी अब अनवील करने का समय आ चुका है। एंड मैं ब्रॉडकास्ट में जाकर के देखता था क्राफ्टिंग के, वो थोड़े थोड़े बिहाइंड द सीन्स निटपिट्स डालते जरूर है, मजा आता है देख के।
जी हाँ, वो देख के तो मजा आता है, बट मैं अब ये इंटरव्यू देखना चाहूंगा कि यहाँ पे कौन सा वो व्यक्ति है, कौन से वो प्लेयर हैं जो यहाँ पे उन तीखे सवालों के अच्छे जवाब देते नजर आएंगे।
वो तीखे सवाल हैं लेकिन वो करारे जवाब भी होंगे। और चलिए नजर डालते हैं उस एक फन सेगमेंट पर, इंटरव्यू सेगमेंट पर जो कि प्लेयर्स के साथ हुआ है हम सब लोगों के द्वारा ही। चलिए एक बार नजर डालते हैं।
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक अलग से ही कुछ सेगमेंट में, जहां पर मेरे साथ मौजूद है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में पहुंचे हुए 4 IGL और ये बहुत ही ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है, बहुत ज्यादा पावरफुल है, बी इट इन गेम या फिर आउट ऑफ द गेम भी आप वो देख सकते हो। और हम इनसे चर्चाएं करेंगे कि क्या चल रहा है जीवन में, कैसा रहा है इनका पूरा अभी तक realme BGIS 2025 का सफर और ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की क्या प्रिपरेशंस है, इन सारी चीजों के ऊपर चर्चाएं करेंगे। तो मेरे साथ मौजूद है जूसी, जेली, ग्रेविटी और साथ में आरू। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। मेरे को सबसे पहले तो ये समझना है कि एज एन IGL ना रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत ज्यादा हो जाती है कंधों पे, और इतनी सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ बात आती है वो 5th प्लेयर को भी हैंडल करने की, और आप चारों की टीम में वो 5th प्लेयर भी है। तो मैं ये समझना चाहता हूँ कि एज एन IGL और एज अ टीम इज इट एडवांटेजियस या फिर एक डिसएडवांटेज रहता है उस 5th प्लेयर का टीम के अंदर होना?
मेरे को तो ये लगता है यार, देखो कि मतलब एडवांटेज डिसएडवांटेज का इतना कुछ फर्क है नहीं, क्योंकि खेलना अल्टीमेटली मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो 4 बंदों की चाहिए। वो ऐसे मतलब एक इमरजेंसी अगर कभी बढ़ जाती है, किसी प्लेयर को कुछ हो गया, तो फिर आप एक 5th प्लेयर को रख सकते हो। नहीं तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन है, हो सकता है बाकी का अलग हो, तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि 4 प्लेयर ही होने चाहिए, क्योंकि चारों के साथ जो सिनर्जी है फिर वो एकदम से चेंज करके 5th प्लेयर के साथ आना मेरे हिसाब से पॉसिबल नहीं है।
मेरे हिसाब से भी सही बोल रहे हैं जली। जो मेन प्लेइंग 4 होनी चाहिए मेरे ख्याल से वही रहनी चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आप बार बार चेंजेस करते रहोगे टीम में तो फिर जो मतलब आपका सेट लाइनअप है 4 बंदों का, फिर उसमें भी हो सकता है कि सिनर्जी लॉस उसमें भी कम हो जाए। सो मतलब 5th प्लेयर एज ए इमरजेंसी रखना ज़्यादा सही रहता है, कि अगर कोई बीमार हो गया या फिर किसी को कोई प्रॉब्लम हो गई है तो तब 5th प्लेयर आ सकता है। बट आई थिंक 5th प्लेयर को पता होना चाहिए कि हाँ वो 5th प्लेयर ही है, उसके दिमाग में ये नहीं आना चाहिए कि यार मेरे को प्लेइंग चाहिए, क्योंकि वो फिर वो हो जाता है। तो थोड़ा बहुत दिक्कत हो।
काफी आपके जीवन से जो आप गुजरे हो, मेरे ख्याल से आप कुछ उस बारे में बातचीत
नहीं, मतलब मैं तो क्लियर करके चलता हूँ कि भाई अगर 5th में आ रहा है तो 5th ही है।
अपनी बाउंड्रीज को पहचानो पार्थ, ठीक है, समझ गया। आपके कुछ विचार?
मेरे थोड़े अलग है कि अब जैसे इन दोनों ने बोला, इनका भी पॉइंट एक तरह से सही है कि एक टूर्नामेंट अगर आप देखो सिर्फ अगर शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए देखो तो 4 मैन डेफिनेटली बेटर होता है, लेकिन बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें होती है जैसे सर्कमस्टांसेस हमेशा आपके फेवर में नहीं होते। जैसे सोल में जब से अस्कार गया था तो उनकी बहुत महीनों तक परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अप डाउन रही थी क्योंकि उनको वो परफेक्ट 4th फिट कभी मिल ही नहीं पाया। अगर उस टाइम पे उनकी टीम में जोकर रहता तो मेरे ख्याल से बेटर रहता अगर उनके साथ उसके साथ में कंटिन्यू करते, क्योंकि सिनर्जी रहती है एक प्लेयर के साथ में। सेम अगर आप TX का देखोगे, अगर जब निंजा छोड़ के गया, चलो जोकर के साथ उनका वर्कआउट कर गया, लेकिन आप देखोगे कि अभी भी जोकर के साथ में दिक्कतें तो आ ही रही हैं। तो आई थिंक अगर लॉन्ग टर्म के हिसाब से आप देखोगे तो अगर एक 5th प्लेयर रहता है, उसको आपकी टीम की सारी चीज़ें पता है, सारी स्ट्रैटेजीज वगैरह, रोटेशन पाथ सब कुछ पता है, तो वो ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल रहता है अगर 4th प्लेयर के साथ में कभी भी कुछ हो जाता है। क्योंकि इंडियन गेमिंग कम्युनिटी में अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ी इमेच्योर भी है और रोस्टर्स उतने टाइम तक स्टिक नहीं कर पाते, तो जब आपका एक 4th प्लेयर आपको हटाना पड़ता है या फिर मान लो छोड़ के चला जाता है तो वो 4th फिट ढूंढने में फिर बहुत टाइम लग जाता है। इसलिए आई थिंक 5th रहना काफ़ी ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है।
आपके
मेरे ख्याल से तो 4 मैन ही ज़्यादा अच्छा है, क्योंकि हमारी टीम में तो काफ़ी रोस्टर चेंजेस होते ही रहते हैं सब कुछ होता है। तो मेरा तो यही कि 4 मैन रहे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा है, क्योंकि जो 5th रहता है तो एक तो वो बोलता भी रहता है कि भाई प्लेइंग चाहिए, तो एक अलग प्रेशर रहता है। और ये भी रहता है कि उसको बैठ के कोई मतलब नहीं रहता।
इसके लिए तो जूसी भाई की तरह पहले क्लियर रखो 50 है बैठने।
लेकिन कभी कभी ऐसा होता है ना, मान लो IGL को आप बैन कर दो टूर्नामेंट से, तो फिर खेलने के लिए भी कोई प्लेयर होना चाहिए।
ठीक है, ये हम जरूर।
हाँ, मतलब ये वही हो गया ना, फिर एक इमरजेंसी हो गई है।
इमरजेंसी वही काफी सोची समझी इमरजेंसी होगी।
ठीक है, बट अभी तो ऐसा हो रहा है कि प्लेइंग 4 में से भी कोई बंदा चला जा रहा है। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हम विक्सकी का एग्जांपल ले लें, अगर सच में उस टीम के पास वो 5th प्लेयर रजिस्टर नहीं करते तो एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो जाता उनके लिए,
ब्लेंडर तो हो जाता।
ये एग्जांपल तो लाइक वशिष्ठा स्पोर्ट्स का भी सेम ही था कि शायद गमला ने बीच में ड्रॉप कर दिया था टूर्नामेंट के। तो मतलब हाँ, कुछ ऐसे इमरजेंसी सिचुएशंस के लिए ही 5th प्लेयर सही रहता है। अगर आप मतलब ऐसे शफल्स करते रहोगे तो कहीं ना कहीं प्लेयर्स के अंदर ये आ सकता है कि यार मेरे को प्लेइंग क्यों नहीं मिल रही है, मैं भी तो अच्छा खेल ही रहा हूँ, मैं भी तो कर ही रहा हूँ। तो फिर वो अगर इंटरनल एक बार वो चीज़ आ जाती है टीम के अंदर तो बहुत ज़्यादा वीक हो जाती है टीम।
एंड बीइंग वेरी ऑनेस्ट, आप ये एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं कर सकते ना 5th प्लेयर से कि वो टीम के बारे में सोचे, क्योंकि उसके पास भी ये उसको पता है कि एक बड़ा मौका है, बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है। तो अगर वो यहाँ पे खुद परफॉर्म करके नहीं जाता, वो अपने जो स्किल सेट है वो अगर नहीं दिखाता है, तो फिर तो एक वेस्टेड टैलेंट की तरह वो जाएगा ना पूरे टूर्नामेंट में। तो इतना सेल्फलेस भी मेरे ख्याल से होना नहीं चाहिए। बट अगर हम उसके अलावा बातचीत करें तो शफल्स, जैसे हमने अभी यहाँ पे चर्चाएं करी, शफल्स हुए यहाँ पे, हमें आरू और जेली आप देखने को मिल रहे हो, और आप लोग एक टाइम पे सेम टीम में हुआ करते थे। BMPS का वो दौर था जहाँ पे जो आपकी टीम थी उस टाइम OR के नाम से आप खेलते थे, वो सेकंड आई थी। उसके बाद फिर अलग अलग रास्ते अपनाए गए, आप सपोर्ट प्लेयर से IGL बन गए। आप इनकी आइजलिंग को जब देखते हो तो आपको कुछ लगता है, प्राउड फील होता है कि अरे अपना ही सिखाया हुआ लौंडा?
हाँ, बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। मजाक सटी को बहुत ज़्यादा प्राउड होता है। मैं उनको बहुत बार मैसेज भी करता हूँ, क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि मैं मतलब मान लो हम लोग सेम मैच में दोनों और मैं एक रोटेशन दे रहा हूँ, वहाँ पे मेरे को मैक्सिमम टाइम आरू भाई मिल जाएंगे कि ये तो सेम है। मैं पहले ही बोल देता हूँ अपनी टीम को आरू भाई आ रहे हैं, पक्की बात है, क्योंकि वो रहता है थोड़ा थोड़ा दिमाग के अंदर कि सेम चीजें ऐसे करके कर सकते हैं, वो रोटेशन रहती है थोड़ी थोड़ी।
पर आरू, ये तो एक एलिगेशन हो गया कि आप सेम रोटेशन कॉपी कर रहे हो।
अरे एलिगेशन नहीं है,
आप बताइए।
नहीं, एलिगेशन नहीं, बट ऐसा होता है। अब जैसे आप एक टीम के साथ में काफ़ी टाइम तक खेले हो तो काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें होती है जो आप उनके हिसाब से आपका दिमाग चलने लग जाता है। जैसे मैंने भी नया नया IGL करना शुरू किया था, मैं भी जेली जैसे ही मतलब ऑलमोस्ट समझ लो 80% IGL मेरी जेली टाइप की थी, तो उसमें मैं बहुत खराब करता था क्योंकि मैं हमेशा जोन के सेंटर में।
क्या कहना चाह रहे हो आप? बहुत खराब। आप क्या कहना चाहते हो? जेली बहुत खराब है जेली?
मतलब वो जो चीज़ें करता था वैसे मैं नहीं कर पाता था, तो फिर मैंने धीरे धीरे करके फिर चीज़ें थोड़ी चेंज भी की, लेकिन कुछ बेसिक्स है, कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज है जो आज भी सेम है। और आई थिंक गेम वैसा है कि बहुत कुछ चेंज नहीं भी होता है, क्योंकि आप कितना बदल लोगे, मैप तो सेम है, सिचुएशंस कहीं ना कहीं वैसे ही बन जाती, तो बेसिक सेम ही रहता है।
When we just talk about all the players and everyone, right? Every single IGL was trying to just tell why they are here, what is the motive behind it. In fact, Juicy said like he just wants to shut them out of all the haters that have ever doubted him. What do you think about that?
I mean, look, there's definitely going to be a lot of doubts on Juicy and the boys, right? And it's because of the past they've had so far. They always make it to the grand finals, but they've always been the one to linger at the bottom. And that's been the main concern for the Juicy and the boys. But hopefully now, this time, they change something and we might just see them at the top. The good thing is that since the new zone metas arrived, a lot of these teams that had the initial advantage, now it's taken away. And let's not forget, this is the first LAN that's happening in 2025 with the new zone settings.
हिंदी डेस्क और इंग्लिश डेस्क पहली बार है जो कि इस तरीके से आया. सो न्यूज़ ऑन मेटा की हमने बहुत डिस्कशंस करी हैं. I'll just would want to know from you as well. Starting from you, Spiro, ये नया जोन मेटा लैन पर ये पहला लैन इवेंट है जिससे नया जोन मेटा हो रहा है. एडवांटेज डिसएडवांटेज क्या लगता है टीम्स को, कितना किस तरीके से हो रहा है?
देखिए सिंपल सी बात है, न्यू जोन मेटा में फाइट्स आपको ज्यादा देखने को मिलती है, हील बैटल आपको नहीं देखने को मिल रहा. एंड दैट्स अ मेन डिफरेंस जो हम पहले के जोन मेटा में और इस जोन मेटा में देख रहे हैं. मैंने प्लेयर्स से भी बात करी, जोन्स के बारे में बात करी, एंड सबका यही कहना है कि गन गेम अगर आपकी स्ट्रॉन्ग है, then you are going to get a lot of points. Teamwork, gun game, strategy, positioning, हर चीज बहुत important है न्यू जोन मेटा में.
And that's the best thing for the newer teams as well, right? Yes, you might just have an advantage as the experienced team, but when it comes to the mental, that's the only time you're having the advantage. But when it comes to the complete gameplay aspect of the game itself, anyone can actually take the cake. If your mechanics are on point, you know exactly what you're doing, you can be the one to steal the deal. But here's the thing, as I mentioned, the moment you crack under pressure, that might just be the deal breaker for the newer teams.
For sure, वो deal breaker situation जरूर बहुत ज़्यादा बनती है. But when we talk about deal breaker teams as well, बहुत से ऐसे नाम हैं देखिए जो पहली बार शायद लैंड पर आए. बॉट आर्मी उनकी तरफ से स्कैरी जॉट का परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी ज़्यादा कमाल रहा है. बट बाकी 3 प्लेयर्स का एग्जैक्टली साथ में जलब होकर के ना मिल पाना, वो एक चीज बहुत बड़ा फर्क डाल रही है. शायद वो प्राइस पूल में भी लाखों का फर्क डाल दे.
देखिए कुछ ना होने से कुछ होना बेहतर है. स्केरी जोड़ अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, बाकी 3 प्लेयर्स भी मुझे लगता है इंस्पायर होंगे उनसे, एंड वो भी फिर एस्पायर करेंगे कि वो बेहतर कर पाए. एंड आई रियली वांट कि वो ये करें और बहुत जल्दी करें. बट कमबैक की अगर बात करें तो कमबैक अभी भी बहुत सारी टीम्स का देखना बाकी है. मिरामार के इस मुकाबले में a lot of things can go wrong for a lot of teams.
Ocean, that was quite negative of you, man. Look, have a look at the overall standings, and we saw one thing clearly. There's not a lot of points separating these teams. Even Bot Army Esports isn't doing too bad. One decent game with 15 points, they can instantly propel themselves directly in the top 5.
I do agree, but I do disagree slightly as well. मैं इसलिए disagree करूंगा क्योंकि देखिए टॉप 5 में आ जाएंगे, लेकिन फर्स्ट और सेकंड में ही इतना बड़ा डिफरेंस हो रखा है ना. फिर आप सेकंड के लिए खेलते नजर आएंगे, वो शायद थोड़ी दिक्कत की बात समझ.
I understand your point, but I've got a different point of view over here. Since there's still 2 more games to go, if Bot Army Esports wakes up right now, I feel like that lead from Reckoning Esports can be nullified. And here's the important thing: we've still got 2 more days to go with 6 games each day, so there's a lot of opportunities.
I mean, hopefully आज के दिन के अंत तक वो जाग जाए, जैसे कि आपने बोला वो वेकअप कॉल अभी आ जाए. क्या पता ये अगला मिरामार ही उनके लिए वो अलार्म क्लॉक बन के आए जिसके अंदर वो वेकअप कॉल मिल सकती है. बट गेम के ऊपर जाते जाते ये पूरी चर्चाएं जरूर रहेंगी, और गेम के अंदर जाकर के इस मिरामार को कौन सी टीम अपना बनाएगी, बहुत दिलचस्प होगा जानना.
And it is finally time for us to jump into our second Miramar of the day. It is going to be game number 5. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be myself, Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me to take you through the action. So IC, I mean, we've had an exciting game so far, exciting day so far, with Reckoning Esports being extremely consistent. But now, can they make it 5 in a row?
Now, let's talk about consistency and what they have been through for all the 16 teams, right?
Yeah.
So 4 games has pretty much done and dusted. We have 2 very tactical games from game 1 and game number 2. And game 3 and game 4, it's a little bit of a fiasco here. So despite all the 4 matches done and dusted, now coming back towards a tactical game, do they have the mental fortitude to actually overcome the odds? That's going to be my biggest question, because when we talk about mental attitude, what I'm saying is that after going through 4 very, very difficult games, can they focus on what needs to be done in this game? Because this is a very, very technical game. And now, speaking of technical games here, let's talk a little bit more on what's happening here. The map's going to be starting from the south side of Minas del Sur and then ending towards the outskirts of Torre Ahumada. So a pretty balanced one, skewed towards the western side here. And what do you think is going to be the change here so far, Johnny?
I mean, right off the bat, we do not see a lot of changes. VXT is still going to be there in El Pozo, and Metal is going to try to meddle with their business a little bit over there. But that's a widespread drop coming in from the players of Godlike, and there might be a possibility that Genesis Esports change their plan midways, look to see if they can get an isolated player picked off, get that point early in the back. But look at that, Reckoning Esports for Everett Ross. Torre Amuda is going to be up for contestation, and for Everett Ross, Phoenix is going to be pushed away. I think he saw all 4 of those parachutes together.
I'm curious to see how Reckoning is going to be playing this year. It seems like they're having their way into his Campo Militar. And interesting enough, Seoul still going to be replicating what they did in game number 2 with going for a very, very wide spread. But the question here is, are they going to go for that hit and run strategy is going to be the biggest question mark. But now, before that, on screen, we do have a little bit of skirmish here. It's going to be Soham that scouts out Sujao from afar. H4K taking up some serious fire here with this Mini 14 from Soham.
Oh man, and H4K, they've not had a fun time the entire time today in the first 4 games, and it turns out I think even the 5th one is going to be off to a rough start for them.
Oh, it all comes down to consistency, right? That when it comes to LAN, there is a lot of LAN pressure, and obviously, even though H4K narrowly qualified into the grand finals, but this is a completely different story for Rivalry NRI, because Rivalry NRI, they dominated from the semifinals.
That is true. Rivalry NRI did quite well for themselves, pushing for the finals in week 1 itself. And H4K, they were struggling the entire time in semifinals week 1, and week 2 barely made it across the line in that last game. So again, I think this is going to be a learning experience from the perspective of Hades H4K, but I mean, I just want them to not get rough beating over here from Rivalry NRI. I mean, they have a decent position with Draxi having the Tiger, and why is he going low though? I mean, he is in a position from where he can cause some awkward trouble for Rivalry NRI.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle of the bottom here. Can't really expect too much here, but this is taking a little bit too much time here. Both teams kind of stuck in a deadlock where they want to save their guy and just back off, but it seems like NRI, they do get Soham out to safety, so that's going to be a little bit of a good sign for Rivalry NRI. A little bit of panic driving coming from Chandan, but all things considered, we got our guy, that's it, you know?
Yeah.
H4K, you do you, I want to get out.
And that's a smart choice, considering, as you mentioned, that fight was extended for way longer than it should have, and it was happening all the way towards the western edge of the circle. And the circle itself, stage 1, is towards the eastern side. Although, again, I mean, they wasted, what, like 4 minutes over there?
Yeah, that's a lot of decent amount of time here. Like, 4 minutes may not mean much to Miramar just because of long terrains and blah, 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 yada, yada. But Erangel and Sanhok is the map where 4 minutes, a lot of things can change. So Miramar, this is a little bit safety cushion, but all things considered, they have to be quicker. They have to be a little bit more efficient. Go for desperate quick drops here and then rotate their way. And considering the positions they were in, they are actually one of the furthest away from this next phase of the zone. And it's based off the flag path in general as well.
Exactly, but hey, on our screens we have the players of Godlike. And of course, I mean, I am expecting, I'm sensing a fight brewing up close to them as well, because they have Bot Army Esports southwest of their position. And of course, there's going to be Genesis blocking their way if they try to push in further deep, but Hacienda del Patron, House of the Boss, taken over by Jonathan.
Now, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting switch here. Are they going to mix things up here, knowing that the zone is so far away from the flight path itself? Are they going to set up potential roadblocks to kind of deny entry for at least stage 2, stage 3 to punish people mid-rotation? That's going to be my question here, because we haven't seen it yet in the grand finals. We saw a lot of that, a lot of those roadblocks from what, round 1, round 2, round 3, but ever since semifinals, a lot of teams just doesn't really care about those strategies anymore.
That is very true, man. I mean, but let's see. I mean, this time it seems like Reckoning Esports, so their game plan of just keeping their heads down until the top 5 teams remain inside of the game has just been working flawlessly for them. And again, we spoke about Reckoning, that northern edge control, all of that northern terrain from Campo Militar to Tierra Bronca, all there's no one there to contest them. Can actually be a good start to this match, but FS Esports, they're going to try and breach the circle from the western edge.
Now, there is a lot on the line here for FS Esports. The circle, you know, we saw a couple of very, very lucky circles back in the semifinals here as well. But FS Esports has got a lot to prove right now. Insidious is playing in his home ground. He's got his family members in the crowd cheering him on. This is a lot of pressure, a lot of support coming in to see that if they can, they make it or not. And interesting enough, the inside scoop for FS Esports is that they have opted for a strategy where they go for minimal loots to rotate as early as possible to get center control.
I actually wanted to say that for Rivalry NRI and the players of Hades H4K, because as you mentioned, they're the furthest away from the circle, and in a situation like this, you might as well just go for the basic loot, some weapons, some healing utilities, some throwables, look for vehicles, and just run it down till you get to the center of the zone. But that wasn't the case. Although we switch perspectives. Genesis Esports on our screens, and it seems like a fight might be brewing up as they spot out the players of Metal. Shots are going to be fired, but no connection is found.
Oh boy, Apollo going for those spray downs here coming from Genesis Esports. They look a little bit lost here. They are currently in 9th position with 24 points. And I feel like it's not that far apart from trying to take the top 8 at least here. But as of yet, one good game from Genesis Esports will put them in the picture to contest for the championship spot. So as of now, consistency is going to be key. Do what you can now and then focus to fix later on, because they don't really have a lot of time.
But I still want to say, IC, it's heartbreaking considering after game 1, Genesis was on the smack second, man. And now they're on the 9th position. So one big game, though, is going to put them back inside of the top 2. They are there with 24. Godlike is there on the second with 36 points. You just need a banger 20 bomber inside this game of Miramar, and you're going to be right behind Reckoning Esports.
Now, Seoul is going to be in a very, very awkward spot. When we talk about Miramar, Seoul usually dominates, but so far, with their performance so far, ever since game number 1, it seems like it has been a huge struggle. Meanwhile, THW Non-X Esports, they will pick up a couple of stragglers known as the name of FS Esports. Just like that, they lose one player, and that is going to hurt them here. It seems like FS Esports, they really want to try and fight this. And Insidious almost getting picked off, and he's going to be able to back out. So seems like they have no choice but to move on without one player.
And we were thinking that FS was going to do well in this game. Turns out, no, because they're the first ones to lose a body. The first pick going to Rush Boy from THWNON. This is another name that we expected a lot from, but the finals are not turning out the way they were hoping, or we were hoping for them.
Oh my goodness. This is the furthest shift away from the flight path, all the way from the west side shift, all the way to the east side. Nobody has time to set up. Nobody has time to rotate, except for, in this case, Forever Red Ross already done and dusted in the middle, whereas everyone has been on the move 24/7. This might affect everyone's overall information gathering here, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. However, loot drops on top of Cincinnati Kid. Not one, but two.
Exactly. The double airdrop coming in from for Cincinnati Kids, and they're going to be quite happy with that. Unfortunately, SOA is going to be lurking close by. Aditya does spot out those vehicles, but he has no teammates around him to provide any sort of support if a fight is initiated. So he just keeps track of the threat and just tries to get himself to a safer position.
Oh boy, the roadblocks comes through. Flock taking those long-range fights here, hoping to get a couple of picks. The SOA actually taking the stop here to try and threaten them. And Mighty, he got shot. And as soon as Smoker got the damage, guess what? We back off. We did the damage, we found an opening, we found a little bit of crack, and we're going to push through. And now they push through one. Can they push through another? FS is going to be the next one to shoot their way through against SOA. And it seems like they will dodge the bullet once more narrowly as they make it past two roadblocks.
I think SOA definitely find the lyrics to Highway to Hell very relatable right now, because that is what they had to push through. Two teams trying to just take them out left and right, and they still make it through. Although I believe one of the men from the side of SOA did just go down. Yes, the finish was confirmed over there. FS Esports, they're going to be happy to recover something for themselves. And as we were looking at CK, that was such an awkward engagement, I see.
Yeah, it is.
All the players were a little far away in a linear formation, and they still went for that fight. Mighty could have almost gone out.
That was so awkward, right? For a second, I thought they were going to take the loot drop, but considering the position they are, they just say it's not worth it. We got to rotate in. We talked about everyone being on the move, and now on screen we have Hero Extreme Godlike also going to be having questions of their own. In this case, what do they do? Because Forever Red Ross is already inside Minas de Generas, already having a very decent amount of control in that space, and they are hoping to take it away from them by sneaking from the northwest of this corner.
Well, let's see though, do they find success over here? But Godlike, that previous Miramar, it definitely changed a lot for them. Finding those finishes, built up the momentum for that win in the Sanhok game number 3. This time around, Forever Red Ross, this might not be the right time for either of these sides to pick a fight, actually. I mean, you see, so they are going to be moving in from the northern side. Let's not forget about Reckoning Esports, because they were the ones who forced Forever Red Ross into El Azhar. But there it is, the circle, not a big shift. I mean, still the city of El Azhar, it is going to be in play.
Okay, this circle is going to be forever Red Ross trying to hold off against everyone. But the problem is, it's not on top of a mountain here. People can sneak in, and there's a lot of angles that they can be punished here from those compounds. They have a decent spread, but the question here is, will they be able to hold down against the rest of the world trying to break into the urban area? Godlike taking the northwest corner. Orangutan the furthest away from the south side, and they're still deciding how will they enter into this phase zone, because there's not a lot of teams taken out yet. There's only one player that's pretty much, one or two players that's out. So that means every nook and cranny is going to be lying some potential enemies.
Oh, but knock, knock. Who's there? Who? OG! That's what the conversation between Hades and H4K and OG was like right now. They found the opener, and the push is going to be initiated. AKOP leading the charge. Atanki puts out Knight out of his misery, and it seems like Hades H4K, man, we knew this was going to happen, but hey, the third party from bottom ESPORTS might be the saving grace, because now OG feel the pressure from the flanks, and they know they need to reset. Atanki, the finish is going to be confirmed by Hades H4K. They're going to thank bottom ESPORTS for that.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit of a problem here, because as of yet, Bottom Army Esports also looking to pry open the cracks here, and OG, they may have won the previous round in Chicken Dinners, but right now they've got a lot of obstacles to actually maneuver here. Look at this. They're zipping out the zone here to try and find an entry point. And like you said, Bot Army, a big problem. And of course, inside as well, we do have a lot of other teams. And seeing how Bot Army is just making sure that they're zoning people off, especially with leaving Devotee behind with a very, very wide spread, giving the impression that it's not just one player, but a full squad there holding down the fort. Seems to have given them a decent amount of control, but they're not inside zone yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, that can be a problem, but I think we've seen Bottom Esports deal with a situation like this in that first Miramar itself, when they had godlike Genesis SOA to deal with. This time, Genesis is going to be one more name that Bottom Esports has to deal with for the second time, but on our screens right now, True Rippers Jelly, they are stuck towards the southern edge of the circle. Cincinnati Kids on the flank. On the right flank, on the left flank, you have TSWNON to worry about, but talk about the northern side, and that is where Seoul is trying to breach the circle from. There's a lot of empty space for them to work with, by the way.
Hey, look at the minimap. Johnny.
Yeah.
There's only 3 guys coming from Seoul. Where's the other guy? Manya. He's already all down towards the south, so this is a huge spread from Seoul in the north side, and they've got a decent amount of information to work with.
Exactly. I mean, all of that map control, can they transition it into finishes and eventually the chicken dinner? In the meanwhile, Hades H4K, they find themselves against the players of Versatile. They've managed to survive. Suzil has lost a lot of HP, and he just rams the coop into the cliff. Oh no, I see. I think Hades H4K, they're cornered, and Versatile might just make the bounce.
Oh, they kind of have to as well. Versatile. They have been focusing on their fights rather than their macro rotation here. Hopefully they are going to be able to find something out of this fight, but seems to be the mechanical god here. Scary Jaw getting picked off mid-rotation as True Rippers finds himself a pick. And Bot Army is not too happy, and they are going to try and contest this. Hitler pretty much stuck in a rock in a hot place. Molotov comes through. Ninze looking for those nades and trajectories, but unfortunately won't be able to find anything yet, and they've got so much advantage. Hitler is getting chipped bit by bit and eventually goes down, but as soon as this happens, guess what? Cincinnati is from afar looking to pick the fight as well.
Yeah, Hitler wasted so much time of the players of True Rippers that Cincinnati Kids were able to close in, but on the other side of things, Reckoning Esports, they go up against FS, and it seems like Fear the Reckoning is gonna be a chant that haunts everyone tonight and gives these teams nightmare. 3 eliminations on the board for Reckoning Esports, and they have still 3 more players left in this matchup. Wiper, no HP to work with, but that Molotov didn't find contact, so he does heal up, and they have reset.
Oh my goodness, Smoker, you're an absolute madman. You guys ran through the highway of hell with 2 obstacles because of your play. They found an opening. Now, he's going to be angsty here. As soon as he saw the opportunity, tries to make a play, no connection. You know what? Back off. Very, very nice disciplined plays coming from Smoker. And hopefully things will work out for them, because as of yet, everybody is looking for some sort of position here. 14 teams, 43 left alive. True Rippers Jelly still on the south side, having a lot of obstacles they need to overcome, and right in front of them is going to be Genesis, who's not exactly in a great position themselves, as they are slowly inching away to try and get some sort of control.
Yeah, but the control, I think it is going to be snatched away by the players of True Rippers Jelly soon. Genesis, they've lost 2 players, just 2 men left alive, and they're trying to pick a fight, a 2v4 against the players of True Rippers. On the other side of things, Hades H4K somehow have managed to hold on to that high ground against the players of Versatile. And I wonder, Versatile, they're just happy, it seems like, getting some control or some edge of the circle. Devotee from Bodami Esports, commotion is going to be heard by Somraj, lobs out a nade, damage dished out. But hey, Bodami Esports put under pressure by the players of Hades H4K. On the other side, Rivalry NRI get eliminated by Godlike. First 2 finishes for Godlike in this game.
Hero Extreme Godlike showing dominance in this fight. They came, they conquered, they dominated. But despite the domination here from afar, Soul was able to get a random stray bullet and getting a knock here. And that's going to put Hero Extreme Godlike in a reset. So fortunately for them, even though it was a knock, there is no confirmation here. Because based on the meme map, look at this. Soul, they may have gotten a knock. But do they want to risk running into his Hero Extreme Godlike, giving away advantage, who in this case... Why is the north so empty here, Johnny?
Yeah.
What is going on?
It's not just the northern side, it's the entire eastern half of the circle that's empty. There's just 2 teams there, Reckoning Esports and SOA. Everyone else is just playing the western hills of this stage 4, stage 5 circle. Stage 5, I wanted to go west, please. Let's see where it goes. And, well, it's going to be a southern shift, but yeah, Forever Red Ross are going to be the only ones grateful for this.
Hey, they had middle control right from the get-go, so it's in the bag for them. But the question here is execution. But Hero Extreme Godlike here, they find a little bit of room. They are going to try and take jabs against Soul from afar. Shots has been made, but it seems like Soul make the call and say, we are going to rotate into zone first here, because inside the zone, they've got Manya, they've got Hunters already in the middle, and Hero Extreme Godlike also having a little bit of space from the west side. So don't need to necessarily take this risk yet. You know, it's still early, it's stage 5, stage 6. The zone moves relatively slow, so being patient is gonna pay off a little bit here. But as soon as I say this here, it seems like Jonathan, he's able to get a insane knock from afar. What?
Yeah.
A shot.
Wait, let me count that. That's gonna be 100, 200. That's close to 350 meters. Spray commitment over there, but Lad needs to retain some control. He's gonna run out of ammunition like this, but still finding the knock against the players of Versatile this time. Godlike are looking to make that bounce. 4 eliminations have been secured. They're going to need a few more, because still 11 teams remain in this game.
Oh my goodness, this off angle, this high ground from them is just making life miserable for Versatile here. They lose 2, they're still pushing up their way through. They have to run through H4K. Devil a little bit split off, but Raiden, he needs to be a little bit careful here. He's smoking his way through, trying to dodge the bullets from Hero Extreme Godlike. The pressure is on. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they're trying to farm as many finishes as they can, but they're using up all their ammunition.
Yeah, but Versatile might have messed up big time. They had the opportunity to commit for this fight a long time back when they had all 4 players intact, but now Raiden falls, and S-Power doesn't really have a lot of options remaining. Godlike on one side, True Rippers above his head, and the players of Hades H4K in extreme close proximity. S-Power, he finds the knock on Admino, but Punk retaliates, and Versatile, they get eliminated from this game.
What an insane hold coming from Hero Extreme Godlike, right on top of the mountain. And without being said here, they got those confirmations, but Admino pretty much knocked from afar. They get the reset, but guess what? They made too much noise. Soul was angsty about taking this fight for a very, very long time. And guess what? Because of the amount of shots you've made, we are going to sneak by.
Well, Godlike now, although are looking to set things up before they move in. And Knuckle, he wants to scout for information as well. This is the fight of the heavyweights. And of course, it is going to make sure that there's going to be a thunderous applause in this arena. Doesn't matter who comes out on top. Well, things are going to be kicked off with that nade. It lands close to Admino. Damage dished out, but the knock is not going to be secured. Admino is going to be lucky he's still alive.
A major fight breaking down. Sim trying to cook the perfect nade. Hunters might be scouted out. Hunters clipping by, but Sim, he gets the knock. And Soul loses 1, and Hero Extreme Godlike, do they want to wrap things up? Hunters far away from his compadres, and seems like the rush comes through. They will gobble him up, and Soul has to run away and run like the cowards they are.
4 versus 3. Godlike, they have the numbers to work with. And they are going to look for that second knock, but Admino, can he find it? Half his HP bar to work with, loses a big chunk again. But look at the amount of utility Godlike has. and they are not going to show any mercy. Knuckle dropped extremely low. Simp almost knocked out. Things can take a turn at any second for the worst for either of these two sides. Jonathan, he's still in the back lines, but the knock is going to finally come through as Ronnie hits the floor from the back lines. A slam dunk, a three-pointer from Jonathan, and now the advantage completely in the favor of Godlike over here. Knuckle also barely dodges that nade, but no opportunity for Soul to go for a reset. At Mino, the aggressive peak comes through, and the knock is going to be secured, but Manya finds the trade on the IGL from Godlike as Punk is going to hit the floor. It's Manya against the entirety of Godlike as Jonathan moves in for the flank. Manya, he looks to back off. Who is going to survive? Is Soul going to be left alive? The odds are just stacked against them, I see.
What a flush coming from Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah.
Jonathan already repositioning, taking position in the next phase of the zone. They've got control, and now Manya, last man standing, and Jonathan says, you know what? We want all of it. We want everything. We want to take all the souls of this game because right now they have 10 finishes. 8 teams remain in this zone, and Hiroshima Godlike looking to take the throne from, of course, Reckoning Esports. But can they do it? Manya still somewhat surviving here from the side of Seoul. He's taken a lot of heavy bidding for Seoul, but Godlike seems to be dominating this game.
And Mane is just happy to be alive, and Godlike, I really wanted to say this. Those boys need to learn when they should be happy. They're 10 eliminations. They were looking for 11. And right now, Punk has been punished for that overextension. He's been knocked out. So, Godlike, they need to figure out a way to recover. And I think they should be. All the players are quite close to each other. The direct threat, the knock came from Metal. And Godlike, the reset should come through very soon.
Now, we talked about huge teams coming from the southwest corner. East team a little bit open here. Guess what? Reckoning Esports and also, of course, SOA has been laying low for quite some time. And I told you that Reckoning Esports has taken a page off SOA, and seems like both of them are going to be running head-to-head right now. But the question here is, do they want to go for a direct crash? Because in terms of overall finishes, both teams kind of have not a lot if you think about it. RGE, they've got 3, SOA's got 0 finishes. They're trying to play for position, but 8 team, well, that's 1 point for both of them right now, minimum.
But in this game, things have taken a very interesting turn. I think we are going to see a bounce back coming in from CK and Metal for sure, because a lot of the middle pack from the overall leaderboard has been eliminated. And of course, Reckoning Esports can actually establish themselves as the most dominating day 1 performance ever in the history of BGMI. Godlike, they have an opportunity to chase them down. They have 10 points on the board already. All they need is to eliminate Reckoning right here, right now, so that Reckoning goes out with 4 points, and then Godlike moves in for that chicken in. That's the only way they can take the first spot away, man. That's an 18-point advantage they have to cover up.
Well, this might be possible here, Johnny, because the circle is shifting away from Reckoning, and right in the middle, Forever Red Ross, 0 finishes thus far, has gotten control for the entirety of this game, and Forever Red Ross only has 3 players inside that small little urban warfare. So every single team, they will either have to collapse on them or take each other out on the sides.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be easy for them, is it? Because, I mean, even in the game of Sanhok, we saw Forever Red Ross in control of the plays, but they still kind of threw the game, to be honest.
Yep, and at the same time as well, True Reaper's Jelly here, seems like they have to force the edge fight, and against Hero Extreme Godlike, they have the high ground, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to push onto his True Reaper's Jelly here. You can see True Reapers, they want to fight this and push them back, but the terrain just doesn't give them the control to actually peak this against Hero Extreme Godlike.
Exactly, that high ground advantage, and of course the amount of utility that's there on the players of Godlike is just going to prove too brutal for the players of True Reapers to deal with. But hey, who cares about utility when we can just shoot them in the face? I guess that is what's going through the heads of the players of Godlike as they move in for the strike. 1, 2, make it 3, or maybe not. Admino finally is going to be picked off. Jonathan is there for the backup, but wait! What just happened? Blink it, and you miss it! Godlike out of the way! True Rippers, they just completely ripped them apart!
The savior for True Reaper's Jelly, none other by Amit from Metal Esports, saved the day, gave them the chance to reset. True Reaper's Jelly, they kept themselves 11 finishes. Yes, there's 3 down, but the question here is, can Sam save everyone? Because Amit, that guy, Metal Esports, they saved their butts. But again, they cannot continue with this fight because Cincinnati Kids is going to be knocking onto his Metal Esports as well. Soul also going to be bowing out in 7th place in this game. And Metal Esports continues their fight against Cincinnati Kids from the south side.
Man, and looking at the rankings on the right side of our screen, opportunity is there for True Rippers to actually take the 2nd position away from Godlike. But Cincinnati Kids put under pressure. Metal, they found the opener. Aditya, he's going to be the last man surviving from the side of CK. Well, the second last there, Flock, but he barely has any HP to work with. But Metal Esports, look at how hesitant Metal is in order to push out and commit to the fight. As Necro says it, they just want to rely on their turret strategy and get whatever they can consistently in every single match. But Flock retaliates and Legit from the side of Metal hits the floor.
Well, they have no choice but to fight the edges here. But Cincinnati Kids, they're going to be in no man's land here, hoping to get a little bit of a bunker, but the push comes through. Aditya, look at this. They get the confirmation on Legit. So that's going to be 1 finish points in the back of CK, but still not a lot of the room to work with right now. Metal still struggling to push out of the zone. We know for a fact that everybody from the south and the west needs to cross that road in towards Forever Red Ross.
Let's see who makes it through. Forever Red Ross still smack center. I think as long as they do not make a big mistake in that endgame fight, which eventually is going to be heading their way, this should be their chicken dinner. Although, again, 6 teams, 19 players, and Reckoning is still there somehow with 3 players left in this game. They are going to look for those finishes because they only have 4 in this matchup, and now might be an opportunity for them to strike because SOA is pushed on that lower ground.
Oh boy, Reckoning Esports going to be playing from the north side, but guess what, Metal Esports through Reaper Jelly, they finally push into its Metal, but they're crumbling. Again, the same tree gets taken out first, and only Amit remains. Metal Esports, what just happened? Because right now, True Reaper Jelly, they're losing everyone, and only Jelly remains, and guess what? Wrong call to push Metal, and he's going to scatter away all by himself to play this holding grounds for himself, because Amit, the coach, just completely destroyed them.
He is upset. They saved True Rippers from Godlike a few moments ago, and is this how you repay your saviors? But Cincinnati Kids, they had a beef going with Metal for a long time, and now it is time to settle the differences. Serve falls, the trade comes through as Amit finds Mighty. Thunder in the backlines want to take the fight against Jelly, but Amit, he needs to be careful, because I believe they miscounted the players of Cincinnati Kids over there. Jelly, he finds the frag. Metal down to 2 players in this game. 1 is knocked out. Amit, he's the last man left alive in a fighting position. He's going to fight till his last breath. Finds 1 more knock. Looks for the last player from CK. And Amit, he pulls it off. This coach is ready to coach all of these players about how they need to play. 4 eliminations for Amit. 7 is going to be the total tally for Metal as they manage to break into the top 3.
Always listen to your coach, a coach that can play and dominate. And Metal Esports, they made bow out in top 3, but what a performance coming from Amit. And now the final 2 here, Forever Red Ross going up against SOA. XOXO able to find the connection, the trade comes through, and now only Smoker remains from SOA Esports.
It's 1 last man alive for the side of SOA, and his position is compromised. Forever Red Ross, this is the opportunity to strike, and they actually pull it off. The first chicken dinner on the board in the LAN finals of BGIS 2025 for Forever Red Ross, and it's day 1.
What a game coming in from them. Forever Red Ross, they held down the fort and they are able to secure the chicken dinner. A game that they desperately need to find a chance to take the championship away, or maybe even fight for the championship, where Reckoning Esports is still going to be on top.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even a question. Reckoning is still dominating. I have no idea how, but they're still doing it. Again, we make a change. This was the worst performance from Reckoning Esports, and they were top 6.
Yeah, I would say it's still a win coming from them here, but Forever Red Ross, congratulations for them here, because with that winner chicken dinner, they are having a little bit of saving grace to bounce back to try to catch up with the top of the top.
Exactly, Forever Red Ross, they were not looking too good in the overall standings before this game, and we're seeing a lot of these teams now finally initiating that comeback, which is a good thing. Before the day 2, you're initiating a comeback. That's a great news for you in the overall standings, but as you mentioned, and you brought up a clear-cut point, That is that Reckoning Esports is still going to be at the top. It's not even an exception. They're still going to be at the first place with a lot of cushion to work with. They got 8 points out of this game.
And we are clearly seeing the impact of Reckoning and their domination in the first 4 matches. That the other teams, you saw got like aggressive. You know why? Because finishes are now the only way they can actually catch up to Reckoning. If Reckoning is consistent in the top 5 every single time, there's no way anyone else catches up to Reckoning unless they drop a 20 bomber.
You know, I like that you guys are mentioning about the overall standings here, but the 3 teams that stood out the most in this game for me is Hiroshima Godlike, True Reapers Jelly, and Meadow Esports. Because think about this, Hiroshima Godlike, what, 10, 11 finish points? True Reapers Jelly, 11 finish points. But Amit, never in my life, I've seen super subs, I've seen pinch servers. I've never seen a super coach that says, you know what, who says a coach can't play? Guess what? I'm going to step in and I'm going to show you how to 1v4 people. And guess what? Not once, but twice. He was the last man standing for Meadow Esports. Got the reset. Team messed up. It's okay. I still got your back and made it to top 3.
I think this is going to be a reference to our long-time viewers of the English broadcast that Necro, Amit is not giving back to the community this time.
Exactly. This time he's not. Instead, he's taking it away from the community. All the giveaways that were done by the players, he's the one to take it away this time around. But if you have a look at Metal Esports' impact in the overall standings, even before this game, they were not doing extremely bad. They were still in that race. But now after this game, Metal Esports is going to find themselves even closer to that top 5.
You know, there's a saying, right? Especially to you young ones. Never doubt your coaches. They're a coach for a reason, guys. They're a coach for a reason.
You're saying this to your ex-teams, right? This is personal for you, I see.
Yeah, it indeed is. I mean, this man was coaching and those teams started going down.
In the past.
But you know what? You know what? Past for the past. Let's leave the past behind. Let's focus on what's going to be happening in the future now. Forever Red Ross, back in the race, back in the climb. But here's the main problem. If all the teams on the latter half of the board are initiating the comeback, now the overall standings get even more critical.
I think it's going to be very close, to be honest. Like, it might be a little bit close here, but again, it is a long journey. It is total of 3 days, 18 matches in total. Day 1, obviously, do what you can. Fixing requires time, and of course getting a little bit rest after 6 days. Do what you can, get an advanced information, and then try and make a comeback for day number 2, because in between these matches is about what, 10-15 minutes of rest. You need some rest, you need to go to the toilet, you need to probably freshen up, eat or something like that. You don't really have a lot of time to analyze here, so that's why the important role here is going to be the coaches or whoever is on the advisor role is going to help them push through. That's going to be very, very crucial, and you cannot stress them too much.
With that, look, stress at the end of the day is part and parcel of the lens, right? No matter what you do, you're automatically going to have that stress. And a while ago, I was on the Analyst panel as well, having the conversation with the boys, and they asked me a question. What do you think about the advantage that the known names are going to be having? And I clearly mentioned this. Yes, there is going to be certain advantage, but the advantage is only going to be limited to the mental. When it comes to the gameplay, the advantage vanishes away.
And sometimes there are moments where you just have a big play and all of a sudden all of that confidence just pours in, extrudes from you and goes into your teammates as well. And Undergods can perform that way, but hey, time for stats. MVP of the match, Just Jelly. I mean, it's Jelly from Just Jelly. True Rippers, Just Jelly. How do we say that now?
Well, Just Jelly obviously stood his ground as much as he can here because True Reaper Jelly, they held down the fight against Hiroshima Godlike, courtesy of Amit, who's also part of that top 5. So these 3 teams that stood out is also part of that top 5, and that is going to be Jelly, Jonathan, Punk, Amit, and also Sam coming from True Reaper Jelly. These 3 major teams was one of the toughest dog coming from the west side.
I mean, Necro, this one is specifically for you because I see very seldom to join us on the officials. But we've been in the circuit for a long time. Did we ever imagine a day when we were going to see Coach Amit in the list of top players?
I was literally about to say the same thing as well. It's so weird to see Amit in the top 5 players. It's really tough for me to accept, but since he's doing so good, it's a great thing.
Yeah,
let's have a look at the point standings as well. Metal Esports 12 points, True Ripper 16 points, Forever Red Ross, even after getting the chicken dinner, not really having a lot of elimination points, and that's why they've only managed to secure 15 points in total. Johnny, imagine if Metal Esports from here on out goes on to win the championship.
Ooh, that's going to be the best comeback ever.
Not just a comeback for Amit, this is going to be a statement.
Oh, man. I mean, it is going to be a double flex because let's not forget, he at one point was coaching the biggest championship roster in this circuit, I think 2 years ago. From there, his roster broke apart. He had to leave his team. He started afresh with these players of Metal Esports. And now, instead of coaching, turns into a player, again goes on to win a trophy this time as a player. He went the opposite way.
It's not over yet, guys. Chill.
I know we're speculating.
I know we're speculating here, but again, that just shows you why watching esports is the best thing ever, right? The journey of some of these teams, the ordeals and struggle they have to go through. When people think you suck, and as long as you believe in your dreams and keep chasing it, eventually it will come true.
Yeah, Icy's just saying it for the sake of it. I'm pretty sure he does not exactly mean what he's saying. But you know what? Speaking of Metal Esports once again.
Trust me. Trust me. If nobody believes in you, you gotta believe in yourself. Because
Believe didn't make it to the finals.
If you don't believe in yourself, nobody's gonna believe you.
Okay. Do you believe in yourself?
Of course. That's why I'm here.
Interesting. You know what? Speaking of Metal Esports once again, Amit and overall his performance so far, it's been incredible. And as I mentioned, imagine if they go on and take the championship in their hands. Amit might just be the most expensive player in the circuit. Imagine that. The amount of money he's going to be earning after that.
Hey, guys. We're jumping the gun. Relax. It's only day one yet.
Listen, theory crafting is the best thing
Let
ever.
us dream, man. Why are you waking us up? Yeah.
It is so good. It's fun.
I mean, yeah, I see you and I are close in age, but I'm still closer to him as well.
Yeah, look, he's sort of like a Gen Z. 80% is Gen Z, so I understand the boomer instincts kicking in. It's fine now. I've got it in check. Gen Z's out there. I've got you guys. But you know what? Generally speaking, moving on the conversation, Forever Red Ross, even they're now starting to jump the gun, doing really good in the overall standings. But Reckoning Esports is running away. Someone stop them.
I mean, someone has to stop them, and I think this game itself might have been a halt in their momentum, because top 6 gets you, what, like 3 points, 2 points, and they had 4 eliminations. So this is the first time we see them end in single digits. They've ended in single digits before that, but that was 9 points. So 9 points is like fine.
Now, when we talk about strats, we talk about mental fortitude, right? So now we have to also take into consideration stamina, because it is a very, very long day. 5 matches done and dusted. Reckoning Esports has been top performing all the way through. This game, it feels like they took a little bit chill, bro. You must understand that, especially for us, not just you guys or players as well. People who work in the industry or anywhere in general, we like to work non-stop, because if we take too long of a break, we kind of get worn down.
Yeah.
That might be the case.
Can I say one last thing about Reckoning Esports? I think this was long overdue, because let's not forget Reckoning was at the top of their game in 2023. They were closing into the top teams in 2024, and I think 25, it's their time to strike.
Hey, you know what? What's going to happen in the future? Maybe Rohit has got the answers to all of that.
मेरे साथ है वो टीम जिन्होंने गेम नंबर 5 में दिखाया कि who's the boss. It's Team Forever Red Ross. What a game. क्योंकि अगर गेम नंबर 5 की बात करें तो ये बताना ही मुश्किल हो रहा था कि लास्ट जोन तक ये गेम किसका है, but you guys got that chicken dinner. So पहले मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, what was that turning point of that game जो आपके लिए फेवर किया?
क्योंकि वहाँ पर हमें पता था कि जो RG है पहले फाइट हुई थी उनकी, तो वो 3 मैन थे. हम काइंड ऑफ सैंडविच सिचुएशन फंस गए थे, क्योंकि लेफ्ट भी टीम थी और बैक से RG पुश कर रही थी. बट जो टीम हमारे रोड साइड थी उन्होंने 2 नॉक कर दिया RG के. तो फिर वहाँ पर मतलब हमें पता था कि अगर हमने RG को क्लियर कर लिया तो हमारा बैक क्लियर हो जाएगा, देन हमको सिर्फ सामने क्लियर करना पड़ेगा. तो जैसे ही RG को हमने वाइप करा, वहाँ से हमें समझ में आ गया था ये गेम हमारा ही होगा, और फिर हमने कन्वर्ट कर दिया.
एंड इस समय अगर इस टीम की बात करें तो ऑफ कोर्स ये इनका पहला ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल है. हाउसफुल है सब, चीयरिंग सुनाई देती है. इनफैक्ट जब कोई ऐसे स्पेसिफिक क्लैशेस होते हैं तो पता चल जाता है कि यहाँ पर देखो ये फैंस इसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. हाउ डज इट फील टू परफॉर्म इन फ्रंट ऑफ अ पैक्ड हाउस?
मतलब कह सकते हो हमारा सेकंड लैन था. हमने पहले भी एक लैन खेला था, तो हमें इस बार पता था कि कैसे क्या अवॉइड करना है, सारे डिस्ट्रैक्शंस वगैरह. तो बस वही काम रह के हम अपना गेम खेल रहे थे.
ऑलराइट. एंड यहाँ पर मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि लूसीफर हैं जो पहले ही थोड़े से आउट हो गए थे, लेकिन फिर तीनों ने संभाला एंड यू guys got the chicken dinner. So आपके बगल में बैठे थे लूसीफर, तो जब ये पहले नॉक हो गए तब आपका रिएक्शन क्या था? आपने कुछ ऐसा कोनी वोनी मारी?
ना ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं था. हमें पता था हम पे सेंटर है तो हम पे बहुत ज़्यादा एडवांटेज था, तो उसी एडवांटेज पे हमने खेल के चिकन ले लिया. 3 मैन ही सही, पर चिकन हमारा ही आया.
एंड इस समय लूसीफर से बात करते हैं. एंड कोलकाता, मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि लूसीफर ने अपनी पढ़ाई, स्कूल, कॉलेज सब कोलकाता से ही किया है. सो इस समय देखो लूसीफर, आई वुड वांट यू टू हेल्प मी इन दिस. ठीक है, मैं चाहूँगा कि थोड़ी सी मेरी मदद करो. मैं इस समय हमारी जो यहाँ पर जो सारे फैंस आए हैं उनसे मैं बंगाली में पूछना चाहता हूँ कि क्या मज़ा आ रहा है कि नहीं. कुछ बोल सकते हो?
পাবলিক ভালো লাগছে কি?
थोड़ा सा जोर से।
পাবলিক ভালো লাগছে কি?
सुनाई दे रहा है लूसीफर, तुम्हें सुनाई दे रहा है?
हाँ थोड़ा थोड़ा।
अच्छा लग रहा है उनको। लेकिन इस समय हाउ डज इट फील कि तुम्हारी टीम ने पहले ही दिन 5वें गेम में चिकन डिनर हासिल कर लिया, और ये एक टीम के लिए एक अच्छा होता है, एक मोमेंटम अच्छा होता है, रात को अच्छी नींद भी आएगी, तो टेल अस अबाउट दैट।
अच्छा लगा, बट वही है कि स्टार्टिंग से कंसिस्टेंट नहीं थे तो उतना ज़्यादा मैटर नहीं करता, मतलब ये थोड़ा एवरेज हमारा कोप अप किया ये चिकन, तो इसीलिए मतलब इसी को ट्राई करना कि आगे मैच में भी अच्छा करें बस।
All right, that's the winning team forever. Red Ross, have a look at them. क्या पता ये लोग इतिहास बनाए at the end of the third day, ये नहीं पता। लेकिन एक और चीज है वो नहीं पता है मुझे अभी तक, वो ये है कि देखिए अभी 5 गेम्स हो चुके हैं, हमें 5 अलग अलग नए नए विनर्स मिल चुके हैं चिकन डिनर्स के। अभी एक और मैच बचता है फॉर डे 1। Will we have a new winner or will some team repeat their first win and get their second win of the day? ये एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन है जिसका जवाब आपको, मुझे, हम सबको मिल जाएगा इस छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद। तो कहीं मत जाइए, we will be right back.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
वो चिकन डिनर उन्हें जरूरी था, और अच्छी बात ये रही कि डे 1 पर ही आ चुका है। डे 2, डे 3 अभी भी बाकी रहेगा। एसओए उन्होंने वो 7 पॉइंट्स निकाले, थोड़े फिनिशेस और आ सकते थे तो बढ़िया और भी ज्यादा होता, पर स्टिल एसओए वो भी खुश होंगे अपने प्रदर्शन से।
Yeah, SOA would be happy as well, but we have IC here and he wants to talk about the super coach Amit. IC Amit, he was a coach few days ago, but now he's a player and he's been a phenomenal player.
Hey man, sometimes hard work does pay off, and sometimes in life you gotta believe in yourself, because in the community we know he has been giving away for the community for the longest time here, but his hard work has kind of put himself in a situation where he was able to do a lot of work and damage as well, because teams like True Reaper Jelly as well as Hiroshima God, like they suffered the brunt coming from Amit.
Absolutely, अमित ने तो बहुत बेहतर खेला है, लेकिन अभी भी कुछ देखना बाकी है, बहुत कुछ देखना बाकी है। एक आखिरी मुकाबला बचा है मेजी अभी के लिए, एंड टीम सोल्स इनका पहला मुकाबला बहुत अच्छा था, उसके बाद से थोड़ा सा डाउनफॉल तो जरूर आया है।
ये एरांगल से उन्होंने दिन की शुरुआत करी, 19 टोटल पॉइंट्स लेकर गए, और अब आज के दिन का जो खात्मा है उनको वापस से एरांगल के साथ ही करना है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि जब शुरुआत इतनी बढ़िया थी तो अंत भी वो बढ़िया तरीके से करने वाले हैं, पर इन सब के बीच में मल्टीपल टीम्स और आती है, जैसे हमने हेडीज के बारे में थोड़ी बातचीत करी थी। ओवरऑल अभी मेडल टॉप 5 में मौजूद है, हमने एफएस की कंसिस्टेंसी देखी है, ओवरऑल उनका भी गेम बढ़िया चल रहा है।
जी हाँ, उनका गेम बढ़िया चल रहा है, बट अभी और बड़े मैचेस लेने बाकी हैं। हैं तभी वो ऊपर यहाँ पे पहुंच पाएंगे। काफी कुछ देखा हमने इस मिरामार के मैच में, काफी अप्स थे, डाउन्स थे, टीम्स के डोमिनेशन भी यहाँ पे जरूर थे, नो नॉक्स पुश भी हमने देखे। एक बार फिर से नजर डालते हैं, हाइलाइट्स की तरफ चलते हैं अभी के लिए और देखते हैं कि क्या हुआ इस मिरामार के मुकाबले में। बट एज वी ऑल नो आई सी it's been an amazing experience so far, but for a lot of teams who are young, who are playing their first LAN event, they're still nervous. They're not able to get the big chicken dinner.
It all comes down to mental fortitude in general, right? So let's talk a little bit more on things that they had to actually go through, right? They played 4 matches here, 2 games which is strategy. Sanhok has a little bit more mechanical skills, but when it comes to playing back through reset here, do they have the stamina to push through and execute the strategies here? And this is where teams with those kind of experience, that understand what they need to do in certain scenarios, will give them that upper edge. And in this case, Hero Extreme God, obviously they've realized that, hey, if I have the advantage, I'm not afraid to push their way through. That's the reason why they've gotten a lot of finishes here, and they realized that fight against them, against True Reaper's Jelly, that was a very important fight. We have an advantage, we're going to push. And the only reason why Hero Extreme God lost was because Amit finished them.
मैं बस इतना कहूँगा कि एडमिनो थोड़े नाखुश थे क्योंकि उनको भी पता था कि वहाँ से वो क्लच कर सकते थे, और अगर वो एमो रीलोड पर जो उनका वेपन था वो रीलोड पर नहीं गया होता 110% वो प्लेयर वहाँ पर क्लच करता। पर ठीक है, जल्दी उन्होंने भी कोशिश करी, एक एक्स्ट्रा फिनिश वो अपने लिए लेकर गए। पर अमित का अगर ये 1v3 होता, आप सोचिए कितना क्रेजी होता। वो अलग बात है कि वो प्लेयर जोन के बाहर एलिमिनेट हो गया।
Not once, twice as well. He actually clutched it out. Oh, you know what? My entire team is down. I'm the super coach. You know what, guys? I've got your back. Reset. Oh, great. You know what? Let's go round 2. I'm the super coach. I'm going to reset. Top 3 finish. I think it's pretty good, huh?
I mean, we just saw the reaction of Team Soul. We saw Storme as well. Maybe Storme कई बार जब भी खेले काफी बेहतर खेले। क्या ये परेशानी होती है कभी-कभी कि 5वां प्लेयर आपके पास है, वो भी बहुत अच्छा है, and he's just waiting, क्या मौका उनका भी आ सकता है?
देखिए अभी
I'm pretty sure the reactions coming from True Reaper Jenny was like, thank you Amit, you guys saved me, you guys saved us.
100% क्योंकि उनका एक ही प्लेयर बचा हुआ था और उसके बाद सिचुएशन हालांकि थोड़ी खराब हो सकती थी। पर जो आपने मेरे से सवाल पूछा कि क्या वो 5वां प्लेयर उनका रहना या फिर वो चेंज करना उनके लिए सही होगा या फिर नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से अभी उस बारे में वो सोच नहीं रहे हैं क्योंकि पहला मैच ऑब्वियसली उन्होंने इसी प्लेइंग 4 के साथ 19 पॉइंट्स उन्होंने निकाले। अभी ये सोचना है कि क्या उस 5वें प्लेयर को लेकर आने चाहिए, उसका कोई तुक बनता नहीं है। अब इस मैच के बाद जरूर जब ब्रेक होगा, कल के दिन पर वापस वो आएंगे, तब वो सोच सकते हैं कि क्या हमें चेंज करना चाहिए।
डेफिनेटली ये चीज तो जरूर रहेगी, बट आई सी लूसिफर फॉरएवर रेड एक्स रॉस, he is a Kolkata guy. He's from here. He's playing in front of his, friends, family. It's a different feeling altogether.
You know, it is different, but that's, again, when it comes to LAN, it's always different as well. There is going to be pressure. There is going to be a lot of people, and it is going to be a lot of fatigue because it's not just playing with yourself. You also have to talk to a lot of people.
जी हाँ, सबके लिए खेलना पड़ता है, बट अभी के लिए चलते हैं और स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और देखते हैं मिरामार के मैच के बाद क्या बदलाव आपको देखने को मिलेगा। सर्टेनली बदलाव नंबर 1 के तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, बिकॉज रेकनिंग दे आर प्लेइंग ऑन अ डिफरेंट लेवल। 61 टोटल पॉइंट्स उनके पास हैं। हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक क्लोज सेकंड 47 पॉइंट्स के साथ,
और एक बार फिर से वो 14 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस आ चुका है। 61-47, देन अगेन 41 ट्रू रिपर्स 41 के साथ है। और मेडल को आप देखिए 22 टोटल फिनिशेस हैं उनके पास और उसके साथ 15 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट निकाले। ओरंगुटैन वो एक चिकन डिनर के बदौलत वो टीम ऊपर गई। एक अलग बात रहेगी एफएससी स्पोर्ट्स के लिए क्योंकि अभी तक कंसिस्टेंसी उन्होंने मेंटेन करी थी। इस मैच में वो थोड़ा गिरे, ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में भी गिरावट आई, 6 पायदान पर है वो टीम।
Absolutely, but यहाँ पे अगर VXT को देखते हैं, they are on number 10, they have 26 total points. I see VXT a fan favorite team, a team that everyone was looking at that they are going to finish in podium, but right now not a very good start for them.
Okay, you have to talk about days, right? There is 18 matches in total, 3 days in the coming here. Day number 1, sometimes things work out, sometimes things don't really work out. It all comes down to how do you reset later on. So do what you can for day number 1. You can still make a comeback for day number 2 itself. So it's all about adapting to what you can in this given amount of time. Because in between matches, it's like what, 15-20 minute break. You know, I'm going to go to the washroom here and there. And then after that, oh, I got to focus on the game. I don't really have time to discuss and plan something else. So if you put too much stress, things are not going to be working out for them. So I would feel like in this situation, do what you can, take a rest later, focus on the day tomorrow. But do what you can. That's the most important thing.
हम इस चीज के लिए तो हम सोमराज को वैसे भी जानते हैं, वो स्ट्रेस ज्यादा लेते नहीं हैं, स्ट्रेस देते जरूर हैं, बट अभी के लिए तो प्रॉब्लम्स उनके लिए भी बड़ी है। लेकिन मेजी फिर से वही बात, राइवलरी, हेडीज, हाथ अभी तक जमे नहीं है, पॉइंट्स बिल्कुल मिले नहीं उनको।
ठीक है, डे 1 ही है और उम्मीद करते हैं कि कल जैसे आईसी ने बोला भी कि आप आज के दिन के आखिरी मैच में जो करने के लिए आए थे वो करने की आप कोशिश कर सकते हैं और उसके बाद आज के दिन का ब्रेक आपको मिलेगा, दिन कल वापस आप खेलने के लिए आएंगे। वहाँ आप सोच सकते हैं कि क्या आपको एक्स्ट्रा करने की ज़रूरत है जो आज आप नहीं कर पाए। पर जो आपने सोमराज के लिए बोला बिल्कुल सत्य वो बात है, बैक स्टेज पर था, वो सारे हंस खेल रहे हैं और उनको भी पता है कि टेंशन लेने से कुछ नहीं होगा, चिल करते हैं, रिलैक्स करते हैं। आज का दिन ठीक है, उतना अच्छा नहीं गया, कल के दिन की शुरुआत हम बेहतर करेंगे और वैसे भी सोमराज कमबैक करने के लिए जाने जाते हैं। एक इवेंट था जहां वो 7वें पायदान पर थे, ट्रॉफी वो लेकर चले गए थे, मैं एक्सपेक्ट करता हूं एक बार फिर से वो रिपीट हो।
जी हाँ, सोमराज को कमबैक करना बहुत अच्छे से आता है, बट देयर आर मोर टीम्स हियर। आई मीन वी ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट जूसी एंड सिंसिनाटी किड्स, they've been phenomenal in the league stages, but here 5 matches after 5 matches, not a great start for them as well.
Well, they have been a little bit of a chill approach for quite some time now. Like Cincinnati kids, you know, they have been taking a little bit of awkward fights here. They were a little bit skeptical. I feel like game number 1 has put them in a situation where it looks super chaotic and looked lost, and you can't really blame them because everyone was playing on the best of the best. But after game 2, game 3, game 4, you can see every single team start to have mental breakdowns, like small little mistakes that gave openings for teams like SOA to sneak past 2 roadblocks just now in the map of Miramar. So I feel like overall in general, it all comes down to sticking to your fundamentals and just playing true. But now, I like that you guys brought out Versatile. Would you like an inside scoop from Equinox?
Oh, absolutely, we would love that.
So I asked him a personal question. What do you guys think? Can you give me some strategy? He said no strategy. He doesn't want to review too much. But I asked him one more thing. Macro or micro? Seems like they are looking to be aggressive, to prioritize on fights more than rotations overall in general.
But you know, to be honest, we didn't see that
Exactly,
in the
that's the
so far
problem.
around, because as far as we know, हम S power को जानते हैं, उनको अटैक करना पसंद है, Equinox लैंड पे बहुत अच्छे फ्लैग्स निकालने के लिए जानते हैं मेजी, बट अभी तक वो अग्रेशन नहीं है, इंटेंट नहीं है गेम के अंदर, स्लो खेलने की कोशिश थी।
देखिए थोड़ा मुश्किल है अभी के लिए, क्योंकि जैसे हमने पहले भी बात करी है ना कि Equinox जब वो खेलने के लिए आए थे तब उनको पता चला कि शायद वो प्लेइंग 4 के अंदर ना रहे। उसके बाद हमने टॉय एंड रेडन दोनों को साथ खेलते हुए देखा, पर Equinox उनको बेंच किया गया। तो आप ये कह सकते हैं कि वही सेम टीम सोल वाली कहानी कि क्या वो चेंज करना अभी पसंद करेंगे या फिर ये जो लास्ट मैच है वहां पर वो ज़्यादा फोकस रहेगा। कल के दिन पर जब वो वापस आएंगे, जब वापसी करेंगे, तब सोच सकते हैं कि क्या हमें एक्वा को वापस लेकर आना चाहिए, रेड एंड टॉय किन में से उनको बेंच करने की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। बहुत सारे सवाल होंगे, पर स्टिल मैं कह सकता हूँ कि VXT इतना भी नीचे नहीं है, मतलब 16वें पायदान पर नहीं है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा ऊपर वो जा चुके हैं, तो ठीक है, अभी भी उनके पास टाइम है।
देखिए भरोसा रखिए VXT तो कमबैक करेगी, but look at them go, Reckoning Esports number 1 on the table. They've been playing on a different level, I think.
To be honest, Reckoning Esports is by far obviously the most consistent team out there in terms of points. But we have to take into consideration here, Game 5 was actually their worst performing match out there out of all the games they have played, because yes, they made it to top 8, but they were playing placement all the way through, because in terms of overall points here, it was actually, I think, True Ripper Jelly, Hero Extreme Godlight, and also Metal Esports that had a decent amount of finishes and also good placement points.
Absolutely, I mean, they have to do something if they want to maintain that number 1 spot.
Exactly.
Reckoning Esports I'm talking about. But वहीं पे यहाँ पे अगर बात की जाए, मुझे लगता है मेजी आपकी बात सुन ली, मैंने Equinox को देखा था हमारी स्क्रीन के ऊपर, and finally I think that 5th player is going to be their 4th one.
अब देखना ये है कि एक्वा आज के दिन के आखिरी मैच में वो क्या एक्स्ट्रा करने वाले हैं, और यहाँ पर भी बदलाव हुआ है। हंटर्स, उनको थोड़ा विराम दिया गया और सौम्या वो इस मुकाबले में खेलने के लिए आ चुके हैं, यानी कि अब जो कंपटीशन है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा बड़ा होने वाला है। और मैं देख पा रहा हूँ कि उन्होंने टॉय को फिलहाल के लिए बेंच किया है और उनकी जगह पे एक्विनॉक्स को लेकर आए दूसरी जगह पर। मैं अभी भी आपकी राय जानना चाहूंगा स्पीरो कि हंटर्स ही क्यों, क्योंकि वही तो खिलाड़ी है जिन्होंने पहले मैच में इतने सारे फिनिशर्स निकाले थे अपनी टीम के लिए।
इवन मिरामार में जिन्होंने 2 नॉक्स निकाले थे अपनी शॉटगन के साथ, दैट वाज मैग्निफिसेंट, बट यू नो इट्स अ टीम डिसीजन, राइट? आई मीन वी ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट देयर इज अ 5th player who's capable enough to play on a big stage. But it's all about what the coach is thinking, what the analyst is thinking. I want to know what you are thinking right now.
You know, to be honest, sometimes, right, if you have 4 guys, you know, we have a little bit of brawl here and there. It's not just fight or what. It all comes down to the vibes. If the vibes are not feeling in their way through, you have to change your environment a little bit here. So I would feel like if they decide to go for a super sub, which we did see coming from Salome back in the days during the semifinals and round stages as well, where they were somehow to get 28 finishes in a single game and get a chicken dinner, which is the highest amount of points they've gotten for Seoul. Getting Salome to replace Ronnie again, I don't know, man. If things go tough, you got to have the super sub ready to actually serve, you know, go in for the clutch save.
एंड हमने पास्ट में भी बहुत बार देखा है मेजी के जब सोम में आते हैं वो पहला मैच तो स्पेशली बहुत स्पेशल होता है क्योंकि वो बहुत बड़ा मैच रहा है, इतिहास गवाह है इस चीज़ का।
और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि वो बहुत चिल रहते हैं आमतौर पर भी और गेम के अंदर भी। उनको भी पता है कि ज़्यादा टेंशन लेकर कुछ खास होता है नहीं, तो क्यों ना थोड़ा चिल होकर खेला जाए। जैसे हमने स्कैरी जॉर्ज के लिए कहा कि बिल्कुल भूल जाते हैं कि आसपास कौन है, कितने सारे प्लेयर हैं, कौन मौजूद है कौन नहीं है, पर स्टिल स्कैरी जॉर्ज जो लास्ट मैच था वो उतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाए। फॉरएवर एक्स रेड एक्स रॉस उनके लिए भी पिछला मैच तो खैर चिकन डिनर के साथ ही उन्होंने खत्म किया है, और वो जो फर्स्ट मैच था वहाँ उतना अच्छा वो नहीं खेल पाए। पर जो हमारी ऑडियंस है देखिए उनके अंदर भी कलाकारी की कमी है नहीं। बहुत सारे स्केचेस हैं जो आज के दिन पर वो बनाकर लेकर आए हैं, और मे बी कल के दिन पर कुछ और स्केचेस होंगे जो जरूर मौजूद होंगे।
जी हाँ, मैं देख पा रहा हूँ यहाँ पे जॉनथन के बहुत सारे फैंस हैं, सोल के बहुत सारे फैंस हैं, दिल से गॉड लाइक के बैनर्स भी मैं यहाँ पे देख पा रहा हूँ। मैंने एफएस की जर्सीज काफी सारी देखी, फॉरएवर रेड एक्स रॉस की जर्सी मैंने वहाँ पे देखी। कमाल का माहौल यहाँ पे बना हुआ है। यहाँ पे जॉनी को पंप करने के लिए भी बहुत लोग आ रखे हैं, ऐसे बहुत सारे बैनर्स हम यहाँ पे देख पा रहे हैं। बट क्रेजी क्रेजी चीजें बैकएंड में भी चल रही हैं। बहुत सारे इंटरव्यूज हमने यहाँ पे देखे हैं, और और भी इंटरव्यूज अभी देखने बाकी हैं, जो इंटरव्यूज हम अभी आपको दिखाने वाले। तो देर किस बात की, चलते हैं इस रिकॉर्डेड वीडियो की तरफ।
बट ऐसे में ना जेली आपके अराउंड एक कॉन्वर्सेशन बनती है। मैं अभी कुछ दिन पहले शैडो से बात कर रहा था, शैडो ओजी, तो उन्होंने बताया कि 2024 उनका बहुत खराब गया, और उसके बाद उनके साथ होता है कि जब वो टीम बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे ना, कोई प्लेयर उनके साथ आने ही नहीं चाहता था, कोई स्टिक ही नहीं कर रहा था। कोई आ रहा था, कुछ टाइम खेल रहा था, किसी दूसरी टीम से ऑफर आता, उनके पास चले जाता। कितना, और सबसे ये वैसे तो सवाल कि कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है बार बार खुद को प्रूव करना, कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है कंसिस्टेंटली बढ़िया खेल करके जाना, फॉर द पीपल टू ट्रस्ट यू, फॉर द ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स टू ट्रस्ट यू, टू बी विद यू एंड स्टिक विद यू।
लाइक ये चीज़ तो शायद ई स्पोर्ट्स ही सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि अगर आप कंसिस्टेंट हो तो ही आप बहुत टाइम तक इस सीन में रह पाओगे। प्राइम एग्जांपल जॉनथन है इसका। बहुत लोग आते रहते हैं लेकिन वो अभी तक क्यों है? क्योंकि वो कंसिस्टेंट है इतने टाइम से। तो शायद कंसिस्टेंट रहना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, और एक आईजीएल के लिए कंसिस्टेंट रहना इसलिए ज़रूरी है क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली एक आईजीएल कोर होता है टीम का, उसके अराउंड 3 बंदे होंगे और 3 बंदे उसके अराउंड खेलेंगे। तो अगर वो 3 बंदे उस पर ट्रस्ट नहीं करते, या फिर उनको अभी ऐसा होगा ना कि अगर मैं 3 अंडरडॉग्स लेके आता हूँ तो उनको मेरे पे इसलिए ट्रस्ट होगा क्योंकि हाँ मैं कुछ किया हूँ इस फील्ड में, मैंने कहीं बहुत सारे ऑफिशियल्स खेले ये सब कुछ, तो वो मेरे पे ट्रस्ट पे आएंगे। लेकिन अगर मैं कंसिस्टेंटली मान लो नहीं खेलता इसमें, मैं बहुत बार बाहर हो जाता, एक आध ऑफिशियल खेला होता था और कुछ नहीं किया होता था, कोई मेरे पे ट्रस्ट करके नहीं आता कि हाँ जेली भाई है ये संभाल लेंगे। तो वही है, कंसिस्टेंट अगर आप नहीं रहोगे तो एक टाइम बाद शायद इस टीम से बाहर हो जाओगे, क्योंकि प्लेयर्स ही जब आपको नहीं, भले ही आप केपेबल हो रहोगे, आपको पता है आप केपेबल हो, लेकिन आपने प्रूव नहीं किया उतना, तो आपके ऊपर कोई ट्रस्ट नहीं करेगा ना, आपको बिल्कुल जीरो स्टार्ट करके आना पड़ेगा वापस।
एज अ आईजीएल तो कंसिस्टेंट होना बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि अगर आप देखोगे ना कि एक टीम के अंदर 3 असॉल्टर होते हैं, एक आईजीएल होता है, ठीक है, एंड असॉल्टर्स को तो टीम्स ले लेती है, ठीक है, बट अगर आप एज आईजीएल प्रूफ नहीं कर पा रहे हो ना तो आपको कोई नहीं लेगा। जैसा आपने अभी शैडो का एग्जाम्पल दिया, तो उसका थोड़ा 2024 थोड़ा बहुत खराब गया था, तो लोग डाउट करने लगे थे उस पर, एंड उसके असॉल्टर्स भी डाउट कर रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं, तो इसलिए उनको अगर बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही थी तो वो छोड़ के जा रहे थे, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं था दिमाग में कि हाँ भाई ये बंदा क्वालिफाई करा नहीं पाएगा, बाकी करा देगा। तो एज अ आईजीएल अगर आप कंसिस्टेंट हो तो फिर वो मतलब आपको क्वालिफिकेशन तो बेयर मिनिमम है एज अ आईजीएल, कि अगर आप वो नहीं करवा पा रहे हो तो आप अच्छा आईजीएल हो ही नहीं, ठीक है, और अगर आप अच्छा आईजीएल नहीं हो तो आपको कोई भी टीम लेगी क्या, पूछेगी भी नहीं।
पर आरू ऐसे में क्या सच में इतना ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट ये बन जाता है? क्योंकि अगर आप शैडो की बात करो तो यही तो वो आईजीएल है ना जिसने 31 फिनिश का चिकन डिनर निकाला था ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में, और ये वो आईजीएल था, ये इस बंदे ने वो टीम खड़ी करी थी जिसको देख के लग रहा था कि ओके द मोस्ट अग्रेसिव टीम ऑफ इंडिया का टैग दिया जा सकता है। सो अगर हालांकि आपके जीवन में तो मैं प्रेटी श्योर कि ऐसा कुछ पड़ाव नहीं आया होगा, क्योंकि आप तो इतने सारे ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट के फाइनल्स क्वालिफाई कर चुके हो, बट देन डू यू थिंक इट्स फेयर एक्सपेक्टिंग फ्रॉम रेवलेंट एक्स पार्क कि वो 2 टूर्नामेंट में बैक टू बैक जीते हैं, तीसरे टूर्नामेंट में सेमीफाइनल्स तक पहुंचे? इज इट फेयर टू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम दैट टीम कि वो हर टूर्नामेंट के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में पहुंचे और हर बार क्वालिफाई करे और हर बार ही वो ट्रॉफी जीत के जाए?
देखो, हर बार किसी भी टीम से एक्सपेक्ट करना तो पॉसिबल नहीं रहता है, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंट रहना जो पॉइंट था अपना, वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। इसलिए क्योंकि आप कम्युनिटी में भी जितने आईजीएल्स है, अगर सिर्फ स्पेसिफिकली आईजीएल्स की बात करूँ, कितने आईजीएल से आप उंगलियों पे गिन सकते हो। वो भी अगर आप देखो ना, तो अगर आप देखो कि अच्छा चलो अगर इस आईजीएल को मैं देखता हूँ, वो BGIS क्वालिफाई नहीं करेगा, ठीक है, BMPS भी क्वालिफाई नहीं करेगा, तो इतने सारे आइजल से जो सीन से गायब भी हो जाएंगे, कोई उनको ना ऑर्ग लेगी, और अगर आप पे अच्छी ऑर्ग नहीं होती है तो आपको क्वालिटी प्लेयर्स नहीं मिल सकते हैं। आपको कुछ भी प्लेयर्स लेके अपना लाइनअप बनाना पड़ता है, क्वालिफाई करना ही पड़ता है, जो चीज़ और भी ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो जाती है। वही चीज़ है कि ट्रस्ट करना बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो जाता है। और एक ऑफिशियल से तो देखो कोई भी जज नहीं कर सकता है, क्योंकि अभी तक कोई भी ऐसा प्लेयर नहीं, अभी तक सारंग था, लेकिन अब इस टूर्नामेंट में तो वो भी नहीं है कि हाँ सारे ऑफिशियल में अच्छा खेला है, क्वालिफाई किया है। तो कंसिस्टेंसी का मतलब आई थिंक ये नहीं है कि एक ऑफिशियल से आप बाहर हो गए, लेकिन ओवरऑल एक चीज़ होती है कि चलो अब मान लो पिछले BMPS में 16 बाहर हो गई, लेकिन फिर भी उनको देखा जाता था कि हाँ भाई इंडिया की वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स हैं। जो RNTX को टाइटल मिला था कि बेस्ट टीम ऑफ इंडिया, उसके अराउंड सोल का नाम था, मतलब लोगों के जहन में आप समझ लो कि वो था। तो एक ऑरा होता है टीम का, और एक प्लेयर्स का होता है, और एक आइजल का, इन तीनों का अलग अलग होता है। अब जैसे मैं जेली के साथ में खेलता था वार में, मैं सपोर्ट प्लेयर था। उस टाइम के बाद में जब टीम अलग अलग हुई थी, हम लोग अलग गए थे, अलग मैंने फिर ट्राई किया कि आइजल करता हूँ। तो उस पॉइंट पे वो पॉइंट आई थिंक बहुत सारे लोगों के करियर पे आता है कि जब उनका एक पॉइंट होता है कि अब यहाँ से या तो बिल्कुल ही टूट जाओगे, या तो अपने आप को बिल्कुल ही बदल दोगे और बहुत ऊंचाई तक चले जाओगे। तो आई थिंक वो मोमेंट पे बहुत सारे लोग टूट जाते हैं, और उस मोमेंट पे आप अगर खुद को वो रख पाओ कि हाँ चलो अभी चीज़ें वर्क नहीं कर रही हैं, जिस मोमेंट आप टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो उसके अगले दिन से क्या आप 100% देके ग्राइंड कर सकते हो, वो चीज़ आई थिंक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है। और खुद को बदलने का जो चीज़ होती है एक अंदर से कि हाँ मुझ में भी कमी हो सकती है, मुझे भी बार बार अडाप्ट करते रहना है। जैसे मैं सपोर्ट से आइजल बना तो मुझे भी बहुत कमियाँ थी, और जैसे मैं मिडवेव को आइजल किया था, तो जैसा जूसी ने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कहा था कि बहुत सारी टीम्स होती है जिनका माइंडसेट ही ऐसा होता है कि सिर्फ क्वालिफाई करना है। तो उस पॉइंट पे आप देखो जो भी नए आइजल्स हैं उनके दिमाग में पहली चीज़ यही होगी कि मुझे खुद को प्रूव करना है। उनका वो जो इतना बड़ा लीप है कि असॉल्टर से सीधे आइजल के बाद चैम्पियन, वो चीज़ आई थिंक वो थोड़े ब्रिजेस लगते हैं उसको क्रॉस करने में। तो आपका पहला ब्रिज एज एन आइजल वो होता है कि खुद को प्रूव करना है, वो टिक मार्क पहला ये होता है कि आप क्वालिफाई करवा पा रहे हो। उसके बाद आई थिंक धीरे धीरे करके आप चीज़ें समझते हो, कॉन्फिडेंस आता है खुद से। मिडवेव के टाइम पे मैं खुद बोलता हूँ कि अगर मेरे को 100 बार भी दोबारा खिला दो BGIS तो भी मैं नहीं जीत पाऊँ, लेकिन उसके बाद से मेरा माइंडसेट बहुत चेंज हुआ, मेरे को बहुत चीज़ें समझ आई, आइजल में भी एक्सपीरियंस बना है। तो उसके बाद से मैंने जितने भी टूर्नामेंट खेले मेरे दिमाग में था कि हाँ हम लोग जीत सकते हैं और बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं। तो अभी के टाइम पे आई थिंक मेरी टीम वैसी तो है कि लोग हमको देखते हैं कि हाँ अच्छी खासी टीम है ओजी कंटेंशन के लिए, जीतने के लिए।
बिल्कुल, और बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस वो हमने देखा भी है पूरे ही टूर्नामेंट के दौरान। बट ग्रेविटी जब आप देखते हो ये कहानी है, जब आप सुनते हो जेली की कहानी जहाँ पर सैक जेली बहुत ज़्यादा चल रहा था, जब आप शैडो की कहानियाँ देखते हो कि भाई पूरा 2024 जहाँ पे जीरो कुछ भी कोई भी इवेंट में वो मेजर लैंड क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए या ग्रैंड फाइनल क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए, आपको कभी लगता है ऐसा कि यार ठीक है अभी मेरा बढ़िया फेस चल रहा है बट एक टाइम आ सकता है भाई जहाँ पर अपनी भी थोड़ा सिस्टम खराब हो सकता है?
जो नए आईजीएल्स आते हैं उनको कंसिस्टेंट रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि जो पुराने आईजीएल्स हैं उनको एक बार को लोग ट्राई कर लेंगे कि भाई ये पहले से खेल रहे हैं, इनको ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस है। लेकिन जो नए आते हैं उन्होंने एक बार क्वालिफाई किया, अगर दूसरी बार क्वालिफाई नहीं करे तो उनके साथ ऐसे ही होगा कि मतलब उनके टीममेट्स अगर गए तो फिर उनको कोई टीम फिर आईजीएल के लिए मोस्टली नहीं लेगी मेरे ख्याल से। तो वही है कि उनको तो कंसिस्टेंट रहना ही पड़ेगा अगर उनको इस सीन में रहना है तो
मेरे को लगता था कि मैं तो मतलब खुद की गेम पे ऐसा वो रहता है ना कि एक कॉन्फिडेंस रहता है कि मैं तो कर ही लूंगा ऐसा वाला। तो मेरे को
अपना तो ऐसा ही है।
हाँ अपना तो ऐसा ही है कि मेरे को भी ऐसा था कि हम तो कर ही लेंगे, लेकिन कभी कभी ऐसा होता है ना चाहते हुए या चाहते हुए भी कुछ ऐसा हो जाता है कि तेरा एक डाउनफॉल आता है। ठीक है, सब प्लेयर्स का आता है, चाहे वो जितना भी बड़ा एथलीट हो, जो भी बना है, कभी ना कभी वो गिरता है। चाहे वो तू जॉनथन का एग्जांपल ले लो, उसका भी एक डाउन फेस था, फिर वो उठा वापस, अभी कर रहा है डोमिनेट ऐसा। तो वही जो आरू भाई ने बोला ना कि एक पॉइंट आता है जब ऐसा लगता है कि अब या तो टूट ही गया फिर वापस से बन गया। तो मेरा 2024 का वही था कि बिल्कुल ऐसा गिर के रखा, और मैं सोचा भी नहीं था कभी कि मैं मतलब मेरे साथ ऐसा कभी हो सकता है। बिल्कुल ऐसा 0% होप थी, मेरे को यही लगता था कि मैं तो हमेशा कर ही लूँगा ऐसा। 2024 में बिल्कुल जब गिरा तो उसके बाद वही था कि या तो टूट ही जाओ या फिर वापस आ जाओ, पूरा खुद पे भरोसा रख के। तो वही अभी तो वापस आ गया हूँ।
मेरा मोस्टली BMPS के बाद ऐसा हुआ था कि मैं सारे थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो रहा था ऑलमोस्ट। जो रेड बुल हुआ उससे बाहर, स्काई हुआ उससे बाहर। तो उस टाइम ऐसा लगा था कि क्योंकि हंटर फिर चला गया था, तो उस टाइम ऐसा लग रहा था कि अभी तो करना पड़ेगा क्वालिफाई, वरना तो कुछ मतलब दिक्कत हो सकती है। तो उसके बाद ESL क्वालिफाई करा, पर उसमें भी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई थी, तो वो भी लग रहा था कि बस लक से क्वालिफाई हो गए, अब इसमें भी 10th आए हैं। हाँ, तो BGIS में तो अच्छा परफॉर्म करना ही पड़ेगा, वरना हो सकता है कि क्या पता कुछ चेंजेस हो जाए, मुझे ही चेंज कर दें। तो यही था कि आपकी बात जितनी भी मेहनत करे उतना करना पड़ेगा, वरना तो
यार मैंने सुना था कि 4 आईजीएल्स को एक रूम में बिठा दो तो बहुत सारी ऐसी मैच्योर बातें होती हैं और वो हमने देख भी लिया। अमेजिंग बात कर रहे थे यार डाउनफॉल की, कमबैक की, मेंटालिटी की, काफी सारे बातें वहां पे हमने सुनी।
देखिए बहुत जगहों से वो सारे जितने भी आईजीएल्स है ना वो होकर गुजरे हैं, चाहे आप जूसी की बात करें या फिर हमने जो दूसरे प्लेयर वहां पर मौजूद है जेली या फिर आरू या फिर ग्रेविटी। चलिए ग्रेविटी को एक तरफ रख देते हैं, पर बाकी जो आरू और जेली हैं कभी एक साथ हुआ करते थे, एक टीम के अंडर खेला करते थे और उसके बाद वहां से वो दोनों प्लेयर निकले, कोई एक सपोर्ट हुआ करता था। अब दोनों ही आईजीएल हैं और दोनों ही अपनी टीम को लैंड फाइनल्स तक क्वालिफाई करा चुके हैं, तो आपको ये पता है कि उन्होंने बहुत रास्ते चुने हैं, कुछ सही हुए कुछ गलत हुए, अंत में अपने मंजिल तक वो पहुंच गए।
Well, that interview was in Hindi, so I would love to translate it for you, only a little bit, not a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you guys, I have a very, very important message to people out there here. This is not just a game. This is esports. This is real stuff happening behind the scene here. We may not be seeing what's happening behind the scene a lot from all these players here, but this is all esports players' hardship and things that they have to go through in life in order to be the best of the best. Life of an esports player is not that long, and they have to make the best out of it whenever they're on stage.
यार हर ना प्लेयर अलग होता है। आईजीएल्स ऐसे बैठे रहते हैं, सीरियस होते हैं बिल्कुल, बट असॉल्टर्स होते हैं और जो सपोर्टर्स होते हैं बहुत फन होते हैं यार, चिल करते रहते हैं वो। ये डिफरेंस देखा होगा मेजी आपने भी।
देखिए डिफरेंस है, पर मैं कुछ टीम से मिला हूँ जिनके आईजीएल जस्ट इसके विपरीत हैं। जैसे हमने बॉट आर्मी को देखा था, मॉन्टी वो बहुत ज़्यादा नटखट हैं, बहुत सारी बातें करते हैं। फिर हमने एसओए के स्मूकर को देखा, थोड़ा शांत रहते हैं, पर जब मस्ती मजाक में आते हैं तो बहुत सारी मस्ती वो भी करते हैं। एंड दोनों आईजीएल के साथ यकीन मानिए मैंने बात भी करी है और आप ये कह सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर जितने भी आईजीएल मौजूद हैं बहुत ज़्यादा मैच्योर हो चुके हैं वो सारे आईजीएल्स। उनको भी पता है, जैसे आईसी ने बोला भी, एक शॉर्ट टर्म होता है ई स्पोर्ट्स, जो हमारे एथलीट है उनका जो करियर है वो बहुत छोटा होता है, तो उनको उनमें ही अपने आप को बहुत अच्छा साबित करने की ज़रूरत होती है। और हमारे जितने भी आईजीएल यहाँ पर हैं सब अपना बेस्ट करने के लिए तैयार हैं, पर ऐसा नहीं है कि जो असॉल्टर्स हैं वो अपना काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो भी बहुत बढ़िया कर रहे हैं।
Now, this is another inside scoop. I was able to have a little bit of chat here with Robin backstage, like after like somewhere around game 2, game 3, right? He told me the last I saw you was in INKR. Guess what? We saw him on stage, and now he's on the back end supporting Hero Extreme Godlike, and it feels like 1 minute you're up there, 1 minute you're down here, and it's like it's okay, man. Sometimes in life you gotta just enjoy it, man.
यार बहुत सारी मैच्योर बातें तो हो गई हैं, बट मैं तो बस इतना कहूंगा जितना आपका करियर होता है उतना एंजॉय करना चाहिए, जैसे हमारी जनता एंजॉय करने वाली है, बिकॉज अगला मैच बस शुरू होने वाला है। क्या बोलते हैं कोलकाता, शुरू करें अगला मैच? चलिए, crowd is ready. The next match will start in a bit, but I have to say excitement has taken over Kolkata and BGMI is here finally. And a lot of teams, they want to make a comeback in the last match.
We're looking for the best of the best from all around India, and the best of the 16 teams are currently on stage, and they are going to be fighting for that trophy, and that's something that I'm excited for here, Spiro.
जी हाँ, हम भी बहुत एक्साइटेड हैं देखने के लिए कि क्या सच में आखिरी मुकाबले में कोई कमबैक आता है या फिर रेकनिंग है जो डोमिनेशन पे एक बार फिर से जाती नजर आएगी। बट ऑल इन ऑल चेंजेस की बात हम कर रहे हैं, एक्वोनॉक्स आ चुके हैं, सौम्य आ चुके हैं, मेजी, क्या उसका इंपैक्ट पड़ेगा यहाँ पे?
देखिए इंपैक्ट पड़ना भी चाहिए क्योंकि ये आज के दिन का आखिरी मैच है और उनको भी पता है कि अगर फर्स्ट मैच में ही आप अपनी टीम को बहुत ऊपर लेकर जाते हैं तो कल के दिन की जब आप शुरुआत वापस से एरांगल पर करेंगे वहां आप और भी ज्यादा बढ़िया खेल सकते हैं। जैसे हमने पहले ही मैच में हंटर्स को करते हुए देखा, पहला आप कह सकते हैं सोल के साथ उन्होंने ये लैंड इवेंट खेला और उनको भी पता है कि ये जरूरी मैच है उनके लिए और उस तरीके से प्रदर्शन वो करके गए। पर आज के दिन का ये आखिरी एरांगल का मुकाबला डिसाइड करेगा कि क्या रेकनिंग को कोई पीछे छोड़ सकता है। अभी भी वो 14 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड के बीच में।
I see quickly, if you get a chance to play there, you must be feeling really good and you want to perform even if you get one single match.
I will take the chicken dinner and I will get 20,000 finish points.
Okay, that's a lot of finish points, I see, which is not possible.
64 players, I will get 60 finishes. That's my dream. Never before happened, but yes, that's my dream.
चलिए, सपने बड़े देखने चाहिए, बट सपने खुली आंखों से देखने चाहिए। ऐसे अजीब से सपने नहीं देखने चाहिए, बट सपना देखा है इन सभी प्लेयर्स ने तो वो यहाँ पे आए और अच्छा प्रदर्शन करके जाएं। और पास में भी हमने बहुत सारे ऐसे प्लेयर्स को देखा है जो पहले बेंच पे होते थे, फिर जब वो आते थे तो वो छाते थे। सिम्प याद होगा हर किसी को, वो विकेंडी याद होगा हर किसी को, जोकर याद होगा हर किसी को, और ये ट्रॉफी तो सबको याद है। एवरीबॉडी वांट्स कि ये ट्रॉफी वो अपने साथ लेके जाएं। इस ट्रॉफी के साथ वो प्राइस पुल भी जरूर है। बट चलिए, बहुत बातें हो गई, बहुत सवाल पूछ लिए गए, अब सवालों के जवाब की बारी है। चलते हैं सीधे इस आखिरी मुकाबले एरंगल की तरफ और देखते हैं कौन निकालेगा चिकन डिनर।
Last game in mind, the trophy flashing in front of your eyes. This is going to be the final chance on the day one to maintain the lead or either take it away from Reckoning Esports, as the big bird's now going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Georgia Pool towards Lower Pnoy. This plane fly path, if you want to move in towards Yasna Poliana, it will be a tough stretch.
And I'm glad you brought up Yasna Poliana, Necro, because that is where Godlike is going to start this game from, and that is the one team that actually has the opportunity and the possibility of actually toppling the players of Reckoning Esports and taking that first position away to end day one as the leaders of day number one of the finals of realme BGIS 2025. 14-point deficit to cover up.
Yeah, this is the best possible outcome for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, right?
Yeah.
Last game, Yasna Poliana completely vacant. You do not have Revan X Park, neither Phoenix Esports to try and take you down. So for Hero Extreme Godlike, this should be a smooth run on paper, but you never know. Even Seoul has been a big spanner in the works for Hero Extreme Godlike time and time.
I was just about to say that I miss Phoenix and Revenant X Park.
I miss Phoenix more.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because Phoenix, you never know. They could have drop clashed anyone in this grand finale, right? So that's the exciting element of excitement that we're missing in this finals. But who cares? It is all about this game. Will we get to see an early fight between Genesis and Rivalry NRI? Who knows? I don't know. Time will tell. They are still close to each other.
Oh, look at the circle too. Completely tilted up north. Shooting range is going to be the centric point. And Hero Extreme Godlike getting their hands on the basic weaponry, getting their hands on the vehicle as well. And just like the gangsters, they are already on the move. SOA was spotted in the front lines, but since SOA, they found themselves a bit of that shelter, going for a compound fight this early inside of the game. It's not going to be the wise option. That's why you see Hero Extreme Godlike just rotating away. Sip did not see that rock, but it's fine.
Almost flipping out of control, and luckily it did not happen in the eyesights of SOA. Otherwise, these lads would have been done for, or could have been done for. But I mean, quite a peaceful start to this Erangel for a change, which I think is going to make sure that all of these teams will get that comfortable loot for themselves and then progress towards the fighting stances. And as we saw that northern circle as well, Necroid really wanted to just stay on top of that river, split between the two islands up until stage 5, stage 6.
I mean, at this point in time, look, the circles, since it's the new zone settings, a lot of these teams now, it might just center around shooting range. You will see shooting range being the fan favorite right now.
I mean, it can be, because I think everyone just waits for that stage 2 shift, and if the stage 2 shift is towards the northern side, then I think shooting range is going to be the place to be. But if it's down south, then it keeps everyone guessing. Do we stay on the northern island? Do we take the southern island towards Rozhok and play the shoreline?
Who's going to wait for the stage 2 shift the most is Metal Esports, without a doubt. As soon as the stage 2 pops up, hold the center, beat the turrets, and just mow down the lawn. Get as many elimination points as you can.
Oh yeah, they're just going to charge for the center after stage 2 hits. Just maybe stage 3 is when they slam for the center. But on our screens, versatile.
I'm quite surprised with the way Reckoning Esports has been playing and how they're able to pave the pathway to a great spot inside of the circle every single time. You will see Reckoning Esports there around that centric part. Somehow they've cracked the code.
The only map today where, the only game today where Reckoning was kind of favored by the circle was that game number 3 map of Sanhok, because they started from Paradise Resort and they just had to move like 200 meters west of their position. This game though, different challenge. They are towards the southeastern edge of the circle and they have to traverse almost 1,000 meters to get close to the center of the circle, and it's cluttered up already. And talking about the cluster towards the center, Seoul is going for a very interesting strat. They've gone for a 2-2 split. 2 players towards the northern island, 2 players still playing Water City Rozhok.
Through that, for Seoul at this point in time, it feels like they're just trying some new things out. Which honestly makes a lot of sense too. I do understand why Seoul is playing this way.
Yeah.
They just want to have that X factor in their hand. What if the circle does not move up north and instead takes a curveball and shift down south? Then they still do have someone holding Rozhok.
But it's always going to be a gamble, right? Right now, the gamble that has been taken, the disadvantage is that if a duo of theirs gets into a fight, they're going to be fighting with less players. But it seems like they are looking to regroup as well. Now they are going to try and send more bodies towards the northern side.
SOA is way too close towards the remaining 2 players up north of Seoul.
OG close to these 3.
Genuinely speaking, the moment a fight breaks out, the moment you see a spark, there's definitely going to be a major third party. And yeah, OG, they might just split these two splits of Seoul in a completely different manner. For Seoul to try and reunite, it just gets even tougher. But somehow, if they do play their cards right, OG can be in a big pincer.
I mean, definitely. Just wanted to say no sparks in this finals.
Spark isn't the only one that's producing a spark.
Yeah, I mean, why do you have to ruin the jokes, man?
I had a question.
Yeah.
Can you really call Spark the defending champions if they're just not defending the title anymore in the grand finals?
No, you can't. I mean, they are not here to defend it.
Exactly, right?
So now they're just
That's my
former
point.
champions.
Yeah, just former champions. Simple.
We are going to get our terminology right.
I know, right? The Hindicaster said that the Spark was defending champions, and I was wondering that. I was like, no, there's no way they're the defending champions anymore. They're just not here to defend it. But hold on to that thought. Seoul, they've already started their wrath. First man found, struck down instantly as well. Seoul is not a team you would want to face off in these type of instances. Knuckle, the Batman himself, the man needs to patch himself up, but unfortunately does not have any meds. Knuckle in quite a critical condition. The teammates, they need to arrive, they need to close on up, provide some cavalry to the player. And Seoul, you do see the cavalry arriving as well. For OG, they're going to be trapped around this compound.
Yeah, and it's not just Seoul. Look at the radar. SOA is also waiting for an opportunity to strike. OG, they need to go for a reset, find the opening against Seoul, and wrap things up as quickly as possible. Otherwise, this fight is going to take the turn for the worse for both these two sides. Because SOA is there. They've sent one player to just stop this entire situation. And then in the distance, Metal Esports, Necro, I believe even Metal Esports will have a line of sight towards these compounds.
Exactly, they might just have it. Seoul next to the players of OG. Seoul is getting struck down. Unfortunately for Salma, it did not even stand a chance to fight back in that scenario. Metal Esports as well, third-partying this. Now Seoul, even they're in a big sandwich scenario. OG wiping out the likes of Seoul, slowly and steadily devouring them. Seoul just left with two players standing. What's going on with them?
Man, four teams colliding up against each other, but OG to take the upper hand. Some, he's still down. Trade found by the players of Seoul, as it's going to be Ronnie putting one of the players from Orangutan on the ground. Metal, they lose out on Legit Atanki with a brilliant recovery. 3 finishes secured by the players of OG already, as they continue to build the pressure on not just Seoul, but now on Metal as well.
I mentioned this too. The moment you see any sort of spark, there will be third parties. And that's what exactly happens. OG getting third party by SOA, SOA getting third party by the players of Metal Esports, even Seoul getting third party by Metal Esports. A trifecta of death created right here. And OG spotting the players of SOA take an exit from this vicinity, but there's still Metal Esports lingering around the corner. The troubles, they haven't been evaded yet. But I'm genuinely concerned for Seoul, and they're standing now in the overall board. They're not going to be feeling too good after this.
I just want to say, Necro, I mean, props to OG, man. Did not lose a single player, even though AK was knocked out. And they walk away with basically finishes equal to a squad wipe. They have 4 finishes on the board.
They got to thank their stars and Metal Esports especially.
A lot of people have got to thank Metal Esports today.
Yeah, without a doubt. Metal Esports pulling up, dismantling, handicapping the players of Seoul, so they did not have a chance to fight back against the team that was in the front, which was OG.
I mean, if you think about it, Amit is also kind of giving back to the community, just in a different way, Necro.
Yeah, technically he is. But I would say he's taking it away from the community.
Taken away as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Comes for the taxes.
It's the giveaway and the takeaway as well at the same time.
The trade.
It's a trade. Even Steven.
Oh, but bottom Esports, look at them. We saw them towards that bridge. Quite a late rotation coming into this game, and the circle again. By the way, still split between the two islands. So the option to play that southern shorelines of, northern shorelines of Ruins is still there for a lot of these teams, and I think Cincinnati Kids might just be forced into that position, considering they are also one of those names making a late rotation.
Generally speaking, the circle might just be really irritating for the players to play. The circle's probably going to pan out in the open, and as you mentioned, still holding the mysterious aura, not knowing exactly if it's going to be shifting up north or if it's going to be shifting down south.
Yeah.
Still a big mystery.
Hey man, one man's annoyance is another man's entertainment.
But I don't really see a lot of entertaining factors over here for the teams, Johnny.
We gotta, not for the teams, for us.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, it is. Without a doubt. We love to see these teams suffer, right?
Yep, always.
Every single time.
But let's see, I mean, not a lot of suffering in this game for a lot of these teams as of now. Still 16 teams alive, 57 players in this match. And Godlike had to drop towards the western half, moved all the way towards Yasnaya now. After looting up, they've breached the circle, northern side of the river, breached the eastern edge. But they are being chased by Reckoning Esports.
It's
Godlike
funny,
is trying to shoo them away, it seems like.
It's funny how Reckoning Esports just backs away the moment they see these vehicles. They just do not really want any sort of smoke at this point in time. They just want to take it safely and passively, have some patience inside of the game, and then maybe chime inside of the action.
I don't think Reckoning Esports wants to fight early.
Yep.
I think they just want to play for a position close to the center, get to the center, wait for everyone to die out, and then get those finishes.
And so far, it's been working out for them, too.
Oh, too well.
Reckoning Esports at the top of the charts. The lead is not humongous, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
It's given them 2 games cushion. If they mess up 2 games in the future with 0 points, they will still be at the top. That's how big of a cushion they've got.
Autumn Esports, I mean, we're hoping to see a lot from them. Finals, they have been in a decent spot up until now, being in the top 8, but they need a big game to take that leap. End the day in the top 3. You have the dream of the trophy still alive. Should not be too difficult considering School to Rozok. Not a lot of teams present in that position, but Natty Kids making that push towards Ruins finds themselves quite close to the players of THW, or should I say player. There's just one of those guys. The other 3 is still holding on to that eastern edge of Everest.
Oh my god.
But the circle, man, this is going to be very confusing, but also very exciting game to watch.
The circle's being real cruel now. There's also a big portion of Ruins available.
Yeah.
And a lot of these teams are probably going to be banking it for that high ground in Ruins. But let's be honest, we still do not know where the final circle is going to be shifting towards. Is it going to be up north or is it going to be down south? The circle is constantly maintaining that aura. And I'm pretty sure it's also going to be unforgiving. Forever Red Ross was taking a lot of shots against the foes that are around the fray. And it's going to be Hades H4K. Forever Red Ross, they've got 1 chicken dinner so far, but let's keep this thing in mind. That chicken dinner did not really come with a lot of points.
Yeah, it put them in a position from where they can dream of recovery, but in order to bring that dream to fruition, they have to put in the effort. But Godlike, they're putting in maximum effort over here to get those finishes, to try and cut down that 14-point difference they have against the players of Reckoning Esports.
Animals, absolute animals. Here Extreme Godlike not letting go off the tracks. So confident that they're going to wipe out the existence of the foes. And that's why they're constantly chasing them down. They've already found the advantage. They do not want to let go of the players of Hades H4K. Tossing out a few Molotovs. Even the Blues on the move. Hades H4K is not going to be spared. And Draxi makes a rookie mistake. Steps out in the open, gets knocked out, gives the advantage in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike. And you blink it, and you miss it. Within a flash, Hades is wiped out.
11 more points to go. And Reckoning Esports, they're going to hear the knocks on their door. Godlike looking for a big game in the last match of day 1. And it is going to be incredible for their fans. The entire Godlike army has been hoping to see this day. And finally, this roster is on the verge of delivering. But there is still a long way to go in this match. 14 teams, 52 players still alive. Godlike, they have control of that northern side. They have a lot of terrain to work with, but Necro, I have a very bad feeling in my gut. I think we are going to see that southern shift soon.
Arcing the vehicles inside of the church. Right now, THW non-X, at least they've got some sort of an escape option with these vehicles being secured. Metal Esports in the back behind this hill. OG's currently just gatekeeping them, or at least trying to gatekeep the boys. Metal Esports, they've missed the chance this time around. Cannot really be the shooting turrets anymore. Instead, the turrets now need to be mobile. And Metal Esports chasing down the likes of OG. Wiscod in the dip. He can be caught off guard. Wiscod needs to be careful. Metal Esports, they've got the high ground. And Amit is now pulling off stunts.
Hey man, talk about escaping in style. But hey, Thunder is going to be hitting the floor. Not in a good way as well. Sarvit and Amit still left alive. OG, they are looking to strike. 5 eliminations on the board for OG. Can turn it up to 7. And Amit is going to be the one getting knocked out from the side of Metal next. OG Brilliantly done. Brilliant mid-rotation action from their side, and they're looking for a few more, but get too greedy, and they get punished by Versatile.
Oh my god, Johnny, the circle is going to move to the left side even more, but this time tilted completely down south. So at least teams now getting some sort of clarity. OG, one man was knocked out, but the way they back away from this fight is also brilliant. VXT close on up, wanting the third party. OG catching a lot of bullets upon themselves, but still the flesh foods not there yet. OG, they are trying to fade away from this fight, and Versatile is constantly taking shots against them, but those shots are not clean enough. VXT still on the chase. They do not want to let go off the tracks of OG just yet.
And you can't really let one of the 7 deadly sins take over your mindset, OG. Greed is definitely not one they want to challenge. They back off. Versatile, they will have to settle just for that one pick on Atanki, and OG still survives with 3 players. But Necro, the problem is, as you were talking about the circle itself, it's a completely open circle, man. There is absolutely no cover in the circle apart from a few compounds just south of Everest. And talking about Everest, we see the fight. Reckoning Esports against Bot Army. Reckoning down to their last player, as Viper is going to be the only man left alive. And Bot Army Esports, they make it through. 3 players alive, 3 finishes secured.
Look who's joined the party. That's going to be the players of Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Bot Army Esports not so safe after all. Hero Extreme, Godlike constantly closing on up. They've still got 3 players standing man advantage in the hands of Hero Extreme, Godlike, as Jonathan's now looking to get up close and personal. Monty Bay catching a lot of hurt upon himself, but the same thing can be said for Jonathan. But just a little quick on the trigger, Jonathan is, as he fights the knock as well. Monty gets knocked out. It's down to just the one last man standing up on Army Esports, which will be Scary John. And a well-placed net from Jonathan will eliminate Scary John too.
7 finishes for Godlike after that fight, and I think they came charging for this hill, hoping they would get Reckoning Esports out of the way. The easiest way to beat your competition is to directly take them head on. And Godlike, I'm just happy they survived with all 4 players, man. Let's see. This could be the game. And OG as well, by the way, is in the mix to challenge their first position. They've gotten semi-eliminations. The only thing OG has going against them is that they're down to the last 2 players.
And these 2 players can make anything happen. Even the impossible can be turned possible. Hero Extreme, Godlike, no clue that Viper's right around the fray. Behind the rock, and still somehow they haven't really scavenged behind this rock yet. Hero Extreme, Godlike, the moment their guards are going to be off, the moment their guards are going to be down, that's when Viper strikes, but a mistake, and this one will be heavy. I'm not even sure what Viper wanted to do there, but oh man, this mess up, it's going to be costing big time for Reckoning Esports in the overall board.
Godlike need 9 more points, man, just 9 more points, and they are going to be ending this day 1 of the grand finals on the first position. They have that open area from the western edge of the circle to work with. 2 big threats in their way, OG and SOA. OG moving in to take some control of the zone, and Godlike, they're going to try and play the edges again. Seems like heads turned towards the northern side, maybe hoping to see if they can pick a fight against SOA.
SOA still quite far away for Jonathan. The spray's not stable enough. Was not able to connect those shots. Hero Extreme, Godlike, at least they've got the high ground to play with. That means intel's not going to be a concern at all. SOA in the front, beautiful shots taken. And the knock as well follows up, but Minao quick on the trigger. Unfortunately for that man of SOA, he did not even see this knockout. But for Hero Extreme, Godlike, it's going to give them an edge over the players of SOA.
Of course. And of course, an extra bit of edge given by the players of Genesis, because Genesis picked off one of the lads from SOA as well. Starboy. Can't even take a single step, man. He makes a noise, and Godlike, they're going to start shooting him in his back. Genesis already blocking the front lines over there, but Spoker is going to be hitting the floor as he finds himself against Chandan from Rivalry NRI. Oh no, Sonam, my apologies. Chandan is still on the northern side. And now that leaves SOA down to the last man.
Even they step in the playing field. Rivalry NRI, they've been deactivated throughout this entire day.
Yeah.
And even Genesis, let's not forget, they're like the sharks in the water. Starboy knows that Sam is in that vehicle too, but he just can't really do a lot. Cannot even inflict any sort of damage. He is closing on up, waiting for the man. Finally spots him, goes for the spray. Whiffs a lot of shots in return too. It's really tough to spot a player underwater. But still finally now gets that glimmer, and that's going to be the elimination of Genesis Esports with just one finish point.
Man, oh man. Seems like everything is just working out for the players of Godlike. Versatile though, sitting on the 9th position in the overall leaderboard currently. They have the southern edge of the circle all to themselves, and all 4 players still alive. So there is an opportunity for Versatile to take a big leap and end the day in the top 3 as well. Question is, can they make this happen, especially with a in-form Godlike right next to them?
Good question. 10 finishes from Godlike actually, and all the 4 players intact. This is just supreme.
Yeah, they need 7 more points, by the way.
Yeah, clean stuff from Hero Extreme Godlike. Generally speaking, this firepower is insane. You know who Hero Extreme Godlike remind me of?
Who?
I'm speaking of the 2023 BMPS. I'm talking about Team Insane.
Oh yeah?
This is the same way they used to play.
Controlled aggression.
Get inside of the vehicles, find a team to eliminate, and just directly move on and eliminate them outside of the game. And Hero Extreme Godlike, this aggression's working out perfectly well for them. Rivalry NRI still around the edges. TSW Non-X in the front. Starboy in the sidelines. He can be the spoiler.
Talk about spoiler, and I think none is bigger than the circle itself. So far, TSWNON, they've held a good position inside of the zone. Opportunity to secure a lot of eliminations in this match and actually bounce back in the finals itself. There's rivalry stuck on the shoreline. Starboy is still alive from the side of SOA, quite surprising, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive further into this game.
Oh, the AUG spam coming through. Connections not found. Starboy, this one single man, the solo player from SOA, is now turning out to be an absolute menace for the players of Rivalry NRI. Utilities constantly raining on top of the players of Rivalry. One well-placed nade from Starboy can actually find a direct 3-piece. But once again, he's too far away from the remaining players in the front. Hitman is trying to create the off angle, but Starboy still quite vigilant, still quite quick. The smoke's going to fade away in the front. Another nade tossed up towards that same direction. Starboy, the nade's going to find the connection as well. Rivalry NRI, they're messing up big time. What am I watching? The player was inside of the vehicle in the water, exposed, and even he gets knocked out. It's down to just Hitman, and now Hitman actually needs to be the Hitman and eliminate Starboy. But the question is Starboy on his hit list? Constant shots taken against Soham too. Hitman still in the back lines. And of course, Soham's going to back away towards Hitman. And this revival is going to be possible.
Oh man, this is just incredible. Starboy being an absolute Starboy indeed. It's his last nade that he has held on to for so long. And if this finds that slam dunk, it is going to be big. And it does! A 1v3 by Starboy. 5 finishes, all by a single man. What a play and what a day for him.
Crazy stuff from Starboy. This is what you like to see on the land. And these are the type of moments that really does make a player's career. And that right there for Starboy was the golden spot. VXT though, they've got their own troubles brewing up. A man was knocked out, Revival's going to be stuck, so for VXT, maybe these problems can't be nullified, but the flames from the Molotov, even they can extend. Versatile, they've got the Revival back on Aquanox. Now the man's going to patch himself up without any problem. VXT's looking okay in the spot they've got, but True Rippers, even they have the equal man available to try and take down the players of VXT.
True Rippers again today. They have been flying under the radar the whole time. They've been quite consistent in the top 4 of the overall leaderboard as of now, but Versatile. S-Power, Aquanox, Tandem Nades, Kyo Lemao is going to hit the floor. Numbers advantage, switching in the hands. In fact, equalized by the players of Versatile. They're going to find the second as well. And True Rippers down to their last man. Not a lot you can do from here.
Oh no, VXT overextended. And Godlike was taking shots from the hilltop. Team Versatile, they really do want to go for the restock, but they just can't. Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got the line of sight. And unfortunately for VXT, no smokes available either. But Ninze knows exactly what's going on in the front. Ninze is waiting for the right moment to strike. He's playing completely on the game sense.
He has to. He has no other options. He turns a corner. There's someone ready to shoot him in the face. Tries to fall back. Gets shot in the face over there as well. So nothing changes. Best thing he can do is just try and play for survival. Has no utility. Healing utility maybe a little bit considering looking at those 3 first stage. But a lot of hope left for True Rippers and Ninja in particular.
Ninja, you can probably hear those smokes. And he can also hear these snakes crawl. S-Power right next to his teammate. BXT in a dicey spot. Somehow Metal Esports' Sarvit is still alive inside of the game and cooking slowly and steadily. But Metal Esports, they've got no finish points to back this position up, which is going to be a tough pill to swallow. FS Esports finally starting to make some sort of a presence inside of the lobby as they take a fight against DSW Non-X. And it's also one of those teams that's still in the race. Cincinnati Kids, they've got the prime spot to play with, and I don't think anyone's going to be stopping them from snatching the game.
And this is just getting more and more intense by the second, considering now not a lot of play area to work with, but Godlike Punk this time kicks things off. One man knocked out from the side of Versatile, and then looking to put more finishes on the board, but Admino in the backlines was knocked out, and CK, they can use this opportunity to put down the players of Godlike and to make sure that Reckoning Esports is going to sit at top as Admino gets confirmed and Punk is going to get knocked out as well.
Here Extreme Godlike, some pain inflicted on top of them as well. But at least luckily enough for them, they've managed to dismantle the likes of BXT. Now even the sidelines are not safe. And what am I watching, Sim? That spray transfer was insane. Just spamming inside of the smoke, still somehow finding the laser connections. And Sim, this man single-handedly is turning out to be the monster, the demon. Here Extreme Godlike, they managed to flush out one man from VXT, but Aquinox still survives in the grass.
7 more points needed for Godlike in this match, and I'm pretty sure they are crunching the numbers as well. Punk needs to be brought back, but it's going to be a very tricky revive the moment you crouch. You are going to be spoiled out, and Jonathan again draws the attention of the players of Cincinnati Kids upon himself. Main objective, I think, for Godlike is pretty clear. Clear out that eastern edge as quickly as possible, because dealing with Cincinnati Kids, that is going to be the biggest challenge for the end game.
BXT around Ninja of True Rippers. AKOP starting to make some sort of noise. Cincinnati Kids breaking out into a fight against FS. And Streams gets knocked out. Max is right there around the corner, but somehow Flock wins that duel. This is unbelievable from Flock. Somehow he strikes down Max as well, and now FS Esports, they're just sending it against Cincinnati Kids. This is such an awkward push, and eventually the last man as well from FS Esports will fade away.
I thought FS over there would find a knock at least and open the floodgates for Godlike to come pouring in, but Cincinnati Kids, Flock in particular, that is why he is called a prodigy player, a young lad, but when it comes to mechanics, just pure raw talent. But so is Aquinox. That Nate finds the connection, and True Rippers get eliminated from this match.
Rippers getting ripped apart. Cincinnati Kids now in a bit of a duel against the man, Starboy himself. This man was being quite a menace to Rivalry NRI, but now finally gets eliminated by the hands of Cincinnati Kids. OG as well. The man's out in the open. The last man gets spotted and eliminated from this game. Cincinnati Kids just collecting the points now.
And now it is their time to take on the players of Godlike as the nade goes flying. Jonathan knocked out, and Punk falls as well as the vehicle just completely blows up. Simp, he's the last man left alive, and the last finals we saw him play in, the man was a monster when it came to clutches. Spots out Aquinox, 1 more point on the board, and I think they have done it, Necro. They don't even need to win the game, and they're going to be sitting on the first position in the leaderboard.
Without a doubt here, Extreme Godlike, but still Simp is alive. And we have seen this man pull off some insane clutches, but this time, the nade was right next to Sim. And Cincinnati Kids, a desperately needed chicken dinner in the bag. And with this chicken dinner, CK effortlessly will be sitting in the top 3.
Oh man, what a final match. Absolutely incredible. But let's see how things are going to turn out and how the leaderboard is going to turn out after this match, man. It was so intense. CK, first of all, I'm just happy the boys of CK have bounced back.
I know, right? This is what CK needed.
Yes.
And honestly speaking, with this, maybe they have also broken that curse. We all know Cincinnati Kids, they somehow do find themselves in the grand finals, but then in the grand finals, they've always choked.
Yeah.
But with this sort of a performance, they've probably broken the curse.
Maybe. I mean, look at that. No one is more about flexes and no one is more about vibes than this team. They don't do tryouts, man. They just hang out with their teammates and decide if they want to play with them.
Yeah, I mean, look at the name as well. Cincinnati Kids. This name itself is such a vibe.
I'm not even kidding. I really think they don't do tryouts. I think they just hang out with people and decide if they want to play with them or not.
And it's crazy the way they're playing too, right?
Yeah.
In the online stage, just dominated without any sweat. Now in the grand finals too, in the last game itself, they pull off a comeback. Oh boy.
Hey man, sometimes in life you gotta have those calm nerves here, because considering that was the final game from day number 1 here, they did all they could, getting a chicken dinner, it's still a win. Like it or not, the grind continues for some of this team, especially in the grand finals. Day 1 done and dusted, 6 matches, 12 more to go. So I would say great recovery coming from Cincinnati Kids, but the biggest bounce back has gotta be Hero Extreme Godlike, because I would say one of the worst openings so far here in day number 1. Hero Extreme Godlike flopped game 1, flopped game 2, recovered game 3, 4, 5, and then now 6 as well with, what, 2-digit finishes per game in 4 matches. What was that?
I mean, I think they got, what, like 19 points from this game? Let's go, Godlike. I mean,
Johnny,
number 1.
But you want to hear a crazy stat? But history's been a testament. The moment Godlike pretty much performs on the day 1, they have not been the champions.
Nah, man, I think this time it's going to be different.
Well, as of yet, in the current top 2, it's still going to be a fight between Hero Extreme Godlike as well as Reckoning Esports. So that is going to be undeniably the fourth here. The top contender opening statement here coming in from both these teams to try and set the tone for the rest of the teams to try and catch up. But we do see a little bit of recovery here. I feel like Orangutan and also True Reaper's Jelly has their ups and downs here. Obviously, these are the known teams so far. But in that game, it feels like True Reaper's Jelly was struggling to find finish points after, despite the amazing save from Ahmed coming from Miramar itself. I feel like, you know, they're counting on their luck a little bit too much here. What happened?
I mean, I don't know. I think if you were going to bring Miramar into this, I mean, they bit the hand that was feeding them. So they have to pay karma for that, I guess, in this game.
Look, generally being honest, I feel like we're being a little too critical since these teams still have got 12 more games to go. And 12 games are insane. I mean, they are still a lot of games. And we never know. From 12 games, maybe the team currently that's sitting on the 16th spot can directly catapult themselves on the first and be the champion. So anything can happen.
There's 2 ways to think about it. I agree. 12 games, a lot of matches left. But then again, it's the grand finals, man. If you're not going to be too critical now, then when?
I mean, I do understand. Yeah, I do understand the reason behind being so critical. Even I was being critical, right?
Hey, think about it here. We are looking for the best of the best, right? You know, this is not just a game. This is esports. This is life-changing for all 64 players playing on stage. And we are looking for the best of the best. And only one will claim the trophy. Yes, arguably BMPS, we can remember who was number 2 at that time. Hero Extreme Godlike. Revenant Expert was the champion. But guess what? They're not here to defend their title, unfortunately to say. So I would say Hero Extreme Godlike has the perfect chance to kind of snatch it away. So yes, I know that they are currently somewhere in top 2 here, but again, it's not over until it's completely over. Every single team has a chance to bounce back, and so far, I feel like the Undergods teams has stood out pretty well, to be honest.
Honestly speaking, yeah, the Undergods are doing really good for themselves. Other than teams like Rivalry NRI and Hades H4K, generally speaking, I had a lot of expectations from them.
We got to take their name, man. SOA. I mean, this is that one Undergod team that has done well even in this game. Starboy, man. I'm flipping Starboy. Destroys Rivalry NRI 1v3. Breaks into the top 5 and has the audacity to charge 1v4 against the entirety of CK.
My question is, what was Rivalry NRI doing in that situation? Especially that one man who went back in the water and sat inside of the vehicle. What were you thinking, my friend? You cannot do a lot when you're inside of the water.
I think that's a perfect question. What were they thinking? Because I don't think they were thinking at all.
Yeah,
if they had some thoughts, then
you know,
there would be no more thinking from us left.
all things considered here, even Reckoning had a little bit of fumble as well. And I think on the Analyst desk as well, I talked about them having the worst performance out of 5 games from the previous game. This game is officially the worst performance coming from Reckoning Esports because they got taken out rather early. But let's talk about the MVP for this match. Yes, Hero Extreme Godlike, they may not have gotten the chicken dinner, but Jonathan, the man, the myth, the monster, is going to be the MVP for this match.
I enjoyed one thing about Jonathan in particular, and that is the fact, shoots first, ask questions later. He's just spraying down people 300 meters, not even worried about ammunition at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jonathan is definitely a monster from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, but let's not forget even Simp is doing really good for himself. Admito too, he's got some glorious moment, and Punk as an IG is doing a fantastic job. First 2 games were just a tester, but after that we know what has happened, and Hero Extreme Godlike, because of that, they're going to find themselves on the first spot in the overall standings without any doubt. Point standings on the screen, Hero Extreme Godlike getting 20 points, but CK2 not too far back, and Johnny, we have completely left out an OG. This team has been slipping under the radar. Even OG can actually be on the first, maybe.
Now, OG is going to be sitting on the 3rd position, I believe.
Okay.
Because Godlike needed 14 points to cover up. OG needed a little
So where's
bit more.
Reckoning and CK then?
Reckoning is going to be 2nd. I do not know about CK. For CK, this will be a recovery game. I think they break into the top 8.
So at least the good thing is that Reckoning Esports' cushion that we're speaking of, it's now compromised, and there's no difference in the overall standings anymore.
Nah, the cushion is compromised by just one team. OG still has to cover up that deficit still. So, like, OG still needs, like, I think 15 points to challenge Reckoning, 15, 16 points. Maybe?
You know what? All things considered here, it's all about the grind. It's all about consistency here. OG, they may not have gotten the chicken dinner after, since Sanhok in general, but they have been somewhat consistent in finding some sort of placement point. So I would say they're doing pretty okay. But off now, I want to see how the overall standing is going to be here. And you guys have making a little bit of speculations. Hero Extreme Godlike should be on top with that recovery. So again, it's only one day. Anything can happen. In 4 matches, Hero Extreme Godlike just flipped the script.
Exactly. And I mean, we started the day by pointing out there are 2 fan favorite teams in this tournament, right? We've been talking about Godlike this whole time. Where's Soul?
Yeah. Soul is not doing great.
So Soul stood up on top at the start of the game.
Yeah.
They were at the top of the top. Guess what? First chicken dinner, dominated their way through. Game 2, not
They
sure
did not
what
have
happened.
a chicken dinner. They just had a lot of elimination points. 15 elimination points Soul had. But then after that, Soul is just completely vanished. It feels like they've lost their souls.
Hey man, it's the rocket ship mindset. Either you go take off, go to the moon, or you just blow up trying.
Yeah, I mean, they did take off at the start. I guess they got blown up midair.
Yeah, so initial ignition was good.
Yeah.
But then as soon as the trajectory correction came in, that's when the rocket ship blew up.
Tony, but over here, I mean, this is where you need to look up to some of the greater scientists, and I'm pretty sure right now, Scientist Mania himself, who is currently there on the seat, and Scientist Mayavi himself, who's currently sitting in the back lines, and even Iogi, the 3rd scientist. I'm pretty sure they're going to be making a lot of tweaks to that rocket.
You know what?
And maybe tomorrow it will be flying directly to the moon.
To be honest, everybody needs a scientist that is willing to take the approach to be an astronaut himself, because to be honest, I feel like Metal Esports has done one of the biggest move ever to pull off what they did here in this grand finals. Because think about the condition that they had. They had to get him into a playing condition, played a couple of tournaments, and now Armin is somehow helping Metal Esports to be somewhere in the top 8. So I would say that's a commendable effort coming from them.
I mean, it's a commendable effort, but I mean, okay. To what Necro said a few hours ago, maybe, that if Amit ends up winning this, he has to be the most decorated player in the entire community, right?
Yeah.
First of all, is he getting paid double now if considering he's coach and a player?
That's what I was literally saying. It's probably going to be the most expensive player to own to an org. Maybe that's why we might just not see him in any org, because he's just too expensive in the future.
Hey man, when that happens, start your own org. And with Amit's experience, who knows? Starts an org, wins another trophy.
Hey, think about this, right? After all, realme BGIS 2025 has the largest prize pool ever here in India so far. It's what, 3.4 crore?
Yeah, close to that. But I want to say one more thing. I mean, we were making a lot of that rocket ship scientist references, right? To get to the moon. You know who does not need any science to fly? Gods.
I mean, true. They're already in the sky, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're pretty much sitting at the top, and even the overall standings are going to show that as well, right?
Exactly, man.
Yeah. Sometimes gods, they're quite laid back. You know, we see gods being relaxed. They don't really try and take things serious. But when they are angry, things can be serious.
I think he's going to hit us soon, Necro.
all things considered here, I feel like this is going to be a very, very important thing that actually happens here. But of course, there is a lot of things that we have to actually take into consideration. That there is teams like Bot Army Esports that really stood out here, coming from Scary Jaw. Scary Jaw tried his best to actually make a little bit of commendable efforts. We saw a couple of mechanic plays, but after Sanhok, I feel like Bot Army Esports completely dropped the ball. So I feel like Bot Army Esports, they started their days strong in the first 4 games. 5 game 6, it feels like they are a little bit lost. Even in the final fight on top of the mountain as well, they had a very good idea of understanding that we have to take this fight against Reckoning Esports. But as soon as they did that, guess what? They didn't see what's behind them, because Hero Extreme Godlike just went in, gobbled them up completely.
Yeah, but it seems like that's the destiny of anyone who takes control of Everest early at any given time, right? You get there early, you're gonna get third-partied eventually and go out.
See, that's the thing about how statistics is, right? Realme, BGIS, the entire round stages, there was like, out of 10 games, every time the circle shifts to Erangel, there's at least 6 to 7 inside the western side. It's either Everest or Gatka.
Without a doubt, man. And Everest has always been the craze for a lot of teams. And it's a prime example, even in the online stages that we witnessed. A lot of these teams were not able to qualify just because of the Everest circles, man. They have been a big spanner for the teams, and history is a testament. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, since they never are the one to directly take a fight, they have been engaging in third parties, because they know third parties give you the maximum advantage.
And exactly, we've seen them capitalize and secure those eliminations throughout the day itself, and it was quite incredible to witness. But again, I mean, consistency needs to be there, because my heart goes out to Reckoning Esports. Imagine trying your level best. You were consistent till game 5, right? I mean, game 4 they finished 6th, game 5 they finished 6th, and then game 6 was the worst performance. But still, placement wise they were consistent, but they weren't aggressive enough in the later half of the day.
Now let's talk about the situations coming from all the games, right? Like Mental Fortitude, Reckoning Esports, game 1, great game. Game 2, great game. Game 3, great game. Game 4, okay game. Game 5, they had a pretty okay, bad-ish game. Did they reset in time? Whereas teams like Hero Extreme Godlike, we messed up first 2 games. You know what? I'm not okay with negative emotions. Let's bounce back, reset, and then carry on with the momentum. So in this situation, I feel like Reckoning Esports, they haven't had a chance to understand what's it like to recover mentally yet.
So if you've noticed in Hero Extreme Godlike's gameplay, in the first 2 games, they were the one to run inside of the fights. So they wanted to go for a proper 4-on-4 combat. But then they realized the moment they're being the one to initiate the fight first, there's a third party always taking them down. So that's why instead they were the one now to second initiate the fight.
Okay, so now I get where you're trying to point in the direction here. And obviously when we talk about instant strats that kind of work just for today itself, right? Today's strat, the teams that implement the hit and run strategy where they go in for a couple of pokes, get a couple of finishes here is True Reaper Jelly, Hero Extreme Godlike, and SOA. These are the 3 teams that really stand out the most when they actually go in for those kind of hit and runs. Seoul did it in game number 1, but aside from that, they completely missed every single timings very well. So it all comes down to the timing and patience. So I feel like 3 teams that executed this strategy really well is Hero Extreme Godlike, SOA, True Reapers right now.
Honestly speaking, man, Seoul is just a big troll. Let's be honest, right? Seoul every single time...
It worked for them in game 1 though.
Every single time, it's like in the first half of the tournament, they don't perform, and then in the latter half, they just perform. If you remember, first 3 games were quite bad for Seoul in the online stage, and then in the just 3 games left over, Seoul pulls off the greatest comeback of the history, finds themselves directly in the qualifying spot. So Seoul is one of those teams, even if they completely lose out on 3 games tomorrow as well, still those remaining games are going to be a big hope.
I mean, but in order to pull off a comeback like that, they're going to need that 38-point match again once more. And to be able to pull it off on LAN, I think it is an impossible feat. If they actually pull it off, this has to be the greatest roster of
Nothing is impossible.
Time,
Listen, Seoul. I mean, listen, Johnny. My bad. I called you Seoul. All right, you know what? Seoul's got the most amount of scientists. Let's not forget. They've got 3 scientists right there. Manya himself, then they've also got Aoki right there sitting in the back lines next to Mayavi. And in my opinion, the amount of intel, the amount of information these 3 people can bring on the board, I feel like Seoul might just be the most educated team out of them.
What does that make the rest of the players, man? Star Troopers?
I guess.
Stormtroopers.
Stormtroopers.
Or Soul Reapers.
Jedis.
Soul Reapers sound pretty good.
I guess so, yeah. So, but they're gonna be reaping everyone else. So.
Well, all things considered here, they are in a situation where they do need to make a little bit bounce back here.
Yeah.
After 6 games here, there is going to be some time for them to actually take a little bit of breather to reset for tomorrow. Another day, another beginning. Because we've seen this happen before in the previous official LAN, especially for BMPS in particular, 2024. Game 1, it was a complete storm coming from Revenant Export, and then Hero Extreme like bounced back in day number 2, and then Revenant Export versus Hero Extreme like all the way through for day number 3. That was BMPS a long time ago. So today's day, it could be 2 teams in particular.
You got it wrong.
Like, and also Reckoning right now.
You got it wrong. Revenant Spark was not able to perform on day 1. On day 2, they got 98 points.
Oh yeah, okay, okay, fair enough. The comeback,
correct. It was really close between these 2 teams. So yeah.
But you know what's common between that Pro Series and this India Series? Reckoning Esports. They were fighting for the top back then as well.
Yeah, they indeed were.
And they're fighting for the top now.
Indeed, it's one of those teams that's always fighting for the podium. They're always around that top 3.
Yeah.
But hopefully this time, I really want to see Reckoning Esports win it, man.
I
think it's one of those teams that deserves it.
They had, I know, I really enjoyed the interview between Enki as well as the IGLs from Reckoning, Orangutan, and the rest, right? Even Jelly as well, right? Gravity team mentioned that, you know, it's hard, you know, how does it feel like to actually play for the podium for top 5 for the longest time? It's just very, very difficult. But enough of us yapping here. Let's throw it over to the station to see what they have on stage.
मैंने एक्सपीरियंस किया 6 intense games, लेकिन इस समय कोलकाता का भी रिएक्शन देख लेते हैं. कोलकाता, how was day 1 for you? Clearly बहुत मजा आया सबको, लेकिन ये बस शुरुआत है. अभी भी 12 intense games बचते हैं for the realme BGIS 2025 Grand Finals. लेकिन आज के दिन की अगर बात करें तो 2 लोगों को अभी हम लोग यहाँ पे स्टेज पे बुलाने वाले हैं. Let's start with the realme MVP of BGIS 2025. ये वो इंसान हैं जिन्होंने अब तक from the league stage till the grand finals सबसे बढ़िया एवरेज मेंटेन किया है in the games, and that is Server from Rivalry X NRI. आ जाइए सर्वर. लीग स्टेज से लेकर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के पहले दिन तक he has been consistent, and इसीलिए ये हैं हमारे realme MVP. लेकिन it's just day 1 right now, so things could change. एंड इस समय बहुत सारी चीजें होंगी जो इस समय राइवलरी चाहेगी थोड़ा चेंज कर ले. तो मैं सबसे पहले सर्वर आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ, लीग स्टेज से लेकर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक सफर अच्छा रहा, लेकिन ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का पहला दिन आपके लिए कैसा था, आपकी टीम के लिए कैसा था?
तो अभी के लिए तो मतलब एवरेज ही था, एवरेज से थोड़ा कम. तो अभी तो जस्ट पहला दिन है, तो अभी 12 मैच बचे हैं, तो उनमें कर लेंगे हम लोग.
तो सर्वर ये बताओ कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें आप सीख के जाएंगे आज के दिन, तो आज टीम के बीच में क्या डिस्कशन होगी, क्या चीज़ें आप सुधारना चाहेंगे फॉर डे 2 एंड डे 3?
तो जो आज गलतियाँ हुई है तो उन पे वर्क करेंगे, ठीक है, तो उस पे वर्क करेंगे आज पूरा प्रॉपर.
लेकिन congratulations on being the realme MVP and wish you all the best. It's just day 1, so 12 games और बचती हैं, तो I wish you and your team all the best. Thank you so much. That's Server, our realme MVP. Thank you so much, Server from Rivalry X NRI. And आज के दिन की बात करें, Grand Finals Day 1 की बात करें, so we have our Finals MVP of Day 1, and it is Viper from Reckoning Esports with 18 finishes on Day 1. बहुत dominate किया, बहुत impress किया, and इसीलिए let's call Viper with a huge round of applause, our finals MVP of day 1. Reckoning, congratulations. Viper, congratulations. ये जो swag है, ये जो टशन है, ये जो इस समय बहुत कमाल का attitude है. मैं बीच में जब आपने चिकन डिनर जीता था, मैं आपकी टीम के पास आया था, एंड मैं सबको कह रहा था कि इस समय रेकनिंग बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट लग रही है, बहुत ज़्यादा इस समय रिलैक्स लग रही है. इस समय बताइए कि आपकी टीम के बीच में क्या मूड है, व्हाट्स द वाइब?
वाइब
वाइब तो ऐसा है, सारे चिल हैं और इस लैंड पे थोड़ा मेंटालिटी चेंज करके खेल रहे हैं, इसलिए थोड़ा सा इफेक्टिव दिख रहा है हम लोग को, तो वही कंटिन्यू रखेंगे अभी तक।
ऑफ कोर्स डे 1 तो आपके लिए काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा गया, लेकिन कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो आप चेंज करेंगे फॉर डे 2? इज देयर एनी डेवलपमेंट्स दैट्स गोना हैपन? क्या होने वाला है डे 2 एंड डे 3 फॉर योर टीम?
गेम स्टाइल में थोड़े बहुत चेंजेस देखने मिल सकते हैं, बाकी मेंटालिटी तो सेम।
एंड आज अभी जब आप वापस अपनी टीम के साथ होटल जाएंगे, क्या डिस्कशन होगी आपके लिए, आपकी टीम के लिए? डे 1 कैसा रहा?
डे 1 एक्सपेक्टेड से तो बेटर ही रहा, बस अभी डे 2 की प्लानिंग करनी है, कैसे खेलना है, आज के रोटेशंस वगैरह देखना है, बस वही सब थोड़ा दिमाग में रख के डे 2 चालू करेंगे।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's our finals MVP of the day, Viper from Reckoning Esports. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for Viper. Come on, Kolkata. Thank you so much, Viper, and wish you all the best for day 2 and day 3. And देखिए, इस समय day 1 की अगर बात करें तो 6 मैचेस में हमें 6 अलग-अलग winners मिले हैं. तो Day 1 के बाद exactly यही हुआ है कि this tournament, the grand finals of realme BGIS 2025 is wide open. And Day 2 and Day 3 में कितना मजा आने वाला है, ये अभी हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे. कहाँ डिस्कस करेंगे? डेस्क में. तो चलते हैं अभी डेस्क की तरफ.
थैंक यू सो मच रोहित। बहुत मजेदार आज का दिन यहाँ पे रहा है। 6 मैचेस हमने देखे और हर मैच में अलग अलग विनर्स हमें देखने को मिले, बट कल का दिन और भी बेहतर होगा। मेरा नाम है स्पीरो, में साथ जुड़ रहे हैं मेजी एंड आईसी। मेजी, What a day it was यार।
देखिए मज़ेदार दिन रहा है, पर थोड़े बहुत जो स्टैट्स हैं वो अभी भी आना बाकी है, यानी कि ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग वो हम यहाँ पर देखने वाले हैं। पर मुझे थोड़े बहुत स्टैट्स ऐसे ही पता चलते रहते हैं, याद आता रहता है BGIS 2021 2022, वहाँ पर भी हमने गॉड लाइक को पहले पायदान पर देखा था डे 1 पर, और उसके बाद हमने BMPS 2024 देखा, वहाँ पर भी डे 1 पर वो टेबल टॉपर्स थे, और अब हम इनको यहाँ पर BGIS 2025 पर डे 1 पर टेबल टॉपर बनते हुए देख रहे हैं।
I know मेजी, आपकी गणित बहुत तेज है और स्टैंडिंग आने से पहले ही उन्होंने बता दिया था कि हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक इज ऑन नंबर 1, एंड पास्ट में भी कई बार ऐसा हुआ है कि वो नंबर 1 पे रहे हैं पहले दिन के अंत पे। बट चलिए देर नहीं करते, चलते हैं सीधा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और देखते हैं बाकी टीम्स की पोजीशन कहां पे है ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स के अंदर। आई एम डैम श्योर कि कंपटीशन का लेवल बहुत ऊपर जा चुका है, बट आई सी this is still too close. First and second, they're so close.
Nakako he, Nahashko he, God like us up, baby!
I see, किसने सिखाया? Who taught you this?
Spiro bhai.
Thank you so much. चलिए अभी बात करते हैं और स्टैंडिंग की। रेकनिंग दूसरे नंबर पे है, बहुत कंसिस्टेंट रहे थे, 4 मैचेस कमाल के खेले, लेकिन उसके बाद भी अभी सेकंड पोजीशन से संतुष्टि करनी पड़ रही है। 64 पॉइंट्स दे हैव, बट अमेजिंग ओजी, they also played well. हमेशा की तरह लैन इवेंट्स में पहला दिन कमाल था ओजी का।
जी हाँ, बाग कमाल खेल कर गए, 48 पॉइंट्स उन्होंने निकाले हैं, पर वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट देखिए, अगर हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक की बात करें या फिर ओजी या फिर प्रो रैपर्स की 18, 18 और 19 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट के साथ वो टीम वहां पर मौजूद है। मेडल आज का दिन नपातुला रहा, 38 पॉइंट्स लेकर गए सिंसिनाटी किड्स, जैसे हमने उनके बारे में हमेशा बात करी है। जब भी लैन इवेंट आता है जूसी अपने फॉर्म में आते हैं और एक बार फिर से 41 पॉइंट्स के साथ हैं, पहले दूसरे 3 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस, पर उसके बाद वो जो 16 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है वहां सिचुएशन थोड़ी बदल सकती है।
जी हाँ, कमबैक यहाँ पे नीचे वाली टीम्स को जरूर करना पड़ेगा। अगर आप एफएस को देखें, काफी सारे अच्छे गेम्स हमने उनको देखे, बट आई सी टीम सोल, TSW, Rivalry, Hades, they got to step up tomorrow.
You know, to be honest, anything can happen, right? It's still open grounds for any of this single team to potentially be a champion, right? It's only day 1. So day 1 is all about who did the better homework. And personally, I feel like Reckoning Esports did one of the most amazing homework. Tomorrow, it's all about adapting their playstyle. How do they improve? Because people are learning, people are watching.
चलिए बहुत बातें होगी, अभी के लिए थोड़े स्टार्ट्स और देखते हैं। रियलमी MVP टॉप 5 कंटेंडर्स अब हमारे स्क्रीन के सामने आने वाले हैं, एंड दीज आर दोस प्लेयर्स। सर्वर अभी भी बहुत ज्यादा आगे आपको देखने को मिल रहे थे आज के दिन से पहले, बट अब बराबरी का सिलसिला चलता हुआ, बिकॉज़ मेजी वाइपर भी आगे हैं 47 फिनिशेस के साथ।
और देखिए ये तो तय बात रही, कल के दिन पर वाइपर वो आगे निकल सकते हैं, एडमिनो वो आगे निकल सकते हैं, जॉनथन 48 टोटल फिनिशेस निकाले उस प्लेयर ने, बस वो डैमेज की थोड़ी सी कमी रह गई। काम 9384 देख पा रहे हैं, और वहीं पर वाइपर वो 9846 के साथ हैं। एडमिनो एक और फिनिश निकालते ही वो आपको एमवीपी लिस्ट में टॉप पर दिखाई देंगे।
जी हाँ, डैमेज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट यहाँ पे, साथ में एवरेज सर्वाइवल टाइम भी मायने रखता है। एमवीपी रेटिंग के हिसाब से ये रियलमी एमवीपी का खिताब आपको मिलेगा। बट टॉकिंग अबाउट एस पावर, आई सी, I mean, he's a top class player. Not a great day for him as well.
I think Versatile has had a little bit of recovery here and there as well here, because again, I was able to have a little bit inside scoop, right? I talk about Aquanauts prioritizing in microplay. Guess what? After they got him as super sub, even though they didn't get a chicken dinner, they were still in a top 3 position. So I would say adaptations has been made. It's a desperate last attempt. Now it's all about resetting right now.
चलिए, ये तो Realme MVP की बात हमने करी। अभी के लिए ओवरऑल MVP ये हो गया। फाइनल्स के MVP को देखते हैं कि वहां पे कंटेंडर्स कौन है। And certainly Viper, 18 फ्रैग्स, and who else got like Jonathan, 18 फ्रैग्स इनके पास भी, पर डैमेज भी काफी करीब है। मेजी, वाइपर थोड़ा सा आगे।
जी हाँ, पर सर्वाइवल टाइम जॉनसन उनका कहीं ज्यादा कम है। वाइपर से वो 23 मिनट 34 सेकंड का है, वहीं पर 19 मिनट और 24 सेकंड्स का वहां पर रहेगा। पर एडमिनो वो भी खुश हैं, 14 फिनिशेस निकाले। स्कैरी जॉर्ज वो 13 के साथ हैं। पावर वो 12 टोटल फिनिशेस लेकर गए हैं। हालांकि डैमेज उनका जरूर कम दिखाई देगा, बाकी अगर आप 4 प्लेयर्स को देखते हैं तो।
जी हाँ, आई सी, आई मीन लुक एट द डैमेज विद द एडमिनो एंड द स्कैरी जॉर्ज गेटिंग अ लॉट ऑफ डैमेज टुडे।
I think this is where things get a little bit interesting, right? Because we are looking at one of the most mechanical skill players out of all the 64 teams. The top 5 with the most amount of results in terms of damage, in terms of finishes as well. We even see moments where Scary Jot, yes, in Sanhok, he was pretty much done and dusted. He himself was able to get like 6 finishes all by himself. And a lot of instances where teams actually crash on him, it's all about those quick reactions. And again, I'm putting it out there, Scary Jot's got insane fingers. If you see him play on up close and personal.
यार रिफ्लेक्सेस काफी अच्छे हैं स्कैरी जॉर्ज के, सेम विद एडमिनो, उनके भी रिफ्लेक्सेस बहुत अच्छे हैं। मे बी इतने सारे फिनिशेस को वो कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाए जितना डैमेज उन्होंने दिया, बट जॉनथन एंड वाइपर में भी कमाल का प्रदर्शन यहाँ पे इस पहले दिन में।
देखिए, मैं तो इतना कहूंगा कि कल के दिन पे वो जंग जारी रहने वाली है कि एमवीपी कौन बनेगा। पर सबसे बड़ी बात देखने वाली ये है कि यहाँ खेल एमवीपी का है भी नहीं, सबको चैंपियन बनना है। वो पहला पायदान उनको चाहिए, वो ट्रॉफी, साथ में 69 से कहीं ज्यादा लाख रुपीस जो यहाँ पर दाव पर लगे हुए वो आपको चाहिए। तो बहुत सारी चीजें एमवीपी के अलावा भी आई एम श्योर कि जो टीम्स हैं वो एमवीपी को उतना ज्यादा महत्व फिलहाल के लिए नहीं दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको जीतना जरूरी है।
जी हाँ, इंडिविजुअल ब्रिलियंस तो हम देखते रहेंगे, बट अगर आपकी टीम चैंपियन बनती है उससे बढ़िया कोई भी चीज आपके लिए नहीं रहेगी। बट टॉकिंग अबाउट टुडे, इट वाज अ वंडरफुल डे। आई सी वी हैव सम अमेजिंग मेमोरेबल मोमेंट्स दैट वी विटनेस्ड टुडे। व्हाट इज योर फेवरेट वन?
Personally, I feel like it's not a moment, it's more about the lesson, right? The best player in BGMI may not necessarily win championship, because it is, after all, a team game. And so far, working as a team, even though you're not top of the finish, like, let's say, even if you're not in the top 5 in the overall MVP standings, if you work well as a team and keep getting chicken dinners, you know, balance out between your teammates and then win the championship, I would say it's still a win.
ऑलराइट, आईसी का एक अलग पीओवी भी हमने यहाँ पे जाना। बट मेजी, आपके लिए आज का कौन सा मोमेंट था जो सबसे बेहतर था?
देखिए, मैं बस इतना कहूंगा कि फॉरएवर एक्स रेड एक्स रॉस भले वो उतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाए हों, पर वो जो सबसे पहले फाइट के अंदर जाने की बात रही ना, हर एक मैप में वो टीम सबसे पहले फाइट लेने के लिए गई। नो डाउट उन्होंने उतना अच्छा नहीं खेला, भले एक चिकन डिनर निकाला, पर स्टिल वो टीम ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में बहुत नीचे है। पर इंटेंट कम से कम उन्होंने दिखाया, और कल के दिन पर वो उनको और ज्यादा ऊपर लेकर जा सकती है। पर अभी भी आप ये कहेंगे कि अगर इसी तरीके से वो जो ऊपरी स्तर की टीम है वो आगे बढ़ती रही, नीचे वाली कितनी भी कोशिश कर लें, वो पहला पायदान नहीं पा सकते।
जी हाँ, मुश्किलें बहुत रहेंगी उनके लिए। एंड तभी हम कह रहे हैं कि कल का दिन सबसे जरूरी उन टीम्स के लिए जो पॉइंट्स टेबल में अभी थोड़ा सा पीछे हैं, क्योंकि अगर कल अच्छा नहीं जाता फिर आपके चैंपियन बनने का सपना सिर्फ सपना ही रह जाएगा। बट टॉकिंग अबाउट चैंपियंस, टॉकिंग अबाउट बेटर टीम्स, बेटर प्लेयर्स, वी ऑल नो दैट जूसी, ही वांट्स टू मेक अ कमबैक, ही वांट्स टू परफॉर्म रियली वेल ऑन लैन इवेंट्स, आई सी, एंड सो फार सो गुड।
You know, it's interesting to see how it took them 5 games to finally make a bounce back with a winner chicken dinner in the final game. I feel like Cincinnati kids, they got themselves a little bit of a safety cushion to try and bounce back, because today it may not go well for them in day number 1. There's still day 2, there's still day 3, there's still 12 more matches. Anything can happen here, and who knows? Hero Extreme got like 1 minute they're on top, 1 minute they might be at the bottom. So again, nothing is certain yet as of now.
चलिए, सर्टेनिटी तो अभी तक नहीं मिली है किसी को, बट कल के दिन पे शायद आपको मिल जाए। बट आज का दिन कमाल था, बट यही तक हमारा सफर था। हम आपसे विदा लेना चाहेंगे। मेरा नाम स्पीरो, मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं मेजी, उनके साथ हैं आईसी। मिलेंगे आपको कल, तब तक के लिए टेक केयर, पीस आउट।
And it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. A very special interview मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं Godlike के कोच और एनालिस्ट। और Godlike आज बहुत अच्छा खेला है। रॉबिन साहब, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू फॉर द स्पेशल इंटरव्यू। आप बहुत रिसेंटली ऐड हुए हो इस टीम के अंदर एज अ कोच। क्या डिस्कशन हुई आपके आने के बाद एंड हाउ क्विकली वर यू एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड द टीम्स माइंडसेट? बिकॉज़ आज का परफॉर्मेंस वाज समथिंग एल्स।
मेरे लिए तो ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं था और मेन जो भी इन्होंने जो भी बताया उस हिसाब से मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया उनके सब कुछ और जिस हिसाब से काम होना चाहिए एक वे में वो सारी चीज़ें अप्लाई करी और उसका रिजल्ट आपको दिखाई है।
राइट, एक काम करते हैं, आपकी गेम प्ले तो अच्छी थी, ऐसा लग रहा है कि हमारा टेक भी उसके जो इलेक्ट्रिक सर्किट है ना उसकी वजह से शॉर्ट सर्किट खा गया थोड़ा। एक बार फिर से आंसर रिपीट कर दो।
हाँ, तो जितना भी मेरा पूरा टीम में जितने भी लोग हैं सबसे बात हुई और फिर उस हिसाब से जो ऑब्जर्व किया मैं उस हिसाब से मैंने सबसे बात भी करी। तो जो भी मेरा जो इनसाइट था वो मैंने पुट इन किया और एक राइट वे में जिस हिसाब से करना चाहिए वो किया, तो जिसका रिजल्ट वो आपको दिखाई आज।
अब आपसे बात करते हैं सर थोड़ी, बिकॉज आपका नाम नूब एनालिस्ट है, लेकिन ये क्या एनालिसिस थी कि पहले 2 गेम्स में थोड़ा हमारे कास्टर्स कह रहे थे उसको टेस्टिंग फेस चल रहा था आपका, और उसके बाद जिस तरह आपने बाकी सबको टेस्ट दिया है, एवरीवन फेल्ड।
लाइक स्टार्टिंग के 2 मैचेस कुछ चीज़ें वर्क नहीं की इसलिए शो हो गया, वरना अच्छे जाते, बट हर मैच ट्राई था कि अच्छे जाए।
स्टार्टिंग में क्या गलत हुआ?
लाइक सेकंड मैच में कि थोड़ा टाइमिंग का इशू हो गया रोटेशन में, इसलिए
थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हुआ, लेकिन उसके बाद आते ही थर्ड गेम में चिकन डिनर, तो मिड मैचेस ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं मिलता है, और 2 गेम्स अगर डे 1 पे ख़राब चले जाए तो मेंटालिटी पे बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ा इफेक्ट पड़ता है। आई थिंक रॉबिन यू नो दैट बेटर देन एनीवन एल्स। तो व्हाट डिड यू डू लाइक एंड व्हाट वाज द डिस्कशन विद द टीम कि इस तरह से इतनी कमाल की रिकवरी देखी हमने?
नहीं, मेन ऐसा था कि पहले से प्रिपेयर थे, ऐसा होता है, ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई भी टीम 6 गेम हमेशा कंसिस्टेंट खेल लेगी। तो हर गेम के बाद बात हुआ, सब कुछ हुआ, मेन तो एनवायरनमेंट भी चिल था और उन्होंने सामने से आके बोला कि अरे निकाल रहे हैं अगला गेम, तो वो अच्छा लगा, कॉन्फिडेंस भी है, वो सारी चीज़ें अब हो जाता है। वो तो ऐसा हुआ कि हमारे साथ की स्टार्टिंग के 2 गेम लेफ्ट राइट हो गए और बाकी जिसमें फेवर हुई चीज़ें बंदे भी अच्छे खेले तो वो सब कन्वर्ट किया, तो पॉइंट टेबल में पॉइंट ज़्यादा है।
पॉइंट्स टेबल में पॉइंट ज़्यादा के ऊपर आता है, बिकॉज इस लास्ट मैच के अंदर मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले 17 पॉइंट्स थे कवर अप करने थे, 17 नहीं, आई थिंक 14 पॉइंट्स थे, मैच एंड होते होते वो 17 पॉइंट्स हो गए थे जो आपको एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए थे। 20 पॉइंट निकाले, लाइक वो कैलकुलेशन करके दी थी क्या कि भाई इतना तो निकालना ही है?
नहीं, कुछ कैलकुलेशन नहीं था, सिर्फ उधर गए और मार दिया और कुछ नहीं था।
तो ऐसा है कि कोई भी ऐसा है जो स्टेज पे अपने बंदे जो भी खेल रहे हैं वो नीचे है, ऐसा है ही नहीं। हम ना पॉइंट टेबल ना उनको कन्वे कर रहे हैं ना उनको वैसा। हमारा जो गोल है एवरी गेम अगर अपन बड़ा बना सकते हैं उस पे एम है, वो हो रहा है और पॉइंट एड अप होते चले गए वो सारे से।
लेकिन आज का ज़्यादातर दिन कैचअप करने में गया है। कल के लिए कुछ फैंस के लिए इनसाइट्स?
फैंस के लिए वही है, ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहो, ऐसे ही प्यार करते रहो और जो परफॉर्मेंस आप चाहते हो आपके दिल से, वो आपके दिल आपकी गॉड लाइक वो डिलीवर कर दी।
रॉबिन से एक आखिरी क्वेश्चन, आई मीन इस realme BGIS 2025 में एक ट्रेंड रहा है कि काफ़ी सारे कोचेस जो हैं वो खेलते हुए नजर आए हैं, तो आर वी गोइंग टू सी यू ऑन स्टेज अगेन?
अब वो तो 2025 ही बताएगा, अगले इवेंट बताएंगे, हु नोज, माइट भी खेल भी सकता हूँ।
And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, that was godlike team जिसने आज का Day 1 हमारे इस फाइनल्स का एंड किया फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे। लेकिन इसी के साथ आज का दिन यहीं पे खत्म होता है। We'll be back with more, लेकिन उससे पहले here's the recap of how they made it happen.
you.